Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 294. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Good to see you, my friend. How are you today?
Man, you got a pep in your step today.
Yeah.
You're very energized.
Been playing good games, got good sleep. Valentine's Day was yesterday, which was a great day.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have big Xbox news to talk about.
Man,
I would be by the end of the show, I'll be playing Hi-Fi Rush on the PlayStation 5. It's crazy. Can't believe it.
Oh boy. Yeah, I can relate to most of that except for the good sleep. No such thing.
No?
No. No. Well, because the thing to me is like good sleep. It's like if you have good sleep, you're not even aware that you're having it. You're really only aware until when it's gone. You know what I mean? You can only acknowledge good sleep when you're out of it.
Sure.
So
That's fair enough.
This is the most Chris take on sleep, I think, humanly possible.
That's fair.
Good
though,
sleep
because
isn't good enough.
But he's also saying that you can't identify it in the moment.
That's
yeah.
You know? Now,
I get it, but I also don't get it.
Well, this sounds like something, you know, who can solve this problem for you is Dr. Rosenblatt.
Oh, God. Yeah. Just take a 2-hour drive to
Santa Monica. Yeah. I love how I've tried to make our old psychiatrist into a minor cult character in our show. I don't know if it's worked or not.
I wonder what people envision when they think of, because to be completely honest with you, I forgot entirely what he looks like.
Really? He was like a very little, maybe in his 60s Jewish man.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah. Yeah, the name track. Right. And he was pretty good. Yeah. I got to give him his flowers. You know, like he's pretty good. He's fixed me right up, you know, and then made me into, I just didn't feel anything for a couple of years. So
yeah, there you go. That was nice. That's the goal. As we all know, is to just not feel anything.
Did I tell you that? I told you guys on the show, right? Because I take Lexapro, an antidepressant, but so Dr. Rosenblatt had me on 60 milligrams of Lexapro, which is apparently insane. And when I went and saw a doctor, I see a guy here, and he's like, he's like, that's really bad for your heart. Like, we gotta, for some reason, I don't know why. He's like, we got to get you down to 20 milligrams. He's like, 60 milligrams isn't even a thing. And he was right. I've noticed no difference going from 60 to 20, except for I'm probably a little more lucid these days, which is nice. Thank you for that, doctor. Dustin Furman, executive producer. He's just a little boy. Good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
Just fine. Hanging out. I'm not getting a rhythm on the treadmill. Now, Colin, you just go every day, right?
Yep.
Every day. See, I think that's what I need to get to. Right now I'm going every other day, but we'll talk about this a bit later. I think I've found a thing that I like watching movies specifically. I was trying to do random YouTube stuff, but that's a little, sometimes you start a video and you're like, this sucks. I don't want to watch this. And then you're distracted, whatever. Been watching for the first time ever, Starship Troopers on the treadmill. Oh. And wow, it is shameless how much Helldivers is Starship Troopers.
Oh yeah. Totally, dude.
I meant to look it up before the show. Sony doesn't own Starship Troopers, right? Because it's on Paramount Plus that I'm watching it on.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't own it.
I don't think so.
No, that would be CBS.
I would imagine that. I don't know. Like, what do you think that they could be upset about that? That they're like, you kind of just made a game with our shit.
Not really, for two reasons. Like, there's a pretty large or a pretty thin barrier between spoofing something and it being real. Like, think about a great example is Spaceballs. Like, Spaceballs is Star Wars. It's totally Star Wars, like in every way. But I think you do enough to manipulate it. So there's that, I think. But I think the bigger thing is that it's a book. And
it's a book too.
It's a book from the 50s. It's a book. Starship Troopers is a book from the 50s. And I have it on my shelf. Hold on, so I'll go get it.
I had no idea it was a book.
I didn't know that either. I'm surprised you never saw it though. It's so good.
I've seen clips from it, but it's funny. I was talking to Jimmy about it. I'm like, this movie's tone is so weird in that it's like part serious, part funny, part romance drama.
Here's my comment. Copy.
There it is.
I bought this in the 90s. And it's a very Robert Heinlein. It's very thin. It's like not even 200 pages. You could read this in a fucking night.
Wow.
But that's where it got from. Now the whole like fascist commercial kind of shit that they do in it is not in the book, but the book exists nonetheless. And I think it was published, I want to say in the 50s, but oh, this smells good. It smells like an old book.
Yeah.
Yeah, 59. I don't know why I knew that. It's very strange. I don't remember anything that matters. Not a single thing that's ever mattered do I know.
But yeah, no, Starship Troopers is if people haven't seen Starship Troopers, they really should. It's such a weird. I don't think I've ever really seen a movie quite like it since or before, because it's not a parody, but it feels like it.
Right.
And then at the end it goes so fucking hard for no reason. And you're like, whoa, wait, what the hell was I supposed to be watching? It's so good.
It's Paul Verhoeven, right?
I think so. I don't know.
Directed it. He directed RoboCop, Total Recall.
Maybe.
Let's see. Directed by Paul
Verhoeven.
Yeah, correct.
That's him.
You are right.
Yeah, it's the guy that did RoboCop.
Yeah. It's been fun though. And if you want to check it out, like I said, I'm technically watching it on Paramount Plus through YouTube, which you can get a 7-day trial and then cancel that shit as soon as the trial's done. So watch it for free.
Yeah. Very nice. Thief. Stealing from Paul Verhoeven's mouth.
Yeah.
I like
Sorry.
that shit. Paul Verhoeven, he directed Showgirls, I think, as well. And there's a new Red Letter Media on that I watched a couple weeks ago. And it's interesting because I never thought about that movie as being very typical to what he does, where it is like an over-the-top, almost campy, in this case, like sexual movie, just like RoboCop's about violence. I guess that movie doesn't get as much credit as I thought it did back in the day. I never saw it in the theater, obviously. It was NC-17, which a lot of people forget.
Yeah.
So there's just like flagrant. And that you guys are not old enough to know how weird it was. People out there that are my age or older will understand. Do you guys know Showgirls, the movie?
Yeah.
So
I just saw that Red Letter Media did it. I haven't watched the video yet, though.
Yeah. So the star of that show or movie is Elizabeth Berkley.
She's from that sitcom, right?
Saved by the Bell, right?
Yeah.
And it was really notable because in Saved by the Bell, she's the one that's like, I'm so excited, I'm so scared, like the curly haired girl. She's like really good in school and a good girl and all that. So like it was shocking that was really the first thing she did after Saved by the Bell, and it was the antithesis of it. She's totally naked in it, grinding on dudes, and like it's like, holy, like what is this? It was totally backfired on her on her career. But I think people have some a revision about that movie about it being better than people thought. Anyway, I don't know how we started talking about Showgirls. Oh yeah, because we were talking about Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers, yeah.
I'll tell you this. I used to be a member. So back in the day, in the 90s, in the 80s, this was the thing too. Do you guys know what Columbia House is? Like
that's a CD club?
Right.
Yeah, my dad had that.
I had that too. And there was one for books. And I got this book in it. That's what I remember about it. All right. My friends, it's good to be here with you guys today. We have a big day. Now we're recording at least half of the episode before we know what's going on with Xbox. So their strange podcast.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Is going to happen. And we'll obviously cover that later in the show. But we're actually moving forward right now without any knowledge of what's going to be there. Yeah. So we'll have to find out. But we have a bunch of other things to talk about. A lot of things to get through in earnest. It's good to be here again. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols. Remember, early ad-free access, patreon.com/laststandmedia. The ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas over there in the weekly post in the news thread. You can get Sacred Symbols Plus every Saturday, which is our expansion of Sacred Symbols over on Patreon. Early ad-free access to every show we do, including Defining Duke, Constellation, Punching Up, Knockback, and so on and so forth. Summon Signs. And I think that's it. That's all to say. Oh, Spotify integration. RSS feeds, and all of the rest. See, if you subscribe to Patreon, you can actually just get an RSS link and put it right into your podcast app and never even be on the service at all. That's what I do with other things I support as well. And you may enjoy it. Merch can be found at laststandmedia.store. Stickers, free shipping in the United States for those. Shirts, hats, sweatshirts.
Get the Stelly shirt.
Yeah, Dustin's wearing his right now. I don't think I wear any of our merch for some reason, even though it's all in my house.
Mm.
Please leave reviews on podcast services. You can like our videos. You can follow us on YouTube. Whatever you feel like doing, it doesn't really matter to me. I want you to do what's good for you. Okay. Let's get into topics of discussion and get the show rolling. Some smaller news items, what we're playing, lots of Helldivers discussion upcoming, I suspect. Big news in the news section about PlayStation's financials. We'll obviously talk, like I said, about the Xbox stuff, which will cut into the show. And let's get going in earnest. Chris wrote in, not Chris Raygun, but another Chris, presumably. He says, "Howdy, Sacred Gents. I'm writing in for my cousin, Walt. He is as dear to me as a brother. Just a few days ago, he lost his loyal dog, Hannibal. It was all too soon and sudden. I believe it would warm his heart to hear you mention this on the show. I love you, brother. You are the bravest person I know." How sad. I see these. I've come to realize that I feel much worse about dogs dying than many people, in some sense. Like there are videos going around, you know, like not bad videos, but like videos of like a downtrodden or abandoned dog, and then a family adopts him and he becomes happy again. It's like, how can you ever do something like that to a dog? And to lose a dog, I actually have like Rush is about to turn 4, and I said this to Micah the other day. I'm like, he's like a third of his way through his life probably. I'm like, this is horrifying, you know. And I don't know. I'm gonna have a nervous breakdown when Rush passes away. But if it happened even suddenly, I can't even imagine that happening. It's horrible. So, Chris, thank you for writing in for your cousin Walt and the dog Hannibal. R.I.P. You will be missed. Joe Votes Targaryen wrote in. Said, "Hey, Chaka Bros. Greetings from rainy Glasgow. I thought I could shed." Where is that, Chris? Do you know?
Glasgow?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ireland? Something like that?
Scotland.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's the
Same
fucking
thing.
difference?
I thought I could shed some light on the doctor's quacks etymology discussed last week. 10 years ago, when I was a young medical student perusing a clinical textbook, I came across the history of quacks. So this is a reference to our quacking conversation, not about ducks, but about doctors last week. The term quack comes from quacksalver or quicksilver, which is another name for mercury. It transpires that doctors use to attempt to convince their patients that medicines laced with mercury can have therapeutic effects. These charlatans came to be known as quacks. Thank you for all your amazing work. My commutes to my psychiatry clinic are incomplete without you. Thank you, Joe Votes Targaryen. That's great. That's exactly what I needed. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Little mercury pill, maybe?
Yeah, what's going on with, like, when they discovered mercury, what were they thinking there? Like, this is a silver metal that I would have been, I guess I just would have been freaked out by it.
Oh, yeah. You rightfully so. Like, your natural inclination is the right one. To be freaked out by moving liquid metal that isn't scalding. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. They didn't understand boiling points and the different.
No, dude, they used to give mercury to kids to like play with, like raw, like just like they would hold it and like mold it and shit. Like my parents were talking about it. It's like, yeah, some people when we were young would just play with mercury. Like that's insane.
Yeah, it's very interesting what we didn't know and what we don't know. I was watching this was incredible to me. I was watching a YouTube video. I don't know. This came up recommended for me, so I was like, oh, YouTube's getting to know me pretty well. A dude slice with like a very powerful room-sized electron microscope. He took like this piece of metal and then sliced like the thinnest possible slice of it you can possibly imagine. That he said might have been like as thin as 10 microns. Then he put it under a microscope and you could fucking see the atoms. I had never seen anything like this. Like you can position it in such a way that the light shines through, so it's basically like a shadow. And I was like, holy shit, they really are shaped like that. How the fuck did they know that?
Wait,
like, how did they know that?
This is a video that you saw?
Yeah. I'll send it to you. It's amazing. I just can't believe that people, you know, like those models when you were in chemistry or whatever, and you put the ball and it's like, that's really the way it's shaped. And I guess
I kind of to this day assume that was like an abstract, you know what I mean? Like I didn't, right. I wasn't even really under the impression that they were really shaped like that. I thought it was like, this is the best way to convey this. It's
crazy in the sense that like you zoom in enough and it's grids of atoms. Like when it's like, holy shit, how does it work? Oh, it's so fascinating. It's so interesting
Dude.
that they knew this before they could ever see it.
You
I
got to
guess
watch
that's what I'm saying.
Oppenheimer, Colin. It's so good because they're at the beginning. They're like, oh, there's this new science. It's theory. We don't even know if it is really real. And they find out like at key moments, like, oh shit, they split the atom. How did they do it? It's so cool. Just recommend if you're into atoms, Oppenheimer is quite the film.
I'll watch it on my phone in portrait.
I'm thinking Game Boy Advance, dude.
Game Boy
GBA video version, Oppenheimer.
Game Boy printer.
Yeah,
Or
video
UMD
now.
version too. That might be nice. I have a question here. Here's my question about this Mercury business.
Mm.
You'd think that, humans over thousands of years realize like, oh shit, a lot of this stuff out here kills you. Let's be careful. But then at some point they were like, this is kind of odd. Maybe it will heal me. Like over and over again. It's like, hey, mercury, you think of like the stuff where in Asia they'll have like, hey, swallow this this head of a snake. It has healing properties. Or, the snake oil salesman. I don't know where, like, it seems, I guess it's had a reverse effect now where people are kind of more cautious. Like, hey, maybe don't take a mercury pill.
Mm.
Well, dude, fucking wasn't it Isaac Newton who like I think he put like mercury in his eyes or some shit?
Yeah, he
like,
did do something
Cool
weird.
eye drop.
Yeah.
for real. Like he's so. It's so fascinating how stupid some of the most intelligent people can be.
It's kind of baller in some sense. It's like these guys were they just wanted to know things. It's kind of crazy like how few guardrails were for any of them around there. I think it's amazing. Like they were probably all fucking around with stupid shit. Isaac Newton specifically, a lot of the stuff he believed was not true. Like he was like a true alchemist, which is a pseudoscience. Like he really believed in alchemy, which is creation of gold and valuables out of other objects or whatever. And he was like a mega creationist, I think, too. Although everyone was a creationist in the 15th and 16th century, so it's not really.
Yeah, there's just a lot of. It's the same thing where Shane Gillis has a bit about George Washington's teeth being lead lined, and how that probably like really probably made him insane.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking, which is really it's just really funny to imagine that our first president was just some lead addled 6'9" psycho. Like it's insane. It's an amusing image.
It is. It's awesome.
Sure.
Yeah, they had no I wonder. It would be interesting if we could have gone back and interacted with these people or just witnessed them and you would be able to observe, oh, that guy's fucked up with this and like they didn't even know, or that guy has this and so on and so forth. You'd probably be able to make some pretty interesting observations about them.
Yeah, with all the modern with all the context of the modern day looking back, yeah.
Mm.
It's like that video of Hitler at the Olympics, like clearly tweaking on meth.
Yeah.
Like I never saw that in high school or thought about it when I was learning about that stuff, and now like, oh, he's tweaking the fuck out, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, he had bad MS too, I think, or that's what people thought. Like,
MS?
or if he lived, like, do you know the movie Downfall, that famous movie about Hitler?
The one that's memed, where people put the new subtitles.
That's exactly
under.
right.
Yeah.
It's a German movie. It's actually 20 years old, I think, this year. I just saw a thing, which is funny. That movie's actually legitimate, really, really good. Although it's hard to watch it now because of the meme of him like pointing all the things on the.
I've had people say that like Breaking Bad is ruined for that reason because of all the memes of that show. Or they like I can't like the most serious moment of the show is just a meme. So like I can't watch it. And that movie's probably very similar. Where it's
Lord
like
of the Rings
scene.
is the biggest example of that, I think, where it's like the whole movie's a meme. Every 2 seconds, it's a meme. Oh my God, it's a meme.
Yeah,
that's a meme.
Potatoes.
Potatoes, dude.
But yeah. Anyway, and none of this is important to the show. We have other things to talk about. Chris, the Chris that wrote in. Thank you for writing in again. Oh no, we're too about. Why am I thanking you again? Why am I thanking you again? That makes no sense. Now I'm bringing up the dog thing again. Oh boy,
really stuck with you.
Oh my God. Well, yeah, in some sense. All right, corrections. Mitch Riggins wrote in and said, "Greetings, gentlemen, and Dusty Boy. Just a minor correction. Colin, you said the Grand Blue Fantasy isn't playable in the West, but this isn't completely true. Although the game hasn't been officially released outside of Japan, the game is playable on a web browser completely free with an official English translation." I want to talk about this just one last time. And then we're never going to talk about Grand Blue Fantasy in this context ever again. The game was never released in Western markets. To play it on Chrome, you need to download a series of plugins in order to play it, and you cannot transfer it from the browser where it's optional to play on your phone or tablet where it is meant to be played. To play it naturally, you need to have several things, including spoofing your IP, and then you need a Japanese iPhone account. If you want to play on Android, you need to sideload or whatever, all of these random things on it for it to work. It is not available here. I am sick of people saying you can play Grand Blue Fantasy in the West. It is equivalent to saying you can play any game that you can import from Japan in the West. Yes, that is true. It is literally true that you could do that. But it is not released for Western audiences. Mitch, I'm sorry to have to take it out on you, but I don't know how many times people are going to say this to me before I fucking lose it. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is the first game of consequence that we are getting for Grand Blue in any Western market. Outside of Arc System Works fighting games, but I don't think that those are consequential games.
Yeah. Hence
the term game of consequence. Because on the other hand, we had it later. I guess I could just say it now. Grand Blue Fantasy Relinks surpassed 1 million copies sold. Not so bad.
Not so bad.
What the fuck took so long for the game to come out? No one knows. What is going on? I talked about this on Summon Sign, actually. Is that I went back and watched trailers when the game was first announced. When it was a Platinum Games game with side games or whatever. It's the same thing. I'm like, what is... It doesn't like... You would think it would have looked differently or something. It is fundamentally the exact same thing they showed in 2016. Lord only knows what the fuck took this game so long. It's not a big game. There's 2 hub towns and a series of maps you go to fight. Very confusing. I don't know why I'm so upset about it. Brando Kazooie wrote in and said, Colin, it finally happened. How was Cracker Barrel? I haven't been in years, but I remembered it being not great. Thanks, guys. I pulled a key Valentine's Day move. Micah and I were sitting around on the 13th, and she makes dinner for us on Valentine's Day. She's an awesome cook. She cooked us steaks yesterday, and they were great. So that was really cool. But I had this idea. I was like, we have this Cracker Barrel. We have a Cracker Barrel like down the street, but we have a Cracker Barrel card that someone gave us for like $50 on it or something. And so I was like, why don't we go to Cracker Barrel for lunch tomorrow on Valentine's Day? So we went for a Valentine's Day lunch at Cracker Barrel. Now, let me tell you, now I've been to Cracker Barrel one other time in my life. Have you guys been before?
Yeah.
Okay. So I went to one probably more than 20 years ago off the Massachusetts Turnpike, and I don't really remember much about it. So you walk into this place, it's a gift shop.
Yeah.
Right, first, which is cool. And then there's like a restaurant portion of it. We were, by an order of magnitude, the youngest people in this establishment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, certainly Mike is 10 years younger than me. So certainly she was the youngest person there. And maybe she was the happiest person to be there in some sense. Now, the service was good and the food was fine. Micah tweeted out about it, and I was reading the responses to it, and someone was literally like, oh, overpriced food or whatever. And I'm like, bro, Cracker Barrel might be the cheapest restaurant I've ever eaten at in my entire life. Both of our breakfasts cost something like $22. So I don't know what, maybe you like live in Ethiopia or something like that, but this seemed to be a pretty affordable place to eat in my opinion. But I have some complaints about it as well. It was a little grimy. Now, this is a turn on for me, depending on the place. Like if you go to a New York City Greasy Spoon where it's just a counter and you're eating breakfast, it's like, I don't give a fuck. That place could be, you could drop a nuclear bomb on that place and I'm going to eat at that place. Yeah. I don't care at all. But for some reason, sit down restaurants, you know when like you haven't swept enough, they have tile floor where you haven't swept and washed it enough, where there's like black gunk on all of the corners because you have to like really go and like scrape it at this point. So like this floor is clean, but you can tell they don't do the finer things. Things like that stick out to me, and I don't like that at sit down restaurants. So I felt like it was a little on the grimy side, but the food was good. I got pancakes, and they were quite nice.
Yeah. Breakfast there is great. I've only had breakfast there actually, so I guess maybe their other food could be better. But did you play the game at the table with the pegs?
Yep, I couldn't. I did it 3 times, and I couldn't get it fewer than 3 pegs, and it says, which tells you I'm dumb. It says literally on the thing, "You're dumb."
Oh,
they use that word. If you leave 3 pegs, you're dumb. And I like really tried.
Medically, you're dumb.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, but yeah, but I played the peg game. And the other thing was the waitress came to I thought this was poor form. Something I noticed, which was she would often come to the table to check in or even take orders while she was carrying other people's dirty plates or like used plates. Just like, I'm not really grossed out by that, but that's just bad form. So it was a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Right.
At the Cracker Barrel. But we'll return. Then I went to Guitar Center because it was right next door. Oh, Mike, are you there? I see shadows.
Yeah, hi.
You have anything you want to add about Cracker Barrel?
You got to talk about the guy with the reading light.
Yeah, come over here.
Oh, well, I didn't see him. You saw him.
Oh, okay.
The man with the reading light.
Yeah, there was a guy sitting next to us that was using a reading light during the middle of the day to read his menu. This is how old everyone was at this place. It was certainly geriatric. I was shocked by how crowded it was. Like, that was the big thing. I was like, there are so many people. It is 1:00 in the afternoon on Wednesday. And it was like crowded. And the old women are in the fucking shop. And I don't know, man. It was just a whole thing.
Did you go in the shop?
I just looked around a little bit, but I didn't buy any items. No.
Now, you started to talk about Guitar Center. I'm curious about this. I haven't been there in years. You walk in, there's a guy playing Stairway, you know, the joke about that. But it's true. I mean,
yeah, there's always something
how was that?
Well, it was disappointing just because I need a rack for my drum kit, right? So I have my kit these days is what is called a jungle kit. And so it's a smaller footprint. So this is a Pearl Midtown, if people want to look it up. Very affordable drum kit with Zildjian cymbal sets, crash cymbals, dark crashes, I think, a ride or whatever. So I'm running out of room. As you see on this couch here, Micah bought me, as we noted, a China cymbal for Christmas. It's just been sitting there. When you have freestanding stands, there's just only so much room. I already have 4, if you count the hi-hat, ride cymbal, 2 crash cymbals. There's nowhere else to put a stand, so I need a rack. I had a Gibraltar rack when I was a kid on my drum kit, so I know what I'm looking for. Because I had a much bigger kit. I don't want a big kit anymore. I don't know why I needed so many drums. It's like I don't want fucking 17 toms or whatever the hell and roto toms and all this kind of shit. So nonetheless, I go into this place. They're very friendly because they ask you like, oh, what do you need? And I'm like, I'm looking for a drum rack. I was curious if you guys had any set up. They have in the entire store 1 drum kit set up in a room. No other drum kit set up anywhere. No stand set up. No rack set up. The guy asks me what kind of kit I play. I tell him, he's like, well, you know, the rack is going to cost like more than the kit. And I'm like, if you get a good rack. And I'm like, I don't think you understand. The cost is not the problem. I got a small drum kit for its footprint. I need to replace the stands. And then so he looked it up. He's like, oh, well, I can't really help you anyway because we don't have anything set up here. So I was like, that was a complete waste of my time. Why don't you have anything set up? So I need to find a drum store around here. On Long Island, we had a specific drum store that I used to go to where it was actually set up, you know? Yeah. What were you going to say, Chris?
I was going to say, you should have went to Drum Center.
Oh,
you know, like
there was a store, a great drum store in LA for a while, owned by 311's drummer called Chad Sexton's Drum City. It doesn't exist anymore. It went out of business. But like, I need a store like that specifically has things set up, because on Long Island there was a really cool store. It was a drum consignment store, and it was just this big space, and drummers would bring in their drum kits to sell them with like all the accoutrements, and you could just go in and just play them all and fuck around and buy them one at a time or buy the whole kit. Oh, and that's like what's necessary. But they had a room where just some cymbals were set up, 1 drum kit, and then they had like racks of snares and stuff. And I was just like,
It's Guitar Center. You know?
I know, you're right. You're totally right. But I've been in guitar centers where there's a lot of drums. You know,
they have a whole room in certain guitar centers, like a separate. You have to go in to try to block out sound.
Yeah, I think the one in San Francisco is like upstairs is drums.
Yeah, there's one in LA. There's one in LA that's pretty fucking big too. That I didn't go into the drum area because I'm just not a drummer, but like it looked pretty fucking huge. So I guess it just depends on where you are and like, I guess what the demand for that area would be. I guess. In some way. I remember like upstate when I was living in New York, there was this place called Alto Music that was like really, really good. Although I've heard it's not so great these days.
Did you have Sam Ash where you lived?
No, we didn't have Sam Ash.
Yeah, that was a big one for me too. Yeah, the Guitar Center in LA, I think, is the Guitar Center, as I understand it. Like that's like the Mecca Guitar Center. Like 311 singer worked there, but like the big thing is it's like many musicians have worked at that Guitar Center if you look it up, which is very interesting. Like many.
Yeah.
like while they were like struggling musicians and shit would work at Guitar Center.
It totally makes sense. You can get lost in that one. That one's like a museum almost. There's like entire rooms. They have one room just for synthesizers and stuff. It's crazy,
dude.
But it's pretty cool.
I feel like I have core memories of going to we would go to Guitar Center, and there's a local place in Pittsburgh called Pianos and Stuff, which they have like, it's like a very hometown. They've got pictures on the wall of like all these cool musicians that have come in. Still, I remember getting my, the big guitar that I wanted was an ESP LTD Viper 400 and had active pickups on it. I still have it. And I can remember that day vividly because I had waited months to get it. And, so cool. Dude, instruments are, even though I don't play so much anymore, I have such a core attachment to the ones I have. I'm like, I can never get rid of this. Even if I never play ever again, I will never get rid of this because I remember exactly where I was. And
cool. I should part with some of my guitars, honestly. I think I own too many. I've accumulated. I haven't even really bought many of them. I think because I'm an only child in like a really big family, people just assume that that's like, oh yeah, we'll just get a guitar or like pool some money to get a guitar. And then so I end up with, I think I have like fucking 9 guitars.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Or 10 guitars. And I'm like, I simply do not use these enough. There are definitely ones that I wouldn't sell. The first one that I have ever owned, my Epiphone Les Paul, my white one, I fucking love that guitar. But like everything else, I feel like I could probably stand to sell those. I don't need this many fucking guitars.
Yeah, I have an acoustic, 2 electric guitars, bass. I want to get an acoustic bass, which is something I've always wanted to get. That's a very cool instrument, in my opinion. Not very widely used, actually, but the guitars, I have an electric guitar I got from a family member when I was a kid, and then I have an electric guitar that's actually Ramon's first electric guitar that he sold to me when he needed money, and I'm basically just holding it for him. I mean, I don't even use it. I've had it for like 15 years. Just sitting in the closet. And I'm like, you can have it back when you want it. So those, and then I've had this bass for forever. I have a shitty Yamaha bass. My nicest guitar is my acoustic, which I bought in San Francisco for probably almost $1,000.
Is that the coolest one? Is that the coolest instrument you have? Do you think?
Yeah, probably. My drum kits, I like my drum kit, but the thing I was saying to Micah is playing drum. For some reason, I gravitated very much towards expensive things when I was a kid, not for any other reason than coincidence. Like when I play, it's like I had to play hockey, the really expensive sport, and then I had to play goalie, which is the really expensive position in the expensive sport, right? When I played instruments, it's like I had to play drums, and not the snare drum, like the drum kit. And all that. And I was going through and I was telling her, because I remember going to, shout out to Family Melody. I don't know if it still exists. It's like a one-off kind of store on Long Island. It's where people used to go to rent their instruments for school, but they also sold like a bunch of things and they would give you lessons. And I bought my first drum. My dad bought me my first drum kit there when I was in middle school. It was I don't know if you guys know, it's like a budget brand, Percussion Plus. And he bought it for like it was this beautiful blue kit. Actually, my nephews have it now. It was like $400 and I'll never forget that. But I remember, and I got a Crash Ride cymbal that day. I inherited a bunch of cymbals from people, and I was telling her as we were going through the drum, because I haven't really gone and looked at drums to buy in a long time, like in person, and all the cymbals lining up. I'm like, dude, it's so crazy. I couldn't afford any of this shit when I was a kid, and now I can really buy whatever I want, and it's like, I couldn't even imagine walking into this room and buying some of this stuff when I was younger. I wanted it so bad. I mean, even just getting like Zildjian K cymbals was like a big deal. Those are cheaper ones too. And it's like, that was a big deal for me because I use Sabian, which I liked when I was a kid, but it's like, I always wanted what my favorite people use. So the one kit that I do want to get still, and it's not as popular anymore, but is an Orange County drum kit, which is like a widely used new metal, rap rock, whatever, like in ska, that kind of stuff. Like all those guys use that with a piccolo snare.
Yeah,
there was a piccolo snare in the store, and I was like, I think I might buy this. I always wanted a piccolo as well. I had one for my friend Cody when I was a kid, but anyway, this is a music podcast.
Oh well,
yeah. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Don't please. Yeah. All right.
Do you guys know? I feel like everyone growing up playing instruments, there was always that one kid at school that absolutely sucked, but he had the best gear. Mm-hmm. Like he had a real nice guitar. He had a Mesa half stack, with two amps in it, and you're like, what? Fuck, damn it. My half stack was a hand me down that's probably 25 years old. It sounds great. I'm very thankful to have it, but having that Mesa dude would be real nice.
Yeah, I knew kids like
No.
that in hockey, especially like that had this one goalie that I play. I won't. I remember his name because it's a very unique name, but I won't say it. But he was like a dickhead, and his family was like mega rich, and he had like the nicest goalie gear, but he sucked. He was so bad. Oh, it bothered me so much how bad he was. You know,
I wish I could relate to that, because like the only person that I knew who had the best gear was also just objectively like a small god. Like he was so good at the guitar that it made me like viscerally upset. I was like, this almost no point in playing because this kid exists.
Right. Yeah.
my
Wow.
I don't know, man. I feel bad for my parents in hindsight because I really didn't mean to do expensive things like that. It was just like, I picked up the drums because my friend Bryce played them. And in middle school, I was like, I came home and I'm like, I want to play the drums. And I'm sure that was like, and my siblings also tell the story that was basically when because by the time my parents had me, they were finished with parenting at that point. But like, if none of them got to play drums, like Dana, my sister, wanted to play drums, and my dad's like, you're never playing the drums. And then they get to me and they're like, ah, fuck it. You know?
Yeah, you whittle them down. Yeah, that's just how it goes, I guess. I don't know. I gotta. Yeah, I could probably talk about music for a long time. I have a 12-string guitar that I love.
Oh,
that like I bought by accident. I just needed an electric acoustic, and I just saw it, clicked on the first thing on Amazon, and it ended up being like a 12-string guitar that I just didn't look at it carefully. There were so many numbers. I was like, whatever, and it sounds so weird. But tuning that thing is a nightmare, though.
Oh, so I bet. I can't
really
tune by ear. I have to tune with a tuner when I play guitar or bass. I've always been so jealous. Like Ramon will just pick up a guitar and tune it. And I'm like, I don't know why. I just don't know how to do it. I can barely tune my drums sometimes. Like I sit at my drums. I get really frustrated and like loosen the skins and then like do the, you have to like go across to the different nuts or whatever. And I'm like, God, why can't I get the sound that I want out of this thing? It's not that difficult, but it is. We should do a playing music podcast episode of
Constellation. Yeah,
that'd be a good idea.
Playing in bands stuff, dude.
Yeah, we can have Ramon on
great.
Instead of Dagan for that one or something, and and get into that. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. That would be really fun. Oh, music! What an important piece of my life.
Oh,
Can't relate that people. I listen to music every day. I play music every day. Wouldn't know what to do with. I'm sure my neighbors hate me. Although a lot of my neighbors, one neighbor specifically is like, "You're really good. You in a band?" I'm like, I appreciate it, but no, I'm not. I'm 40, almost 40 years old, so I'm not going to just start a band at this point. All right, where the fuck are we here? Oh, Dylan Blood, you wrote in about what we were going to talk about, which is the rack. So I'm skipping your question. Deuces Bra wrote in. It's more of a PSA, I guess, and then we'll get into the news. Hey guys, I do believe that the newest favorite SS pejorative needs a definition. Bean counters is a common slang for accountants. I am a CPA at a large company and can assure you that nobody listens to us. We primarily focus on putting together the financial statements, so the job is inherently backwards looking. Bean counters don't make business decisions about products and services. Our primary function is to get yelled at when reality inevitably doesn't meet idiotically optimistic forecasts. May I suggest finance bro or IB assholes instead? Please stop beating up on us. We are not your enemy. That's fair enough. I think you have to understand, though, Deuces, that outside of finance, bean counters are used for anyone that term is really used for anyone that deals with money.
Yeah.
I know that it's literally about accounting. That etymology of bean counting must literally come from that. So I get it. We're not insulting you. We're going to find out when we hear we do another Hiroki Totoki Literature Club in a little while, an episode of that here, that the CFO finance energy is heavy right now in Sony. And so we'll try to be better about using the term, but we're not trying to insult you. Being an accountant must be so boring. Although I can imagine being there's probably really something satisfying being like, here is the final bank statement with all the numbers, right? And here's everything that happened this year. And everything here needs to equal this. I can see that as being an interesting puzzle. But generally speaking, not for me. I took an accounting class in high school. I don't think I was prepared for that. It was just a bunch of it was actually like really basic math and shit. So it wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about. How do you guys feel? You well?
Oh, I feel great.
Yeah.
I feel okay.
Oh, good.
I'm two cups of coffee in, feeling I got a high heart rate notification on my Apple Watch.
Oh.
It does that if it's like, hey, you're not doing anything and your heart's freaking out. You might want to check that out. It sometimes happens mid cup of coffee on number 2. And I just see it as a bit of a challenge to work through.
That second coffee is going to give you a number 2. I mean, that's for.
No, that's already happened.
Oh,
I'm pretty well scheduled, right in the morning. It's usually when I start working on stuff, when I have to input the timestamps. Something about timestamps. Maybe that's a little bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a diuretic, but
yeah. What is the? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. What is that word? I can't think of it. I know what you
can't
mean.
think of it either. But yeah.
It's like the word where like something encourages you to go.
Right.
What is it?
What is it?
I thought it was diuretic. I thought that was just kind of like what it meant. What is diuretic?
Diuretic, medicines that help reduce fluid backup or buildup in the body.
Oh,
What
I
is
guess
the
I
There's
other
a
word?
different word.
What is the word?
I don't know.
There's someone screaming right now, like driving down the highway to their job. They're like, it's fucking blood. And they're like,
Yeah.
they're going to take that. It's a diuretic? No, we just said that.
Defecation. No, I'm just.
Oh my God. I got to find this.
This is gonna. I love the frustration.
The D word.
They're searching.
That
They're
makes
searching their
you
hardest.
poop. That's not going to work. We're not smart enough. We're not smart enough for this yet.
It's over. It's so Jover.
Oh my God, I can't. We're going to get, please don't write in about this. Please don't.
Leave it in the comments at least so we know, because it is going to bother the hell out of me not knowing. But don't write in about it.
Hey, Micah?
It's calling it a lifeline like it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah, I don't know if she's even here. She might have gone out.
Phone a friend?
What is it?
Yeah,
God.
We should
This is going to bother me forever now because I know, because it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, I don't know that. I do know it. I just can't access it.
You know what it is? It's going to pop. It's going to pop in. We're going to be reading the news and then it's going to pop into your head and then you're going to have to say it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then it's just going to come out of nowhere.
I texted my dad.
Do you have that feeling sometimes, or is it just me because I've smoked so much pot where it's like you can almost feel your brain accessing the different folders and subfolders and then it just reaches a dead end? Like,
yeah, no, 100%. Yeah.
Like, it's probably there. It's been erased, but you haven't overridden it yet. So a forensic scientist should be able to extract it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's infuriating. It would be nice if there was like a keyword search for your brain, Alas.
Yeah, in some sense, as long as only you could use it.
Well, yeah, of course.
I'm kind of skeptic. I'm freaked out by the fact that like people might be able to really probe into your actual memories and like what's in your brain at some point, which is, it's like, they're going to find out where I hid all the bodies I murdered and all the horrible things,
That's okay. You'll be gone.
That's true. Well, hopefully. Maybe I'll be in San Junipero. So that's the one, right? San Junipero.
Yeah, San Junipero. That's the Black Mirror.
All right. Let's get into the news. Smaller news items first, although this first one is a bigger one. We just don't have much to say about it, so I put it here. Eddie JF wrote into us on Patreon, just like you can, and said, howdy, SS crew. SIE trademarked a new IP this week. What is your opinion on Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet as a title? Personally, I hate it. Also, I assume this is the new Cory Barlog game. Cheers, fellas. So this did indeed get trademarked. This came from Gamatsu. Very reliable source, Sal Romano over there. Found the American trademark filed February 12th in the US for Intergalactic The Heretic Project. I'm sorry, I keep saying project. Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet. Intergalactic The Heretic Prophet, which is explicitly as a video game name for or from Sony itself. And he has found since Sal Romano House, I can't speak right now, Sony Interactive Entertainment trademarks that are filed on February 14th in Europe and Australia. So this is a thing. Now, the only question is, what is it? It doesn't have to be first party. I think people are losing sight of that. Helldivers 2 is a Sony IP that is trademarked just like this, but is not a first party game. However, I have a bad feeling that this might be a first party game, and the name sucks. The whole thing sucks. Heretic is actually just calling it Heretic would have been much more interesting. But we don't even really know, or just the Heretic Prophet or something like Intergalactic. Are you serious with that? Anyway, we don't know what it is yet, so I have no idea. Chris, what do you have to say?
It's a really fucking, it is a really egregiously horrible name, to the point where it almost confuses me why you would even bother trademarking it, because no one in their right mind would want to steal it. You know, like it is so bad it feels like somebody took a bunch of Halo words and just threw them in like a blender or something. It's like, this is all bad. But whatever it is, we don't know anything about it. Obviously, it's still really early. Obviously, it's just a name. But if this is really the final draft, like the final name, then God help us.
Yeah, not great. Dustin, thoughts?
I was trying to think who's available on the board that could do it, because you mentioned Sony Santa Monica.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we don't know about Blue Point's project.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know about Sony Ben's project.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be any of those. But I also, you bring up the fact that it could not be Sony first party. So it could be, maybe this is like a VR game that they're having being made or something. It's a lot of vagueness, so we don't really know outside of just this name. But yeah, the name, not so hot. Not, I mean, we can barely even say it because it's just a mouthful. So I don't know.
I just really hope that they're not going to call a real AAA series Intergalactic, because that's just not a good name. It doesn't really matter. But think about some of the big names, like Horizon's a good name for a game. Uncharted is a very good name for a game. God of War is a good name for a game. Twisted Metal. It's just like, so maybe it would just, it's very similar though. When I first heard Nintendo Switch, I was like, that's the fucking worst thing I've ever heard in my life. I hate it. I remember there's a video I did kind of funny about it. I was like, that's the worst fucking Switch. Like, what is that? But then eventually it just becomes the thing and you just don't even think twice about it. And that could very well be this, depending on what it is. But I don't know. I don't think so.
It's just a word salad of sci-fi words and religious words. It's just like, I don't know. It feels overwrought. I even feel like even Intergalactic by itself would have been fine, or Heretic by itself would be fine, or like The Prophet would be fine. Like, I don't know, just something by itself. But it's just like, this feels like 8 different game names like thrown together. Just feels like a shotgun blast of nonsense.
Intergalactic. Man, we'll see. Really, no idea. Sal says here in his story that he did web searches and nothing, because sometimes something will leak and you won't even know it, or it'll just be in some corner. But there's none of this terminology exists anywhere on the internet. So we will have to wait for more. Sony obviously has no comment. All right. Nerd DC2 wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen, regarding the controversy around Stellar Blade's MC design choice, main character. Do you think more or less people would be up in arms if they saw Shift Up's, that's the developer's, previous mobile offerings? Nikkei and Destiny's Child hide nothing with their female character models. At 5 million and 1 million plus downloads, respectively, just on Google Play, it's a no-brainer to me they'd give Eve a similar appearance. Thank you for all you do. Looking forward to the San Diego live show. We're hoping that happens. We'll see soon. So IGN writes, PS5 exclusive Stellar Blade reportedly rated adults only in Korea for nudity and violence. Now, it's important. I did a little bit of research, and as I understand this, because there's some concern that Sony would have an AO game, or an AO game on their hands, which they wouldn't by rule be able to sell in stores or put on their own storefront. The adult rating in South Korea is the mature rating in the United States, and there's just no way Sony would have a game that would be on the line like that. In fact, they're probably the most prude of the 3 companies at this point with some of this shit. So no worries there. But any continuing thoughts, Dustin, on the fiasco around this Stellar Blade character? It seems kind of a nothing to me. And I'm wondering if you feel the same.
Well, what I've noticed that I wonder, it feels like there's a bit of a backfiring situation in some way, in that I was noticing on somewhere, it was like Twitter, people are like, this is now the highest pre-ordered game in the PlayStation Store, and people responding to the criticism like, I'm going to pre-order another copy on Amazon too, where people are getting people maybe said some stupid shit about the character and it felt like there was a controversy, and there was to some degree, but now there's this Hogwarts Legacy like reaction happening by some people. It's like, yeah, it's my right to see some anime titties. I'm going to buy it. So maybe it's working out in their favor to have this so-called controversy, and people want to support. They want the anime titties and they're willing to deliver. So they want to support them.
Give him those breasts and that butt. Them breasts and that butt. All right. More drama out of Korea, though. Josiah wrote in, said, hey, fellas. Sony has announced that Rise of the Ronin won't be released in South Korea. While Sony refutes the correlation, many speculate that this is due to the portrayal of the controversial historical figure Shoin Yoshida in the game, as well as the venerating comments about Yoshida made by the game's director. I think I speak for everyone when I say we're dying to know what 3 white American dudes have to say on the matter. I'll hang up and listen. So here's an interesting story that I thought I would just put out there. It has nothing to do with us, but it does have to do with a PlayStation game, a PlayStation exclusive, Rise of the Ronin, like we said. So GamesIndustry.biz, amongst other publications, wrote about it. And so it says here, quote, the South Korean launch of Team Ninja's upcoming PlayStation 5 exclusive Rise of the Ronin has reportedly been canceled. Korean community website RuliWeb, spotted by Eurogamer, reported that Sony Interactive Entertainment Korea confirmed the game will not be released in that market, either as a box release or via the PlayStation Store. The news follows several reports by Korean outlets that the game has been pulled from Korea's PlayStation Store, and almost all promotional videos have been removed from Sony's PlayStation YouTube channel for Korea. According to RuliWeb, the South Korean website, Sony did not give a reason for canceling the launch, but it's believed to be connected to comments made by the game's director, Fumihiko Yosuda, regarding the 19th century scholar Shoin Yoshida. Yoshida taught many of the leaders of the Meiji Restoration, which brought imperial rule back to Japan, and was a key figure in the 1873 debate as to whether Japan should conquer Korea. While this was decided against at the time, Japan later took control of Korea in 1910 and occupied it for 35 years. As such, Yoshida is a controversial figure in Korea, and his inclusion in Rise of the Ronin has sparked controversy. In a behind-the-scenes video promoting Rise of the Ronin, Yasuda, so now we're talking about the director of the game, compared Yoshida, the person from the past, to ancient Greek philosopher Socrates, saying, quote, I wanted to depict his teachings and his life from the moment I started working on Rise of the Ronin. He wasn't just a philosopher. He insisted on the importance of taking action, end quote. Now, it's important to note in an update, and this has been circulated, that Sony basically says Rise of the Ronin was never officially announced for release in Korea. But this is a kind of a misrepresentation. The game was on the South Korean PSN. You could pre-order the game on the South Korean PSN. The videos appeared translated on the South Korean PlayStation YouTube channel. There was publications and, what do you want to call them, PlayStation blog type posts or just PR releases about the game in Korean. So something happened here. We don't have to speak about the history, but it's just interesting that the Japanese and the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans have long simmering beef with each other that I think a lot of people, and that came to culmination in a horrible way during World War II. And I think that a lot of people forget about that. And so I just thought it was an interesting story. We don't have to say anything about it if we don't want to, but I wanted to present it nonetheless.
I think it sucks just that there are probably some people in Korea that wanted to play the game and now they can't, like
import it.
If I don't, again, I can't speak on the history at all, but
yeah,
let the people decide whether or not if it's too offensive to play. But yeah. I don't know. It's a totally different culture than ours, and I don't know how they operate. But anyone being told like, no, you don't even have the option sucks. So I guess you could import it though, Colin, like you said, or maybe there's a way to get around it where you create a PlayStation Network account in a different region, because I know you can do that here.
Yeah, I had a Hong Kong account at IGN because everything would go live there first, and so like demos would go live there first, especially, and that's what we played PlayStation All Stars and all that stuff like way before anyone. It was very weird, but I haven't done that in years. Because if you download something to the machine you're on, then you just sign in as yourself. You can just play it, which is still true to this day. Although you can only, it used to be 5 consoles you can be logged into, remember? In that way, now it's just 1. Okay. Let's see here. PSN's top downloads for January 2024 were released by PlayStation and Sony. Nothing too interesting here. Modern Warfare 3 was the biggest game for January on PS5. For the month of January, I guess other notable games include Baldur's Gate 3 at 6. Spider-Man 2 is hanging in there at 11. Last of Us Part 2 Remastered is right below it. And if you go down below here, 17, 18, 19, 20, Avatar, Grand Blue Fantasy, Prince of Persia, and Ark. So a nice little menagerie of games there. And then over on PS4, Minecraft, Red Dead 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Nothing too interesting. The biggest games there. Biggest PSVR 2 games remain Beat Saber, Among Us VR, Five Nights at Freddy's, and so on. And biggest free-to-play game on PS4 and PS5 is now Roblox, followed by Fortnite, and the finals in the third spot, ahead of Warzone, ahead of Apex Legends, ahead of Fall Guys, ahead of Rocket League, and so on and so forth. So some data points for us to explore there. Another point of conversation I wanted to bring up was this Tomb Raider Remastered trilogy. Justin Abelis wrote into us. There's two things about this game that I think are interesting. We'll take the least important first. He says, "What's up, boys? Let's talk about the new Tomb Raider collection. While the PS4 collection features 3 separate trophy lists and 3 individual platinum trophies, the PS5 version features almost 300 trophies, but no platinums. There are currently allegations that Sony has a new trophy policy on PS5 that is the reason for this, and that Modern Warfare 3 list being like this, but we have gotten no actual clarification on the matter. What gives? Does Sony not understand how important trophies are to their gamers? I personally skipped Modern Warfare 3 entirely due to its weird trophy situation, and I'm sure the decision above will cost Sony in both money and in players. Love the show, guys. Can't wait to see you in New York." This doesn't bother me specifically. There is something up here, but Tomb Raider collection is going to run on PS4 and PS5 the exact same. So just play the PS4 version. Get the platinum trophies that way if you want. We talked about this when Modern Warfare 3 came out, and it is unclear what's going on, but there is something up with the trophies on PS5 that are not allowing for this many trophies to be published, I think. And so they had to do it differently. But yeah, you're right. We have no clarification there. The bigger thing that I wanted to discuss, though, is, and we'll let Push Square, the website Push Square, explain it to us. When you boot up Tomb Raider 1 through 3 Remastered, you get a screenshot that says, "The games in this collection contain offensive depictions of people and cultures rooted in racial and ethnic prejudices. These stereotypes are deeply harmful, inexcusable, and do not align with our values at Crystal Dynamics. Rather than removing this content, we have chosen to present it here in its original form, unaltered, in the hopes that we may acknowledge its harmful impact and learn from it." Now, people are kind of confused as to what they might even be talking about, and Push Square says, quote, "It's not specified exactly what part of the trilogy Crystal Dynamics is talking about, but if we had a guess, it's probably Lara's adventures in the South Pacific that are to blame. There, Croft shoots loincloth-clad, blowgun-wielding South Pacific Islanders who are implied to be cannibals. It's not often you see a developer say they keep outdated, potentially controversial depictions. Of course, altering classic games can elicit a strong reaction from other audience segments, with cries of censorship leveled at a studio who modernize content." What do you guys think about this? This has been a pretty big deal. This is probably the best thing they could have done, right? As opposed to removing the content. I guess maybe the best thing they could have done is just not say anything. But what do you think about this? Is this much ado about nothing, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the best case scenario. It's like, there are other examples where this is just, things like this have just been straight up removed, or just, I mean, I think about actually there was a character in one of the Grand Theft Auto games that had a Confederate flag on his shirt, and that was like removed. Although that was largely to comply with Apple's rules, because
that's right. I forgot about that. That's right.
But so I would prefer this to just completely altering or completely shying away from the fact that, like, yeah, this is what the game is, and this is what's in the game. Here's how it was. Play it. Like, I prefer that to going in and altering something that really has no business being altered. Because realistically, like, if you're bringing games like this forward, I do think part of the goal, although it's not necessarily the explicit goal, is in some way, shape, or form the preservation of the original material. And whatever allows for that, even if it's a bit heavy-handed with like a early kind of, it's kind of the same thing with those Warner Brothers notifications before Bugs Bunny cartoons, right? Where that's fine. It's a little heavy-handed in my opinion, but I this is way better than censoring or altering.
What do you think, Dustin? I think, and again, maybe this is just, certainly it's just my perspective, but portraying fictional Pacific Islanders, if this is what one of the things is, as cannibals, is not offensive. Like, I don't know, like, what would be offensive about that. It's just strange. It's not real. And also, many of these tribes back in the day were cannibals. So what's stopping them from drawing a little bit of history? I just don't see people project themselves onto these things like they're them. And I don't get it. That to me is just strange. I don't see white people being evil and all sorts of things and being like, this is an unbelievable reflection on me as a white person because I'm not evil. And it's like, it's not real. It's not real. What do you think?
Right. Yeah, well, I was kind of wondering the same thing, but I haven't played any of those games, so I don't want to speak to if it's offensive or not, just because I have no idea. From what Push Square says, it doesn't sound like a big deal to me, but I think it's one of these things where they want to err on the safe side because they know the usual characters are looking for stuff like this, and they want to have the headline ready to go. It's like, oh, Tomb Raider hasn't aged gracefully in its depiction of minorities, something like that. You know what I mean? So I think this is probably the best scenario. I agree with Chris. It is a little heavy-handed. I would expect that there's going to be more of these as time goes on. I think I was just talking about this recently with Persona 4 Golden, when I think they eventually remake that, which I guess they did port it and they didn't put this, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of these notes is on that game too, and other games going forward, that if there's been a headline or a conversation like this, that this is kind of a way that they can protect themselves from criticism. And it sucks that that's the way it is. But again, the worst possible thing would be for them to change it and try to alter history in some way. And that's not ideal either. So, you know, it's a compromise, and I think it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, I do wonder what game will hit closer to home for me, where I'm like, oh, you motherfuckers, how dare you?
I do think we're just not really those kinds of people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think any of us would really care about the way like we are depicted in fiction in the same way. Like, we're just not those people.
Yeah, I just legitimately couldn't care less.
I think about those Bugs Bunny cartoons where he's like shooting Indians and singing, and it's like, you know, like, it doesn't bother me, but like I could absolutely see why they would have maybe some kind of notification before this. So I think it really is just a matter of degrees and a matter of scale, and just might not be a scale that we're operating on.
Yeah, that's true. I also just wonder, it's kind of like the Doki Doki Literature Club argument of like, are you drawing attention to it? Like, I wonder if you just went forward with this Tomb Raider thing, if anyone would have said anything. In other words, if like when they got to this and it's like, oh, it's a replication of the third game. And
yeah, I don't know. I haven't played the original Tomb Raiders in such a long time that I don't remember the exact nature of the depictions, but I can imagine. I don't know. I could imagine Lara Croft walking through a village and just shooting a bunch of guys yodeling in loincloths, being like, I can imagine that being kind of. I don't know. I
understand your point. I want to say this is a positive about the Tomb Raider collection is that it's supposed to be very good. And that's a one day for like, I want to get to those games. I haven't played the Tomb Raider games in years either. Tomb Raider was one of those series I also didn't like very much when I was a kid. I felt like I needed to like it because all my friends liked it. And they're like, oh, Tomb Raider, Lara Croft has big tits. You know, that kind of shit. It's like, you felt it was very similar to how I felt about Duke Nukem and shit like that, where I'm like, I don't really like this, but I just feel like I have to be kind of up on this in some sense. And I got one of the Tomb Raider games for Christmas and ended up playing them, but I haven't played a Tomb Raider game in the older series since the PS2 games, which were re-released on PS3. And I platinumed a couple of those over there.
Now, Duke Nukem, those are games that will have those splash screens for sure, without a shadow of. If they ever were like, hey, there's a remake of Duke Nukem Land of the Babes. Yeah,
there are certain games. BMX XXX would be one. The Guy game, probably some older Leisure Suit Larry stuff.
Oh yeah, easily.
You're right. God, I just even as a kid, Diggin and I talk about this sometimes. We're like, what were the things that as a child you understood weren't up to snuff, as opposed to the things you were enamored with and go back and realize were bad? And I was like, I always knew Duke Nukem sucked. Like as a kid, like since the very first time I was like, this sucks. But since my friends are into it and it's so crass, they love it, you know, kicking ass and chewing bubblegum kind of.
Colin, when
Yeah.
you first went to E3, was it still during the Booth Babe era?
Yeah. We used to
That's
at IGN until
Crazy.
dude, I was at IGN deep into IGN before we stopped doing Booth Babe reviews, and the IGN, I forgot what it was called, IGN Babes, right? Which was I don't know. It was called IGN Babes, and it was just all that kind of stuff. We did that stuff until, that's what's so funny is that stuff's just buried in the past, but I remember, Booth Babes were everywhere at that point, no doubt.
I think it was the last PAX I went to. There was a booth where I think they have a no Booth Babe policy, but they were trying to push it. They're like, hey, we've got girls in spandex shorts here to help you check out this game. I'm like, yeah, I know what you're doing here.
Yeah, it's lame. It works for on a lot of people, unfortunately. And what I noticed over time was that they got away from the Booth Babes and then started like the explicit Booth Babes and booty shorts and shit like that, and then started going towards pretty model type girls who worked the booths, who were not necessarily slutty looking, but, and I remember realizing that at places like Gamescom, especially, when you would talk to people and they had no idea what you were talking about. Like they were not part of the company, but they would almost represent themselves like they were. And I was like, oh, that's where the Booth Babes went. Now they're like, now they're checking you in for your appointment or whatever. Like,
Right.
Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, there was a different time, no doubt. I don't want to go. When IGN used to release E3 DVDs, you guys remember that? IGN used to release like an E3 DVD.
No, I don't remember that at all.
And it was like a produced DVD product that you would sell online and sell in stores and shit, like like GameStop and stuff. And I think that there were Booth Babe chapters in those, but I don't have any of those DVDs anymore. I'd have to go and look. It would be pretty interesting to go back and see that stuff, though. All right. A few just financial notes here. Not financial, but just about how games are performing or not. There's a report here from Video Games Chronicle that relays that Embracer Group has now canceled 29 unannounced games, with a total headcount layoff approaching 3,000, I believe. Bandai Namco, which is much healthier, canceled 5 games apparently that are unannounced, and they revealed that in their financials, where their profits have collapsed in the company. They're still profitable, but not as profitable. I noted earlier that Grand Blue Fantasy Relink had surpassed 1 million copies sold, but so did Persona 3 Reload. Tekken 8 has surpassed 2 million units sold as of last night from when we're recording. And Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth has surpassed 1 million copies sold as well. So these games are selling. Silent Hill, The Short Message, the ill-received free-to-play short game on PS5, 2 million downloads.
The death toll rises.
It's very strange. Like I think the better it does, the worse it is for Silent Hill, because more and more people are. Maybe people are being too hard on it. And like normal people just are enjoying it. But because like, how is it downloaded so many times? I guess people are just curious. It's free.
Yeah, it's free.
But there is something strange going on with Silent Hill, specifically Silent Hill 2 remake. Lousy Candy wrote in and said, hey, CDC, with the recent Eurogamer video interview for Silent Hill 2 with Bloober Team dev Piotr Babiano being taken down as of this post, I have to ask, what is going on with this game? It is clear tensions are high between Bloober and Konami, with Peter saying, we are not in charge of the marketing. It is up to Konami, so we can't comment on it. However, we will comment that the trailer, the state of play, was not reflective of the spirit of the game we are making. This is bad news, right? I've never seen a developer be so clear in showing animosity towards a publisher they are working with or working for. Is this game destined to fail, or do we even potentially see Bloober getting removed? So this comes from, again, as he said, a Eurogamer piece entitled, even Bloober Team wasn't a fan of Silent Hill 2 Remake's combat-focused trailer. And as noted, the director of the game said, quote, it's not the spirit of what used to be or what we're creating now. We're fully recapturing the romantic vision of a game that debuted 22 years ago, and that players will judge for itself and they see it in a completely different way, et cetera, and so on. And there was video of this. Something's up here. There's no doubt about that. Because it isn't, as noted by Lousy Candy, the first time that this has been said between Bloober Team and Konami. Now, I am not shocked at all that Konami is not a good partner to work with. Like, that's the least shocking thing I've ever heard, knowing my own experience with them. If people want to know more, look up the old side quest video I did on Last Stand Media's YouTube channel about when I was blacklisted by Konami and how. And at IGN, they're fucking crazy. They've always been crazy. I've said this in the past. I find this so funny, guys, when you would email a person at Konami, it would be a alphanumeric series of letters at Konami.com. And then they would randomly change it. And they did this so that they were so afraid of outsiders or headhunters finding their people for some reason that you would literally email like E7321FH3 at Konami.com. And that's fucking Bob Smith, the PR guy. You know, and it's like, what the fuck is going? It is always been off and weird. So this is the least shocking thing I've ever heard in my life. Now the question is, Chris, what's going to happen with this game? The publisher and the developer are not on the same page. I think Bloober Team will not be removed from it. I imagine the game is within a year probably of being released, so I think it's too late.
Yeah.
But what do you think about this back and forth between them? This is now the third time I think that Bloober Team has said something about Konami publicly.
Yeah, man, it's interesting. I don't think this is going to come out well. No way. Well, first of all, no way they're going to be removed from the project. Not only because they're just too late into it, but it's clear Konami doesn't care. Like if Bloober Team's Silent Hill 2 remake is genuinely fucking horrendous, I don't think Konami would even take notice of it in a sense of like, oh well, this is clearly not up to standards. They released Metal Gear Survive. You know, so like it's not. I don't think they care at all about quality as far as that goes. It's just crazy to me that they're still this way. Like, how have they not learned anything? I
don't know. They scared away all their best talent from obviously Kojima to Iga and everyone else. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember, the joke used to be that Konami had Iga in a dungeon. No one heard from him for years. Basically, like, where the fuck is Igarashi? Like, what is he doing? And the joke, it was like on the old NeoGAF, people would be like, Iga's been in his dungeon for years and Konami won't let him out. It's similar to the story about how there's a story about how Nintendo refused at one point to let Miyamoto ride a bike because they were afraid he was going to hurt himself. That's an old story we used to tell at IGN. That's hysterical as well. But here's the thing, Dustin. If this game doesn't turn out, we have to start asking ourselves, how do we extract this IP from Konami? Not we, but as a people, right? Because if they're not going to treat Silent Hill 2 right, there's no way they're going to treat Metal Gear right. And I'm not high on that MGS3 remake either. I think some people are. It doesn't look great. I mean,
yeah.
To me, you would have a Sony go up to them and be like, all right, you don't want to sell this shit to us. We totally understand. License us the games, like license us the IP. We'll make them. You can get your rip. Dude, I don't know if I have it in here. I don't know if I put it in here. Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro made $90 million off of Baldur's Gate 3 just by licensing D&D. They didn't do fucking anything on that game, right? So you could just go to Konami and be like, dude, just license us the games. Don't worry about anything else. And we'll make a Castlevania. We'll make a Metal Gear. Maybe we can even have that Fizzant game be a Metal Gear game, which would be kind of cool, or whatever. I just don't understand what they're doing. It's so strange to me that they don't get it, that they could court anyone to make these games. Anyone would want to make a Silent Hill or a Castlevania or a Contra or something like that. And they chose Bloober Team. And not to pat myself on the back too much, although I like to do that once in a while. I said from the beginning, I'm like, Bloober fucking Team? Bloober Team? You could have companies from Red Barrels to, I don't know, Striking Distance making this game, and it would be better than this. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it definitely comes back to a lot of the stories you mentioned, Igarashi and whatever happened with Kojima. There was all those wild stories. And dude, someday I want the Kojima, I don't know if he writes a book, if he does an interview with Keeley that's like, yeah, this is the shit that went down. Someday, please.
Yeah.
Because there's so much mystery around that.
Yeah, totally. Their relationship completely broke down during MGS5, like in a major way. It was very strange. You know,
it's kind of crazy though, because Keeley knows.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what's so fascinating about it. It's like here's this random guy who just undoubtedly you know he knows what happened, and nobody else really does. Nobody else of consequence anyway. That's fascinating as hell to me.
Right. I wonder what prevents Kojima from speaking on it other than he's just like, I'm moving on. I've got other stuff I want to do. I'm free. I'm going to make a video game with a guy that has a lightning bolt guitar. You know what I mean? That he's just kind of over it. And I can understand that too. The thing about Konami with Silent Hill 2 and this other stuff they've been doing is that it's like they seem incredibly cheap and lazy, but also controlling at the same time. And those things don't mix well. And I think that's the thing about them not wanting to license it out and let someone else handle it, because they are just too controlling. They're controlling about making bad quality games, which is just so weird that it's like, man, usually when you hear about a developer that is, you know, or a developer or a publisher that is super hands-on, it's because they really, really care about the game's pristine and high quality and it's impressive. But that hasn't been the case. It's ironic, of all of this new Konami stuff, that the best looking thing so far is the Suikoden 1 and 2 remaster / remakes has arguably, at least in my opinion, I think some people are excited for Metal Gear Solid Delta, but those look the most high quality. And who knows, maybe there's still time for them to fuck that up. But clearly, too, those games, which look really good in those trailers, were delayed out of last year, and we still don't know when they're coming out this year. So maybe there's problems there, too. So, yeah, it'd be nice to free these IP from Konami, but history so far shows that they are just too protective in the wrong way.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think a lot of it just comes down to money. They've been out of the game. Imagine how sticker shocked a publisher like Konami has to be right now, because they kind of bailed out for a while of AAA development at a time when it was much more affordable, and MGS5 was running way over schedule and over budget, and they were already scared away from that. Now you come back in and you look at all the new budgets and they're like, we're not spending that. And I think that's how you get Bloober Team working on Silent Hill 2, because you would just think you would engineer something so great. Like they probably looked at Capcom and their experience with Resident Evil, especially the remakes, and we're like, well, we can get some of that money too. But don't you see what they did at Capcom? They made them really good. They're very pristine games. You have to put in the front end effort to get the back end reward. And I have no confidence in anything Konami does. So I'm so glad they're not fucking around with Castlevania under this particular structure. And maybe I'll change my mind if and when we see a Castlevania game. I also don't believe that Konami is misrepresenting the game. It could be an old build or whatever, but what's that all about? That doesn't sound right to me. If they're Bloober's almost trying to sneak out of the stuff. Like, it's like they didn't just make the things up that were in that trailer. That stuff is in your game, right? So they are showing it. I mean, I don't know what is that. People weren't talking about the scene order or anything like that. They were talking about the content of the scenes, which are still in the game. So I don't know, man. I'm very skeptical of this game. I'm more skeptical of Metal Gear, to be honest, but I'm skeptical of this game. We'll have to wait and find out. All right. Speaking of Konami, Nikitas Gagas wrote in and said, "Hey guys, this morning I received a project update from the Ayuden Chronicle Kickstarter. As of recently, when I've gotten these emails, I expected cheerful news regarding the project's steady progress and imminent release. I couldn't have been more wrong. I was gutted when I read in that email that Yoshitaka Murayama has passed away. I don't want to write some long-winded cathartic eulogy for the man, but want to express his importance to the industry and the people he affected with his writing, design, and direction. To me and countless others, Suikoden 1, 2, and 3 are timeless classics. For me, some of the best video games ever created, with a message about how war can destroy the deepest of bonds, yet unify peoples from various walks of life, even longtime adversaries. I will for sure be dedicating many hours of time playing Ayuden Chronicle and the upcoming Suikoden remasters to his memory. R.I.P. What are your thoughts on the tragic news and this legend? Stay well, boys." So the news is true and it's sad. It comes from their official Twitter account, and there's deeper publication on. I translated it with just the Google Chrome translation stuff, so I don't know if it's true. But they released at the studio, Rabbit and Bear Studios, the studio he leads. They released a little statement for him, and it's very sad. And he, for people that don't know, Yoshitaka Murayama was basically the writer and designer of the original Suikoden games, and was kind of one of the spearheads of this new project. And yeah, Dustin specifically, Chris, I know you don't play Suikoden. Do you have anything you want to say about this? I was shocked that he was young. They didn't say specifically how old he was, but when you look at pictures of him, he's maybe in his 50s at the very most. And he could very well be in his 40s and made Suikoden in his 20s. So I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it sucks. I feel so bad too, in that I'm sure that he's been pouring himself into this new game, and now he's not around to enjoy the fruits of his labor when it comes out. I mean, hopefully, as long the game's good, but it's sad, and especially because I know Suikoden 1 and 2 and the Right Dimensions 3, those are beloved games, particularly for their story and their world. So to have him pass away, it's at least nice, I guess. The silver lining, if there is one, when something like this happens, is that we do have this game coming that is like his final send-off. People always wanted more Suikoden, and they could never get it because Konami and the later ones people didn't like as much. And so you have this kind of one last parting gift from him. And so there's something that is nice about that, but very sad to see, and sad for that team too, just because I'm sure that this is one of their leaders, and I'm sure there's a feeling of being somewhat lost without him.
Yeah, the good news, I guess, if you want to look at it this way, for the game and his memory too, is that apparently all of his work is done with the game. So he'll have some final product to show that he worked on. And so this won't disrupt them finishing the game, and certainly I'm sure dedicating it to him as we get it at retail, hopefully later this year. So yeah, Nikitas, thank you for writing in. RIP, in peace. All right, my friends, let's get into the games we're playing. Now, we're all playing Helldivers too, so we'll talk about that deeply. Dustin, do you have anything you want to say about Persona 3 Reload? Because you have that here on your list as well.
I am balls deep in Persona 3 Reload. I'm kind of getting nervous just in that, what is it? It is already, we're in the second to third week of February since we had a midweek the first week. But I feel the need that I got to finish this before Rebirth comes out. And so I'm at the point I've mastered all of my stats. So I have full charm, full academics, stuff like that going through. And Colin, I think I'm going for the platinum.
Oh, good for you.
On this.
Can you do it in one playthrough?
I think I'm going to be able to.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing the day by day guide. As I think I mentioned either last week or on Summon Sign that I'm using, there's a guide that helps you prioritize because certain characters are only available certain days. So I've been pretty efficient as far as I could tell. If I get towards the end of the game and I don't max out all the social links, I am going to be very upset because that was my original goal, was get all of the social links. You don't need to get the platinum. And then yesterday when I was playing, I was like, you know what, maybe I should just look at that Power Picks guide, see what that's all about. Because as many of you know, Persona 4 Platinum, not so fun in a lot of ways. And some of them, I can't remember if one of them you have to fuse and do all of these different personas in order to do it. And that's not fun at all. Persona 5 Royal was much better, and I was able to do that in one playthrough, but we'll see. I'm going to try to go for it, but no guarantees just because I'm not using that guide. But yeah, I'm having an awesome time with it. Highly recommend it. And yeah, hopefully I can beat it before Rebirth.
Yeah, it's funny when you were talking about the calendar at the very beginning of what you're saying, I thought you were going to talk about the end game calendar. Like you're getting to a certain place in the game. And I was like, oh, but then you started talking about where you are in the real calendar. And so I was like, oh, I see.
Oh, yeah. I'm about in the in-game calendar. I just finished summer break. So my PlayStation percentage is almost at 50%.
Cool. Yeah. Micah continues her playthrough of Persona 3, the portable port for Switch.
Yeah.
She's really enjoying that as well. I'll talk quickly about Banishers Ghost of New Eden, and then we can get into Helldivers since we're all playing it. David Joyner wrote in and said, hey there, Creepy Colin. I noticed on PSN profiles that you jumped into Banishers day one. As a fellow fan of The Witch, the 2015 film, I would imagine you admire the setting as much as I do. So far, I like the story and find haunting side missions enjoyable. The combat seems to be a fun challenge on hard mode. Curious on your initial thoughts on a refreshing new IP, Keep on Keeping On. So yeah, I bought Banishers Ghost of New Eden and started playing it the night it came out. And I'm only 4 or 5 hours in because I've actually been deeply distracted by Helldivers to a surprising degree for me. And it's a very cool game. Pretty nice to be in a colonial setting in America. It takes place in New England in the 17th century. And it's about these ghost hunters, basically. And I guess this is a little bit of a spoiler, but you know this if you looked at any of this stuff for pre-release. So I'll let people fast forward if they don't want to hear this, because I don't know very much about the game. I've only played for, like I said, 3 or 4 hours. But it's basically about this I don't know if they're married or whatever, but this couple, and this white guy and this black woman who like travel around and banish ghosts and devils. And in the beginning of the game, you're introduced to them. They come to this place, New Eden, which has been haunted by this horrible demonic presence or whatever. And so you come across this colonial village. It's really, really cool. And you meet like some of the people that have stayed around, but lots of people have fled or died already. So it's like this really dire situation. But then what ends up happening, and this is what you know if you've seen the stuff from the trailers, is that the woman dies in this situation. I won't say what happens, but and you have to. The entire game is basically about Red, who is the male character, and his decision to either help try to revive this woman or banish her, send her away. And what's interesting about it is that it has an almost Fallout New Vegas like dynamic where the good and the bad are so intertwined that you don't really want to make many decisions because there's not a clear black or white path. So in order to save your beloved, you have to banish people who are innocent. But in order to let her go, you have to treat people with kindness. So like, it's pretty interesting. And basically in her spirit form, she has to like consume the spirits of humans in order to kind of like survive while they look for her body to try to cast this black magic on it to get it back. But that's both the good and the bad path. And the other path is both the good and the bad path. And it's pretty cool in that way. I like when games fuck with you like that. There's a little bit of a meta there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's cool. The combat. So this is a Don't Nod game, and Don't Nod did that game in 2018, Vampire, which I have not played, but it seems like it handles pretty similarly. It's not great with the combat by any stretch of the imagination, but it's functional. There's interesting systems, upgrade systems, and all the rest. There's experience, and you level up, and all of the rest. The one interesting thing is that there's a side quest angle to it, where you have. What's cool about this world is that people know you exist. It's like it's the world as you would have known it in the 17th century, except for there really are demons. So it's kind of is like The Witch, which is an amazing movie. And so as you go into these various situations, you meet people who you can help basically like close the circle for them with people that have died around them who are either haunting them or helping them or whatever, and trying to kind of send them away. And so you meet this one guy early on who is like a trapper, and he's out in the woods with this other guy, and they get separated, and he's like freaking out because he can't find his friend. But what you end up finding out is that he murdered his friend in the woods and has like gone crazy and has been eating his friend and shit like that. And you use all of your spiritual connections to like kind of like close that circle and send them on their way. It's pretty cool. It's like a little LA noirish almost. And it's like you're investigating in some sense. So I dig this game a lot. I haven't seen it all the way through by any stretch of the imagination. I'm always a little too ambitious, but I'd like to beat it this weekend because, to your point, Dustin, I do need to move. I want to move on to Final Fantasy VII Remake to replay that and integrate leading into Rebirth, and I'm going to need time to do that. So there's Banisher's Ghost of New Eden that is distracting me, and I think people are going to like what they find there. The world is just so cool. I love the colonial analog world. It's and I love that it takes place in Massachusetts. So it just feels very, very grounded. So shout out to that. David, thank you for writing in. Hope people out there are enjoying it. I imagine it's not doing very well, but we'll see. It is getting good scores, I did see. So, but I don't know if anyone's buying it. But I've been distracted otherwise by Helldivers 2, and we all have Helldivers 2 listed here. JT14576 wrote in, I wonder if that's your zip code. He said, hello, Father Colin and Bishops Chris and Dustin. How are you all enjoying Helldivers 2? It looks like a really good time, and with it doing so well, I hope we get more games that are made to have fun in. Just to have fun in. Don't get me wrong, I love a good single-player narrative, but something that me and my pals just can't jump into and enjoy just speaks to me. Keep up the good work, lads. So I've played Helldivers 2 for maybe 10 hours or so at this point, and I've been playing with other people, and no one talks, and it's great. I haven't run into one person that talks. Some people use the text module, which I just ignore because I don't want to, no offense, I just don't want to talk to anyone. I have to say, from a self-reflection point of view about Helldivers 2 is that I don't play online games almost ever. So when I find one and actually give it time and enjoy it, it's kind of novel to me because I don't dwell in this space at all. I don't really want to play games like this. But Helldivers 2 is really good and makes me wonder about what other similar extraction style games I would enjoy, because at first you have all these difficulty settings, like very easy, normal, whatever, and you unlock them as you go up. So I was fine by myself in the beginning, like for the first 3 levels, but by the time you get to like the 3rd or 4th level, it's like you really can't play this game by yourself. It's not going to happen, and it's just not going to happen. So you either have to try really hard and grind and unlock things, or just succumb to having other people in your party. And what I realized was the game is so detached from you playing with other people in some way, in an active way, that it doesn't even show you their names really until like you're at the final stat screen or whatever, or if you like put the reticle over them. It's otherwise it feeds into the game's entire theme of the horror of war and the replacement of its soldiers. It's comical in that sense, and I'm just really enjoying it. It is one of those one more game type games for me, and I'm surprised by how much I like it. I'm surprised by how much everyone likes it. I think Sony's surprised by it. I think Arrowhead's surprised by it. And I don't think this game is going to be like a fucking killer. It's already sold more than 1 million copies, no doubt. And that's awesome. I don't think this game is going to be like the destroyer of all things, but it's a nice first step for them in the games as a service space. And I really, really dig it. I dig almost everything about it in some sense, from the moment to moment gameplay, the gunplay, the fucking sheer comedy of it. It's just it's so strange. And one thing I'll say is that it is just like the first game. It is really, they changed almost nothing except for the entire thing, if that makes any sense. In other words, like the everything, all the trappings of the game are in the first one. Everything. From the stratagems to the core gameplay loop, to friendly fire, and to the comedy and the horror, and to the this like global campaign of killing the aliens. Like everything is, all of that's in the first game. They just made it into a fundamentally different game, and I think it's opened it up to a lot more people. I think it's pretty great. So, Chris, what do you think about Helldivers 2?
Yeah, no, I largely agree. I think it's the fact that they basically just shifted the camera angle and changed it into a third-person shooter, but it's exactly the same. Like I was playing it and I was like, oh yeah, this is Helldivers. Because it's been so long. I think probably like, oh my god, 2017 is probably like the last time I played the original Helldivers. I think, I'm pretty sure. So it's been a while. And when I was jumping into this, I was like, oh yeah, this feels exactly the same. And I like the button combos for the stratagems and all that. And it's like, oh, this is cool. I like this. One thing I really do appreciate is that they really lean into certain gameplay mechanics that really lend themselves well to, like, the game it has a comedic tone or like a satirical tone, but like there's a lot of that in the gameplay too. Like the fact that friendly fire is on, I love that. I think a lot of games are afraid to do that. Halo specifically took that out in Infinite, which confused the hell out of me, because I was just like, that was like half of the fun was accidentally killing your team.
Yeah, make it an option at the very least.
Yeah. It's still there in like competitive playlists or whatever, but like I don't know, like just the idea of you can fuck your team up if you just place a grenade wrong or summon the wrong stratagem, or like even just like diving backwards, and then like there's a point where like if you do a dive and you're still falling, the ragdoll kicks in and you take damage. I love that. It's exactly the kind of silly, dumb looking bullshit that makes multiplayer games fun to engage in. And when you have like a squad of 4 people and they're all engaged in this weird system where there's like a physics engine and then there's like all this chaos, but there's like still a very clear goal. There's like a time limit, so there's like a little bit of pressure, but it's not so egregious that you feel really, really like there's like the appropriate amount of pressure to get in and get out, but like you still have time to fuck around and do all the fun stuff. I really like it. I haven't put too much time into it. I think I put like maybe like 4 or 5 hours into it so far, and I actually haven't played with anybody on mic yet. My schedule is just not aligned. But as a game, I could see it. I understand as I'm playing. It's like this would be really fun with like a group of people. It does have this Lethal Company kind of thing going on. I like that it's co-op and not PvP.
Yeah, they said they'll never add PvP. They said, which is cool.
Yeah, good. It doesn't need it. It's completely. I don't even think it would really serve the game well at all for that to even be. It does not feel robust enough to be a PvP game. I will say that. But as a co-op game, fucking great. It's really great. It's a little bit jank. There's some character model. Like I noticed like some of the NPCs when they talk to you, they're like, and they're really tight-lipped and they look kind of awkward.
Well, there's like that beautiful opening video, and then everything else is like in game, you know.
Yeah, it's like the fucking
they
mannequins.
have Aldi Lance Reddick at the podium or at the map screen. It's like, dude, that's definitely trying to be that dude from Destiny. Like, exactly.
Yeah,
and no one cares about him. He just sits there. You don't ever have to talk to him. His eyes follow you when you walk around. It's really funny.
Yeah. But I ultimately like what needs to be good about the game is great, you know. And there's other things that's like whatever. You don't really, you know. Is it the most AAA game that I've ever seen? No, not even close. But it is so fun, and I'm eager to get into like a lobby with full like actual people that I know that I can talk to. Because I can only imagine that it would be like exponentially more chaotic and funny and entertaining with that extra layer of communication. But yeah, I really like it so far, even though I think I've played it probably like the least out of anybody here. I'm definitely going to put more time into it. And yeah, those are my thoughts on it.
Cool, man.
Oh yeah.
Dusty boy.
Well, Chris, we've been trying to line up to play together. The one day you were recording Snark Tank, and I was like, okay, it'll happen eventually. But you do have an invitation to our squad, which we recently have been using. There's like a backpack that you can get that has a laser gun, a little drone that flies around. So we've been calling ourselves the Obama Boys, going around with our drones. This is me. Lockmort has been playing a lot with us. Me and Brad have been playing a lot. Jimmy, and we're just having such a good time.
What level are you guys?
13.
Oh wow.
14, I think.
Oh yeah, I think I'm like 6 or something.
I'm 7 right now.
Yeah.
It still says I'm a cadet too. I don't have no idea how to change that. Like I don't know what that's all about.
It's at the computer in between where you change your weapons.
Yeah.
There's a section where you can change like your character's voice. You can change your call sign and stuff like that.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah, we're having so much fun, and I think there is layers to it where you could. I think, Colin, I believe you when you're having a good time on no voice chat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could play this game to a degree by yourself and it would be okay. But when you are with a crew of 4 of your friends, the chaos that ensues is so good, where someone calls an airstrike maybe just a little bit too close. Or there was the other day, I almost sniped Jimmy directly in the head because he took like one step forward in front of me. I'm like, dude, you just almost got like totally annihilated by me. But what I'm finding, what's so cool about it now that my playtime on Steam says 16 hours in. Dude, over the weekend, I think we played 5 hours straight one night. It was awesome. But what I'm finding, the deeper you get in and the higher levels, is that this game is maybe kind of secretly, if you want to play it the right way, it's like a hero shooter, I would say, in that you need to have designated roles later on, or at least that's the impression I'm getting, because as you get into higher difficulties, they start to send these armored enemies against you, whether it's like the armored bug when you play in the bug missions, or they'll have like tanks in the robot missions.
I haven't played a robot mission yet. Yeah.
Dude, they're so cool. They are awesome. They are It's amazing how they were able to make them very distinctly feel different in that the robots, there's usually more about quantity than having a few big boys, but they do have, big boys that take you out too. But what we were finding is we were having a really hard time in the bug missions on higher difficulties because there was these armored ones that you very specifically have to shoot them in the butt. Or the armor, their armor is so hard that if I've tried to snipe one and the bullet ricocheted and killed me. So that's the degree of the insanity.
That's awesome.
So what we found though is that there's certain rocket launchers that you can use to take out the armor on these bugs, but they're you have to have the backpack to carry around the ammo for it. One of them you need to have a partner help you like load in the different shots. So Brad and I, when we were playing last night, we were discussing the fact that as you get into harder difficulties, you're like, okay, you're the rocket guy and we need you and this person on duty to take out the big enemies. This guy should probably take in a machine gun to clear all the ads around that are to protect the rocket launcher guy. And so that not only extends to what weapons and armor you use, but also to the different stratagems as well, where it's like, okay, the napalm works really good when you have a whole blanket of bugs because it catches them on fire. They'll walk into it. It's great. But the napalm doesn't work when you need to blow up specific things on the maps. You need someone to bring in the more tactical, like single explosion. Or I think there's like a mini nuke too. I think Jimmy used that the other day and that was really fun. So as much as the game is about chaos and blowing shit up, we were saying like this is the meme, like men will see this and think hell yeah. That's the entire game. Men will see anything that happens in this game and say hell yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's awesome like that. You're right.
So as you get into these higher difficulties, there's so much more depth to it, and we're just having an amazing time. And you mentioned earlier about the surprise success of it. And it sucks that the first few days, there definitely were some issues with the servers. People couldn't log on during the Super Bowl. Brad and I were trying to play and we just couldn't get on, which was a good time for maintenance, to be fair, was during the Super Bowl. But it seems like a lot of those things were sorted out pretty quickly. But yeah, I really feel like Sony and Arrowhead were like, man, this is much, much bigger than we expected. We did not think that we would have 100,000 plus concurrent players this early on. And so my main knock against the game is just that I want more of it in some ways. And I guess that's kind of not right of me since I haven't unlocked everything, but I'm just like, man, what about a dinosaur level where you're fighting different dinosaurs? What about missions that have more than 4 players in them? There's so many opportunities where they can add more stuff to this game that would make it even more awesome. But what we have already is so much fun. If you play any multiplayer games with your friends, go out, plead your friends to play this game. Maybe even buy it for them because you're going to have a great time.
To the errors you were receiving, we have a lot of letters from the audience, so we'll get through some of these. Jimmy G wrote in, said CDC. How are we nearly a week into Helldivers 2 and I still get the matchmaking error every time I try to play on PS5? Marketing it as a multiplayer online game feels borderline fraudulent at this point. I understand that this is a second-party title, but shouldn't Sony have had Bungie step in and identify issues like this earlier in development? Why the fuck would you buy a team of experts in games as a service and not have them help out with this basic nuts and bolts server and infrastructure stuff? Sony needs to step way the fuck back if they want to be in... Well, I'm sorry, way the fuck up if they want to be in this space. The shit is straight embarrassing. They're lucky that the game is so great that people are willing to power through. Otherwise, it would have been DOA. What do you think of that? Because you guys are more in on the online stuff. I must admit, I said this on Summon Sign when I was on there last week. I tried 2 different times to get into the game and couldn't even log in at all. Like, couldn't even get to like my ship right after the Super Bowl, and then or it was before the Super Bowl and after the Super Bowl when I was like sitting down to play. So I was like, that kind of wasted a bunch of my time. But I still have a lot of errors when I'm in the game at like the world map or whatever, and I go to select to just join someone. I could almost never join someone's game without it timing out or saying like that's no longer available. So I don't know so the way I play with other people is that I often just start a game and just let other people come into my game. I had friends only, and then I actually just opened it up to everyone. And so I just have random people in my games, but I can never, and I want to join someone else's game because the thing that kind of it's very anti-Colin is I kind of take the lead in my own game, where it's like I'll put a pin on the map and be like, this is where we're going next, and everyone follows me like as if I know what I'm doing. But it's like I'd much rather be in a game following someone else. So have you guys experienced any of those? Dustin, you were saying you had some problems. I know people are having problems on both console and on PC. We have something about PC we can get into later.
Right. So yeah, we had the login issues during the Super Bowl, but I believe they had talked about on Twitter that they had to take it down for maintenance because they had a pretty detailed explanation that they said our servers handle this many concurrent players and we have exceeded that, and then we added more, and within 5 minutes it was at capacity.
It's
again.
about logins specifically, right? It was like 20,000 logins a minute, I think, it was like something like that. So it wasn't even about cumulative players. It was about how many people were trying to play at once, like at that minute to minute basis.
Yeah.
Right. So to some degree, they are suffering from the success of the game. But again, they have been very open about things and they've been quick to patch the game. As far as the matchmaking stuff, I have zero experience with that because I have never tried to play this game outside of playing it with people that I know. I think yesterday it was just Brad and I, and we were having a real tough time. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to try to summon someone in. And it didn't. I don't know if it didn't work or if it was just taking forever because it was, I think about 5 minutes went by and then we were just like, fuck it. We can't do this, just the two of us. But nobody joined in during that time. But yeah, there's been some issues. And, you know, the write-in mentions, why didn't they have Bungie come in and help with this? I really think this is a situation where they were not expecting this game to be as big as it was. And I guess that's not an excuse for them, like it not working to some degree. But when you're dealing with network stuff, volume is going to be a big factor on the stability of it. And they are getting insane amount of volume for this game. So I guess I would feel more justified, or say it's more justified to feel really frustrated if they were not communicating and not putting out patches very quickly. But it's clear that they're doing whatever they can possibly do to get this game stable as soon as possible, just because there's so many people that want to play it. And it's only growing because as people pick up and play this game, they're asking their friends to be like, dude, this game actually is really awesome. So there's been some issues on PC that are separate from PlayStation. And was there a write-in about that too, Colin? I don't want to step over that. I think I read it earlier, but I don't know.
Yeah, we'll get into some of these other topics later.
Okay,
sure.
yeah. But yeah, there's some other issues too, but you know, I give them a little time, I would say. I know it's frustrating, but they've been receptive so far.
Well, let's get into that topic. Dieter Haller wrote in and said, hey, y'all, if Sony's future is games as a service and they keep delivering, as with Helldivers 2, do we really need to worry? I mean, yeah. The thing we have to keep in mind about Helldivers 2 is its success is nice, but largely irrelevant. If the game sold 1 million copies, you're looking at $30 million in revenue. They've already said that they're not going to charge. They're going to keep expanding it for free. There are ways to buy microtransactions and do all that. Some people say it's pay to win. I don't know enough about it to know that or not. I know that you can unlock everything in the game, so that's all I care about. And since it's not PvP, it doesn't really matter to me, especially you can kind of filter your way out of all these different things if you don't want to play with people with high, or amazing arsenals of weapons and all that kind of stuff. But if anything, I think that this shows that Sony was, to your point, Dustin, somewhat unprepared. Like I don't know how they saw this and didn't understand what they had as like something worthwhile, something that's good, but it's not what they're looking for. I think people have to keep that in mind. Like, this is not what they're talking about. This is a nice step in the right direction, but this is not what they're talking about. This is a $40 game played by a very small group of people when all is said and done. It's awesome. It's, I think, in the top 50 most played concurrent games now on Steam, or pretty close to it. And that's pretty amazing. But what they're talking about is Fortnite. What they're talking about is Genshin Impact, like free games. Ultimately, that's where I think they want to get. This is a nice step in that direction, though. But again, the revenue and the amount of time, the CEO of the company, or of Arrowhead, confirmed it was 8 years took them to make this game. So you're not looking at a cheap game. You're not looking at anything like that. What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I could. The thing about this specifically is that this is probably the first game in, as far as PlayStation is concerned, that I've seen enter the zeitgeist in the way that it has, because I saw like really, really popular streamers playing this, like in a way that I haven't really seen. Like Hassan was streaming this, which is like pretty fucking insane for a PlayStation game, for a PlayStation Games as a Service game. I think that's like really big for them, and I have a strong suspicion that this is probably going to be a game that has a pretty long tail on it. Like I feel like this game is going to spread. I think it's going to sell a lot more than they anticipate. I think the word of mouth is really good. I think it's compelling. I already saw a lot of people being like, I think I saw one tweet that was like, that was co-signed by a lot of people, or had like a lot of engagement, that said, I have felt so unpressured to engage with the microtransactions of this game that I'm going to go ahead and buy everything in the store. And I think that works. I do think it works when you just give people a really solid game and a really good experience, that people are willing to, hey, yeah, I'm willing to pour money into this because this was great. And I got it for fairly cheap considering. So I don't know. I know that they're chasing that Fortnite, but there's a very strict, there's a very strong possibility that this might be their biggest splash for a while. Especially because Foam Stars came out very, very, like I'm pretty sure on the same
2 days
on the same
2 days
day or
before. Yeah.
And I've heard fucking nothing at all about Foam Stars outside of just generic kind of industry stuff that the people that you would expect to be talking about it. I'm definitely not seeing people stream it. I'm definitely not seeing this many people playing it, not on my friends list or elsewhere. So I don't know. I do think they're chasing that Fortnite, and I do think they will still be eyeing that. But I wouldn't be surprised if priorities shift internally with the surprising amount of success that Helldivers 2 has gotten, where it's like, all right, maybe we put effort into this. Maybe we put more resources into this, and maybe add stuff to this, and maybe we can build a platform out of this. I don't know how likely. I don't know how possible that is. But I don't know. It's really hard to get a splash like this, as Sony is probably very well aware of. And I think they're going to want to capitalize on that as much as possible.
Chris, think how easy it would be. And I know I'm not the first person to say this, but they're like, hey, we're doing a skin where you can make your character look like a Hellgast. Like,
yeah.
Immediately.
Hold that thought. Please send Pyro in. Said, greetings, Krister, Calster, and Duster. Helldivers 2, Dagon's corrupting everything. Helldivers 2 seems prime for crossover weapon and armor cosmetic sets, other than the obvious Killzone Hellgast headpiece and the Groovatron from Ratchet and Clank being introduced. What are some other elements that you would want from the PS family? Could be anything from weapons, enemies, or vehicles. Halo Warthog, when? He says. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Chimera, Hellgast, various robotic and creatures from Ratchet and Clank. You can have all sorts of shit from the Order 1886. I don't know. Like, there's all sorts. That's exciting. Dude, it's begging for a Killzone crossover. It is begging for it. I hope they realize that that would be a super cool campaign they could do. It is do that. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dustin. I just didn't want to skip over Please Send Pie's inquiry.
Yeah, I think it would be awesome. And I think that you could do that where there are missions and that's just included as part of the free content. And then you put some of these skins in the store too that are partners. And that's the type of thing that I mean, absolutely, I would want to buy. Because I think that'd be super cool to run around as a Hellgast or whatever.
My dream, ideally, I mean, who the fuck knows after today whether or not that'll be possible. But like, dude, ODST crossovers are begged for this too. Like this, I was saying this on Twitter. It's like this feels like Halo ODST. It does. Like you straight up drop out in the same way. The armor's almost basically the same. Like it's kind of insane how close it is. Where it'd be like, I wonder what the future will hold as far as that goes. But yeah, dude, it is begging for at least some crossover support. Obviously, at some point in the future, if this game does receive the amount of support that I think Sony should put into it, and they do see the fact that like this is kind of their splash and their opportunity to make a genuine impact in the multiplayer play space in a way that they haven't really been able to in their entire life, in their entire existence in the game space. I could see this game, unfortunately, going down a rabbit hole of at some point looking like a fucking mess.
Mm.
You know, where you have like, oh, it's Easter. Time to my teammates are dressed in bunny clothes or whatever the fuck, you know, like
Sure.
I could see it getting egregious, but I don't know. In the short term, I think sensible collaborations like that would be fucking dope. More enemy types would be cool too. Like, I don't know what. I mean, it's Helldivers. It's not Star Wars. They're not like beholden to like some crazy lore. They could have any justifiable reason to put fucking anything in there. Yeah, dinosaurs.
Mhm.
Fucking, why not?
Yeah, bugs and robots are a nice place to start, but yeah, you can get crazier with it if you want. Even have like other armed species or something would be cool. Like,
yeah,
you know,
totally.
like other aliens or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of expandability. That's the one thing I think they made a little bit of a mistake with was, again, not knowing that the game was going to be as big as it was. Probably, I'd be curious to know what their mock reviews said and all of that. But they basically said like, we're not charging for expansions. Now, I don't know how far they're going to be able to push that, but I think that was a mistake because you would think that you could extract like seasons worth of content out of this game now, and maybe they'll change their minds. Maybe that tweet will be deleted. It is interesting to hear Arrowhead speak. Like they do seem to be a little unusually untethered considering this is a Sony game. Sony would usually be all over these people. I think that they're just all kind of happy the game is doing well. Zach wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I recently dropped into Helldivers and I was curious, what are some of your favorite war stories so far? My favorite moment was when my friends and I got down to only one respawn via haphazard artillery fire, and from there we had to become an elite fighting unit, throwing artillery barrages behind us to hold back the hordes as we retreated to exfil. I'm having a blast with it. I'm not sure if it has a long-term legs yet, but it's super fun so far. Let me know your thoughts, and thanks for being a consistent part of my week." Thanks, Zach, for writing in. Dude, this game delights me on a regular basis. Like the insane shit that happens. It's very much an example from my perspective of what video games can only do.
Exactly.
And like nothing else can do what this game is doing. And it's not just because it's fundamentally you're playing it, but because of how experiential it is. So I've had so many funny experiences and even to my wife, been like, holy shit, did you see that? And she's like not paying attention at all. Like something insane happening. And one memory, a couple of things that have happened, I don't say memory, it just happened. But I was playing with 4 people and everyone died, and I was the last, somehow, I'm the worst player, but I'm somehow the last one alive. And we were at like to like leave the planet to leave after 2 minutes. Everyone's dead. We have no more recharges and I have no more ammo, and my ammo thing is like recharging. So I can't call any ammo down. So I have nothing, and everyone's dead. And I straight up ran around for 2 minutes, got on that ship and escaped. And I was like, holy fuck, like how did I do that? And it's one of those cool things where you're like running down a ridge and you're like, and then like you could see the enemies coming towards you this way. It's very filmic. And you're like, oh shit. And you turn around and then the enemies are getting closer to you this way and you're freaking out. Another cool thing happened where I was being hell dove back in after dying, and we were taking out this enemy egg installation or whatever, and everyone was out of grenades and explosives, and I landed right on top of the eggs that we had to destroy and just destroyed the rest of them as I like came out of the pile. I was like, this is so fucking cool. And that's what you said. I think, was it you said it, Chris, about how like a dude will see this game and be like,
no,
Dustin said it doesn't. Yeah, where it's like that. It literally is that. It brings out the guy in me, not the man, the guy,
the bro.
And, the dude, the bro. Just the ordnance. Like it's so funny when you just see someone throw the red orb and then the lines there, and it's like and just
it's so
fucks
cool.
everything up. And the jetpack, I started using the jetpack, and it's so funny.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, and you have to recharge it, but like you can go so high on it that you fall and ragdoll, like you were saying, and then take a bunch of fall damage, like fucking yourself up with your own jetpack. It's very, very cool. There's so many memories. You guys have any thoughts, or I'm sorry, any war stories you want to share?
Yeah, I don't have war stories really, because I think I would if I played with people that I was speaking to. There's just some stuff that I notice on my own that I think is fun. I love that ragdoll. But to your point, like what you were describing, Colin, it's like this is exactly why I gravitate so hard to these multiplayer kind of physics drawn games, more so than, I mean, I love my single player games too, for sure. But like there's something about, I mean, you said it yourself. It's like this could only happen in a video game in the way that it is happening. And I've had so many experiences in this game where I'm like, I've thought to like record it. You know what I mean? I've thought to use the share button because I'm like, holy shit, that was insane. And I don't really have that feeling with like Spider-Man or, you know, God of War or something, where it's like if something happens in God of War or Spider-Man, it's chances are it's pretty, you know, it's pretty expected. It's cool. Doesn't take away from like the choreography of it or the, you know, how stunning the presentation is. Like, it's for sure cool, but it's also the same for everybody. Like, how I'm going to swing through Manhattan is only going to be so different from the way somebody else swings through Manhattan. And there's stuff like what you described, like landing on the egg. Like, imagine what that looks like from the perspective of like your teammates looking at that and how badass that must. There's something about it that is just, I love this shit. Dude. And I'm happy that Sony has one of these finally.
I know it's been a long time coming. It's funny because the the space Vietnam meme is so true.
Yeah.
Like the videos of that specific planet, and then people put like the Allman Brothers or some random shit over it, and it's so fucking funny. Because I'm like, dude, this is straight insanity. Especially at the difficulty levels I have not even broached yet. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is? It looks not like Total Warfare, like complete Total Warfare. Dustin, do you have any war stories you want to share?
Yeah, we've had a few real dicey missions where if you spawn, you have a limited amount of times you can respawn different characters and have them dive in. And after that, it's on a 2-minute timer. And so one of the times we were playing, we still had half the mission left and we had no respawns available. We were down to one person. And so it was like a very much run away, try to keep your cool for 2 minutes and bring everybody in. And like at the very end, I don't know if this was the same mission, but I had one where there were so many enemies around the chopper that takes you out. And I literally dove in to it. And it's like you said, it's those like cinematic moments that it's like, yeah, they didn't script this. I mean, they did script like enemies will come at this time and come in different directions, but the way you have to run in and literally dive over stuff in order to get in at the end was super fun. And there's just, I feel like more so for me, it's been these like small one-off moments where it's like, I literally just ate a rocket in my mouth from this robot that sniped me from all the way over here. And then yeah, like Chris, the ragdoll is where it's like you get blown across the map. There's also a lot of moments too where you're like, oh my God, I'm alive. Like how am I alive right now? I just blasted halfway across the map, but I made it somehow. But there's also, dude, the sound in this game is really good. Yeah. Initially, I thought the characters were talking too much and it kind of annoyed me. But then you'll be fighting in the chaos and you just hear one character screaming and fighting for their life. You're like, oh shit, are you all right over there? Like what's, and I'm not the person behind it, but the actual like in-game character is, it's like, oh no, it's all good. I'm just on fire currently. No big deal. But yeah, it's
how does democracy taste, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, we have a few more inquiries to get through here. Let's see. Let's go to Romulus, founder of Rome. He says, "Hey guys, how much democracy has everyone been spreading, or have you been committing treason? I, for one, can't get enough splitting that bug pussy." You can't say that democratically, of course. Now, did you guys see this treason thing? Because I had it happen once, and I don't know exactly what it is, but it says something on the screen like traitor identified or something like that. Have you not seen this, Dustin?
So I don't know if it happens other ways, but I do know if you go outside of the bounds of the map for too long, you'll be considered a traitor and it'll be say treason, and then they'll just continually shoot rocket barrages from the sky at you. So I don't know if there's other ways. Like, I wonder if you were to,
like, I thought it happened in my game. I mean, I wasn't out of the map. Maybe someone else was, but I had assumed it was something like someone was shooting someone else too much, or like was hurting someone too much. And so like you had a traitor in your midst. I'd like to know more about that. But yeah, but I wasn't outside the boundary, but someone else could have been.
It sounds like an out of bounds mechanic, which is cool and thematic, because realistically, I mean, the theme of the game wouldn't be like they could give a shit less if the Helldivers killed each other. You know what I mean? It's expected. I love those drones too that have no fucking regard for you.
Yeah.
Like they just don't get, like, I've been killed by drones just like slicing me, and it was just like, all right, like I guess they don't give a shit at all who the good guy is, but the idea that you would abandon the mission is enough for them to be like, get the fuck. It's a clever, I like when there's clever, and honestly, to be fair to Suicide Squad, they have a really clever way of doing this too, where like when you go out of bounds of the map, your head explodes, which is like, that's probably like the best thing about that game, really, is that it has a thematic way to get rid of you when you go out of bounds. I love that.
Yeah, there's something, everything in the game feeds into this, I don't know, everything in the game feeds into this overarching theme, which is cool about just the uselessness of your life. Like you said, like you run off the battlefield and you're suddenly they're just like, yeah, we'll just kill you. And even getting your like replaced, you're not the same person, I don't think, right? Like I don't really understand.
No.
Or you're a clone, but you're carrying over all of your experience, very Rogue Legacy like. And that was the same way in Helldivers 1 as well. But I do dig that everything is additive to this idea that your life is worthless. And I don't think the theme can go over, understated. I think that that's an important part of what makes the game cool to me is how flippant it is with life. Like it doesn't care. And like just the complete propaganda, managed democracy and all this kind of stuff. And like scream about liberty and freedom and all that. It's dope. I really, really dig it.
Yeah.
Silence Do Good wrote in. That's Benjamin Franklin's pen name. So salutations, deacons of DualShock. I wanted to get your opinions on why Sony released Helldivers 2 only on Steam rather than Epic Game Store. Given Sony's $1 billion investment into Epic in 2022, I would expect all PlayStation games released on PC to be featured on the Epic Game Store, but this doesn't seem to have played out. Any thoughts as to why? Yeah, they want to sell the game. I mean, I don't think that I don't think you have to understand Epic Game Store is something Epic is focused on, but Sony's investment into Epic is about other things too. And they obviously make money from those other things as well. I appreciate what Epic is trying to do in disrupting storefronts and trying to break monopolies, not only with Steam, but with Apple, but that's why you don't release it on Epic Game Store. No one wants to release their games on Epic Game Store. The games don't sell there. People are desperate to get away from there. They obviously paid a shit ton of money. They have big games there like Dying Light 2 and others. So that's why, in case you're curious. Now, the question to me becomes, are we going to get this PC PlayStation storefront one day, which would be pretty cool. Like its own module that you wouldn't have to go through Steam at all.
That would not be cool, Colin. That would be bad. A lot of companies that have done that have walked away from it. Bethesda specifically had the Bethesda launcher, and people hate that. And I get it. I would hate it too, where it's like, dude, my library is on Steam. I don't want to go to the PlayStation launcher and be away from that ecosystem. I'm sure PlayStation and many other companies would love that because then they wouldn't have to give Steam a cut. But it's such negative PR for them to do that now that I don't think so. They could still do trophy integration though, or something like that, where a lot of games, I think you have to log into your PlayStation account on Steam in order to boot up Helldivers 2.
Yeah, you do.
But there's no cross save even, which I think that's coming later. But yeah, the storefront, I'm not so sure about that.
I wonder if they would be able to do a thing with where you can earn trophies on Steam games. Probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, they do that with Xbox games, with like the Master Chief Collection and stuff like that. I can imagine that at some point that would be. I wonder. Oh yeah, because you just said there's no cross save for the but I do wonder if there was cross save, and let's say I played on Steam and I have all these achievements. I wonder like if once they implemented cross save, would those trophies then unlock? Because that's how it works on the Xbox with Xbox games on that have this kind of cross that when you sign into Xbox Live to access a game on Steam and you log in on a console, it'll do that. So I'm sure at some point that'll be like once cross save gets figured out or that account management gets figured out. I imagine that's how it would work.
I'm seeing that cross save will be implemented at a later date, but it was not ready for launch.
Corey Christensen wrote in. Said with Arrowhead having a major success with Helldivers, Sony has to purchase them now, right? At what point does Sony put a ring on it and get married to Arrowhead, or should they try to just keep Arrowhead working on this game and have them potentially get wooed away? I would certainly imagine that they're going to get purchased.
Yeah.
They really, as I've said before, are the only two studios that make any sense to purchase, the other one being Ballistic Moon. And we have to kind of see how that would play out. But you don't want to buy other random, especially watching what's happening with other, like Embracer over expanding and Microsoft really expanding their services beyond where they need to bring some of their games multi-platform. If you want Sony to remain kind of a really tight, quality-driven, closed garden, then you don't want to expand too much. So Arrowhead really is one of two teams that make any sense, and I would imagine that that's probably going to happen and probably going to be more expensive than if they did it before the game came out, which is also interesting. So good for them, but we'll find out. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that happens. And they might look at Helldivers 2 as this thing that exists for years, so you want to lock them down for sure, because they will get wooed away. Finally, Brian Baldwin wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gentlemen, with the awesome success of Helldivers 2 on both PC and as well as, I'm sorry, I'll read it again. Brian Baldwin wrote in and said, hey, you don't have to edit it. I'm just starting again. Brian Baldwin wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Gentlemen, with the awesome success of Helldivers 2 on both PC as well as PS5, what lessons should Sony take out of this success? I've been absolutely loving playing the game online with friends, and I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say about it. Thanks for the consistent high quality shows. What they should take out of it is start releasing your games on fucking PC. I don't know, like it behooves them to consider PC quicker to release date for more of their games. This is obvious, and they've said as much in their financials, which we're going to get into in a minute, but they should look at Helldivers' success and realize that it is highly reliant on its PC presence. It would still be hundreds of thousands of people would be playing it at a time on PS5 right now, but it doesn't have quite the visibility that Steam does with Steam DB and looking at concurrent charts and kind of feeding the beast. You got to check this thing out. Look how big it is. Like just that alone, I think was huge for the game. But as a strategy, moreover, like I don't think Sony, I've said it for a long time, so it's nothing new from me, but Sony should be releasing more of its games on PC and really should consider day and date games on PC as a rule, specifically with these kinds of games. I mean, it should come as no surprise. We know that Concord is coming to PS5 and PC at the same time. You would have to imagine Fair Games is going to be the same. And that should definitely happen. But when you look at games like an Uncharted game or a Horizon game or something, I don't know that you don't want to maybe, dude, Horizon on PC day and date, the third one might be bigger than this in concurrence. If it's this huge single player dynamic game that sells 10, 12, 15 million copies on PS5, why wouldn't it sell 1 million copies or 2 million copies on PC? Nonetheless, more than that, I really think they need to open their mind to this idea that they get their games certainly on PC. I think there's this idea that they should put their games even more places, but I don't see why you would play nice with specifically Microsoft. From Sony, if Sony wanted to do that, that would be totally fine with me. But from their perspective, I would imagine that they don't want to play too nice with their competitors. But PC is this agnostic place where you're not going to get these people anyway. How many generations of fucking console gaming has to happen before people realize that there are just a glut of gamers on PC and they're not going to buy your console? So Go sell games to them. It's a no-brainer. I know the 70-30 split is a bummer. Valve is not one to kind of, I'm sure that Valve doesn't give a shit if the game's on Steam or not, so they're not going to make a special deal with you. I know you'd rather sell your games on PS5 and keep people within the walled garden and make more money on them, but sometimes you just don't have that option. This is just additive. They have to understand that they're not going to get these people. So that's what I think that should be the lesson. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there's the idea of, well, if we release games on PC day and date, then there's no reason for them to buy a PS5. And I don't know. I think that you're right in that PC gamers probably aren't interested in that anyway. And there's so many people that aren't going to buy a PC just because it's more complicated. They don't want to have a PC at their in their living room. They want to play it, in the living room, and a console is $500. And maybe at this point, and I haven't checked into this for a while, but it's like how nice of a PC can you get for the price of a PlayStation? There's still a really compelling aspect to it. So I think that would be cool. And I think the other thing too is I've thought about this recently is just, should a game like Helldivers 2 come to Xbox eventually? Because I can kind of see it both ways, like what you're saying, Colin, where it's like, maybe not play so close, but if they want that meteoric Fortnite-like success, the game being as many places as possible, and if the idea is like, dude, the point is to make money on microtransactions and not try to sell your console, then yeah, putting it on Xbox would help them in that goal. So I don't know. Maybe there isn't as a reality where Helldivers 2 comes to Xbox or Fair Games or whatever. I think that especially with our boy Hiroki Totoki, that seems like it could be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I personally don't give a shit. It's like if they want to bring their games to Xbox, more power to you. It's a strategy though. I don't know why you'd want to empower your languishing competitor who we now have numbers, which we're going to talk about, but it's 54.8 million PS5s and 22.2 million Xbox Series consoles. It's not even close. Like throwing them any sort of lifeline would be strange to me, but that might be what they want to do. They might not even look at them as a threat in that sense and just say like, whatever, just take the games. Maybe they've also learned something from MLB The Show and how that player base has added or detracted from the viability of the game year in, year out. So
yeah,
I personally have no problem with the idea, but I just don't think it makes sense from their perspective.
And to be clear, I think you know this, Colin, but for the audience, I very specifically mean these live service type games where, I don't think that they should
not
put
God of War.
Yeah, they're not going to put God of War on Xbox or Horizon or something like that, but something that is about the longevity, getting the microtransactions, the battle passes, stuff like that. It's a situation where I think they could look at this and say, okay, well, our fan base is going to buy this on either PlayStation or PC. They already have that. But on Xbox, it's not like someone's going to buy an Xbox to play Helldivers 2. They're just giving away for these people that are on this other platform to jump in. I guess there could be an argument. It's like, well, maybe those people will buy a PlayStation if there's enough of these live service games. But I think we'll get into that in a bit here. I think that's not the strategy there is shifting.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I kind of. I agree pretty much wholeheartedly with that. Like, I feel like if you were going to make Helldivers 2, like, why not put it on Xbox? Like, no one's really looking at these games as a reason to get a console. So, and especially with PlayStation being like their bread and butter being so obviously like their bread and butter is so obviously the exact antithesis of this kind of game. Like, the reason you buy a PlayStation is for like that single player narrative driven, completely isolated experience, and you're not really diluting your brand by putting your game on a platform with at the very least 22 million people who might be willing to jump into it and feed into your ecosystem in some tangential way. Like, I feel like it would really only benefit Sony to do that. But I mean, like you said, Colin, like maybe they just don't really feel like lending a lifeline. Although, like, I would argue, like, are they even a threat, really? That, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
feel like
I would really love to know what their mentality is on this, because I think that you could make the argument that putting PlayStation games everywhere, even on Xbox, on Switch, whatever, doesn't really change the name of the game, but it fundamentally does by death of a thousand cuts, probably, wherein you see it's like you're saying they're not known for games like Helldivers 2, but so they should just put them everywhere. But they might make the argument, or there might be a theory of the case that, well, we want those kinds of games and now we need to make a catalog of them that begins here. And by just the first time we have a success, just proliferating it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for us when we want people to buy the games on PlayStation and spend their money on PlayStation. So I could see, like, from a personal standpoint, it's like, dude, proliferate these games all you want. From Sony's perspective, I imagine they want people on PlayStation because that's where they make their money. So they need to court people to that platform. That's why I think even the game being successful on PC is not, you're only making 70%, like we know, of gross revenue on PC. So you don't want to encourage people to just have that mentality with your games and start questioning everything.
Right. But that's 70% revenue from a player base that's 70% of money that you wouldn't see. You know what I mean? Like, that's still like an insane amount of money. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it's not as much as you would make on PlayStation, but these people aren't on PlayStation and they won't come for this. is kind of how I feel about it, where it's like, yeah, why not meet people where they're at? And I understand that they're trying to build a catalog and they want people playing on PlayStation, but the nature of the success of these specific games is proliferation. Like you cannot have a successful game like this and limit it to one platform. Like you could try and you could, I guess, have some success, but you would be drastically limiting the potential of your product by doing that. I feel like it's almost similar to like the way we talked about. I mean, I know this is a very different style of game and a very different context that we're talking about it, but Dreams, right? Where it's like, this is a game that's just not meant. It's not meant to be siloed off in this ecosystem. This is clearly a game that's meant to be everywhere, and the fact that you didn't do that really killed it. Like, I don't know if it really had a long-lasting future, even if they did put it out there. Like, maybe it would have driven more attention. Maybe there would have been more reasons to put more resources into the game if it was open to a PC marketplace or even Xbox even. But, you know, I just feel like the nature of these games succeeding is so different from something like God of War, where it's like, yes, you want people on PlayStation for this. And this is the thing that drives people to the platform in the first place. So it has to be siloed off. But I don't know, when a game's overall success depends on its accessibility on as many platforms as possible, like live service, I just don't feel like it really hurts you to be there or to be everywhere. But yeah, I don't know.
Fair enough. Well, we'll have much more to say about Helldivers, I think. I would like to do a podcast just dedicated to it, and we can do that in the coming weeks. So you might be interested in joining us for that. Celebrate that over on Sacred Symbols Plus. But a nice, robust, what we're playing, unusually robust, dedicated to the second party game Helldivers 2, available now on PS5 and PC if you're interested in partaking. I will say, as a single player, primarily a single player gamer, if you really very strictly want to play by yourself, you shouldn't play this game. You're not going to be able to do it. I'm just telling you from someone who has extracted single player playthroughs of games that are not meant to be played single player, that this is not one of those games. There's just no way, shape, or form. Yeah. This comes from the man who played Rainbow Six 3 and used to shoot all of his squad mates at the beginning of every level. You know, so.
But you're also like uniquely stubborn in that way, and even you're enjoying it.
Right. No, that's exactly right. If I didn't go in with an open mind as far as being like, I'll play with other people, I was just like, no, because you could play. I didn't play Helldivers 1 extensively, but you could play it by yourself to an extent as well. And the reality is, and this is maybe kind of the clever part of it, although it's probably a problem unique to me because I have such a full friends list of people, so there's always people playing it, is that you could set the settings to either be like public or friends only, but you can't shut it off. So like there's no way for you to tell the game you don't want to play online. And and you have to connect to the internet. I've been told that you can set your PSN to offline, which will stop people from seeing that you're on and therefore being unable to join you, but you're always technically online. And because of that, I always had 6, 8, 10, 12, 15, 20 people on my friends list playing it more. And people would constantly jump into my game. And I was at the first, I was kicking people out. Like, I'm like, I want to play by myself. And then eventually I just embraced it. Yeah. And it's so, the one thing I will say though, is that it's a bummer. I don't know how to get at it. So when you go back to your ship, if you're hosting a game, I don't know how to like be by myself again without just leaving the game. You know, like I don't know how to dispatch of other people once I'm in the ship. So there's no like quit to menu or anything like that. You can do it if you're on someone else's ship. You can select, go back to your own ship. But right. I feel like an asshole because like I'm done playing with these people and then I just like hold down the PlayStation button and quit the game because I don't know how else to just leave in some way that's like this person's left the room or wants you to leave the room. In other words, it just says like the connection lost for those people. But I don't know how else to do it. You know, so I do feel bad about that because there's some nice people texting me and stuff like, you know, but I just don't want to interact. I just want to play. Meet me halfway. Can't you meet me halfway? All right, let's get into the news. We actually just cut away because we were recording right when the Xbox podcast, in quotes, that they were going to do was posted. It's 22 minutes long. And you can check it out on Xbox's YouTube channel. Now, the reason this is relevant to us, of course, as we've been talking in the recent weeks, is because there's been heavy rumors that Xbox games are going to be migrating in some sense over to PlayStation as well as Switch. And this is true from what we've just learned from Phil Spencer and Matt Booty primarily. The 22 minutes will let the Xbox guys over at Defining Duke really get into the nitty gritty because there's things in there like information about new hardware. It sounds like they're going to try to do a hard reset soon like they did with Xbox 360, which is interesting, where they kind of release it first and see how that goes. Very similar to the Dreamcast I see in your background on the bottom left underneath your television.
Right there.
Not a bad idea necessarily. And a bunch of other information that they'll want to check on. But as far as we're concerned about games coming over, the rumor. So how do we want to do this? Because I wrote down a bunch of quotes. I have pretty strong thoughts about this. I think I probably want to go to you guys first and then I'll present everything. But at the top, the rumor is that Sea of Thieves, Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, and Grounded are going to be coming over. Now, of course, Sea of Thieves 2018, Xbox One multiplayer game, very popular from Rare that was ported natively to Xbox Series at the time that console launched. Pentiment came out 2022. That's from Obsidian, a smaller game from Obsidian. Hi-Fi Rush came out last year from Tango Gameworks under the ZeniMax umbrella. And then finally, which one? Oh, Grounded. Right? Did we say Grounded already? No, we didn't. Grounded comes.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did?
Well, you mentioned Grounded. When
Grounded, right. What am I missing here? Sea of These, I guess that's everything. Okay.
Yeah.
What do we think? These are the 4 games. I want to know what you guys think about what was said and all of the rest. I have, again, pretty strong thoughts. I guess Dustin, I'll lead you a little bit in the sense that no one talks in circles like Phil Spencer. No one. And if I were an Xbox fan looking at this, I'd be like, this is the beginning of a clear pattern of what is going to occur over time, which is that games are going to start migrating to PlayStation and or Switch. They refuse to even name these 4 games, and they will not say what the other games are, although they say they're right now not Indiana Jones or Starfield. So we'll leave it to you, and I'll leave my thoughts for last. We'll go to Chris after you.
Yeah, I watched it. I did what our listeners do. I watched it at 1.5 speed to get through it as fast as possible. And the one big thing that stood out to me was I think that I wonder if there's like a count on how many times they say investment. Not only just talking about their own studios and games, and that makes sense, but there's a big emphasis on the user's investment into Xbox. They want to make sure that the rumors about them, not even rumors, I guess speculation about what is the future of Xbox hardware and is your investment into the hardware and the games you buy on it going to be in jeopardy if things don't go well. And they wanted to make it very, very clear that your investment on Xbox is safe. So Phil's reasoning for not mentioning the 4 games is that he wanted to allow those 4 games to announce them in the way they wanted to. I get that. I get wanting to have the respect for the creators themselves to be able to present it in their way. But I think with everything that's gone down and the fact that we basically can confirm that it's these 4 games based on some reporting that and just, reading the tea leaves, just rip the Band-Aid off. Just these are the 4. They're happening. I think the other thing, the most interesting thing taking away from this was something that wasn't part of the presentation, that there was an interview with Phil Spencer posted on The Verge where they asked about if Starfield and Indiana Jones will ever come to PS5. And he said, quote, "I don't think we should ever as an industry rule out a game going to any other platform. We're focused on these 4 games and learning from the experience. But I don't want to create a false expectation on those other platforms that this is going to somehow be our first 4 to get over the dam and the dam's going to open and everything else is coming. That's not the plan today. I also don't want to mislead customers on those other platforms."
That's not the plan today.
Right.
This is the way Phil Spencer talks, by the way, just in case you guys have. This is not the plan today.
I think, yeah. I mean, that is true. It is objectively true. Like, it's kind of like the what is it? The Jim Ryan. We believe in generations. You know what I mean? It's like that. I don't know. It can bite you in the ass too to just be straight up about like, oh yeah, it's never coming to PlayStation, because what happens when it does?
Well, what are your thoughts?
Well, let me just finish out his quote.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
Just because I think it's important. He says, "We're launching these 4 games and we're excited about it. We're excited about the announce and everything else, but we'll see what happens for our business." So,
yeah.
It's like, okay, so you don't want to alert people, but you also want to say the door's open. And I get that, because what if the learning experience is wow, we made a lot of money over there.
Right.
So maybe we should put these games over there. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But again, it's like you were saying, Colin, this talking in circles, that I get it. He has to be vague to some degree, but I don't know.
I just, well, Chris, let's go to you. What do you think about all of this?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the games are. I think it's a pretty solid bet that those are the games, and I think those games make sense. I'm a little disappointed. I really was hoping that MCC would be that, because I think that'd just be like really cool. And also, I really feel like it's just reached its. I don't know what other value you could extract out of the Master Chief Collection personally on the platforms that it's available on. Like, why not? But yeah, I don't know. I think my main question going into it was, what is the state? What is the expectation of hardware? And they pretty much assuaged those concerns, I think. So like, I don't really, it kind of struck me as like, yeah, it's exactly what we thought, where it's not really as nuclear as a lot of people thought it was, but it is also still, we are left with, of course I'm getting fucking texts. It is still, there are still so many questions left unanswered. And I don't know.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Still questions.
Yeah, I think in some sense, there were answers. It's funny. I read, instead of listening to it, I read the transcript on YouTube, and I would listen when something interesting happened. I'd click in and listen to like the inflection or whatever of what he was saying. But I wanted to just read the text, and I tried not to read what anyone else was saying too, to kind of get a feel for this. So I'm curious after this to see what other people are thinking. But after we record this, but I wrote down a bunch of quotes, mostly from Phil Spencer, that I think speak pretty loudly. And here's one thing he says. There are quite a few I want to read. He says, quote, "We made the decision that we're going to take 4 games to other console, just 4 games, not a change to our kind of fundamental exclusive strategy." So this is something I said last week where I'm like, I think people are overreading this Xbox exclusive thing. Yeah. We're making these decisions for some specific reasons. We make every decision really with the long-term health of Xbox in mind. And long-term health of Xbox means a growing platform, our games performing, building the best platform for creators, reaching as many players as we can. We're always looking to learn as a leadership team and to grow. And we think this is an interesting point in time for us to use what some of the other platforms have right now to help us grow our franchises. So we're going to do that. So that's one thing he says. Mm-hmm. And then he says, and this is leading in from another thing. He says, quote, he says, what's important, that we're running a growing platform that is reaching more players, that our games are having as much success as possible. And I do have a fundamental belief that over the next 5 to 10 years, exclusive games that are exclusive to one piece of hardware, are going to be smaller and smaller parts of the industry. And that's not some great insight, because if you look at the last 10 years and what the biggest games are today, it's a natural place. Whether it's one console and a PC, multiple consoles, mobile and console and PC, you see big games landing on multiple platforms, and we want to be a great platform for creators and that are trying to realize that potential, end quote. So that's another thing he said. And then this I thought was pretty interesting too. Quote, "We've looked at games that are over a year old. So they've been on Xbox and PC for a while. A couple of games that are community-driven games, new games, kind of first iterations of a franchise that have reached their full potential, let's say on Xbox and PC. There's always growth, franchises that we obviously want to continue to invest in. Part of having the ability to continue to invest in that is the businesses behind those franchises continue, ellipsis. And as they've realized their full potential on Xbox and PC, we see an opportunity to utilize the other platforms as a place to just drive more business value out of those games, allowing us to invest in maybe future iterations, sequels, or just other games like that in our portfolio. And when we don't damage Xbox and we grow our business using what other platforms have to help us with that, we're going to do that. And that's really the story behind these 4 games. And the last thing I'll say looking forward is, I think there's an interesting story for us introducing Xbox franchises to players on other platforms to get them more interested in Xbox. We think there's a good brand value for Xbox there. So 4 games, no promise beyond that. So if you're on those platforms and you see these 4 games coming, please don't take it as some signal that everything's coming. It's not, and we're going to learn, end quote. Matt Booty said about the core principles of Xbox Studios, quote, "First, that all of our games will be on the Xbox platform. Second, all of our games will go into Game Pass on day one." This seemed obvious to me. I kept saying, like, if they got away from the day one Game Pass thing, that would be the end of Game Pass. So there was no way they were walking away from that. And third, we know that Game Pass will only be available on Xbox. So that's a starting point for us. As Phil mentioned, there are games today that you can play that can only be found on Xbox. And at the same time, we want to bring more of our games to more players. So we're going to continue to look at that. End quote. this is what I'm talking about like reading between the lines. I mean, this is what it says, right? It indicates to me like this is clearly the beginning of more games to come. And the final thing I wanted to read, and this is also from Phil Spencer, no Sarah Bond quotes, mostly because she talks about hardware, and I'll leave that to the Dukes because I don't really give a shit. Quote, and he says, as you said, he's talking to the interviewer, who, by the way, used to be the editor-in-chief of IGN. That's not weird. We have shipped games on other platforms. In fact, realistically, if you look with the addition of Activision, Blizzard, and ZeniMax, we're one of the largest game publishers on PlayStation. We're one of the largest publishers on the Nintendo Switch, especially when you put Minecraft into the equation as well. And now we're one of the largest publishers on mobile platforms as well. And that's not something that we want to back away from. We want to continue to be building great games that millions and millions of people can love, and that they can play those games where they want to play. But we do understand the business success of Xbox has to have. Us as leaders in this business, the system today, the system that all companies that we play video games from is a world you've got to be growing your business. Growth in our Xbox business is critical to the long-term health of Xbox. Many people know I've been on Xbox for over 20 years, and I want to make sure Xbox is in the best position for the next 20 years. That means healthy player community, healthy creator community, and healthy business. So when we look at opportunities to allow more people to play, more people to engage, more people to buy, more people to subscribe, it's all about putting Xbox in the best position. And our hardware is a critical component of that. The absolute best experience somebody has on Xbox is hardware that our team builds and that people play on. This is the key. But that's not going to be everybody. We fully accepted that we're going to have Xbox players across all kinds of devices. End quote. If people can read into whatever they want, I mean, that's pretty clear to me where this is going. And while it starts with these 4 games and while they'll learn with them, even like you said in the Verge interview, they refuse to say Starfield and Indiana Jones won't be coming to PlayStation 5. And I think it's fairly safe to assume that they eventually will. I do want to say that it feels to me like they want to have their cake and eat it too. And they can't. People are going to make assumptions about your games now. And I'm going to be one of them. Like, I'm going to wonder now everything you announce. I mean, I wonder if that's going to come to PlayStation 5. I wonder if this is going to come to PlayStation 5. I wonder if this is going to come to PlayStation 5. It's just going to be the way it is. And they've kind of created that reality for themselves. But at 22 million units sold for Xbox Series by the end of last year, they kind of it's imperative for them to get moving on this. So I don't know if you guys read it the same way, but I read it as fairly definitive. I mean, it's the beginning. And as long as these games sell, and I think that the situation they've put themselves in is these games are probably all going to be minor successes on PlayStation and Switch comparably because they're older, maybe with the exception of Sea of Thieves, which is still robust. But they've put themselves in a position where they're not going to feel threatened by the sales or the Xbox kind of fever that goes for PlayStation getting people to come over. So they're going to feel like it's pretty safe to continue to bring things over. I mean, do you guys agree with me on this, or do you think that it's just these 4 games? It might be these 4 games this year, but I think that Phil Spencer is just too cagey. And I get it, because the answer is not what people want to hear. But if things were definitive, they would say it. Otherwise, the door's open, and so I'm just going to make assumptions about it. And this is so like Indiana Jones. I'll play it when it comes to PlayStation 5. I still feel that way. How do you guys feel about this?
Yeah, I think that, like I said, it comes down to they're like, this is a learning experience. And it's just these 4 games for now. But I think if you look at the 4 games, so 2 of them are the unique, smaller experiences that they say have lived up their full potential. And the other 2 are games that are live service-esque, right? With Sea of Thieves and Grounded. But and they also talked about how making people more interested in Xbox. So it's like, yeah, I think Halo Master Chief Collection fits into that box perfectly. Halo Infinite even to some degree. But I think that the frustrating thing too that I thought of that Verge article is like, man, and maybe I missed it, so I'm gonna have to look in a second, but perfect opportunity to ask about Blade. I don't believe that it was touched on.
Yeah, I mean, it just feeds the narrative that things are going to become multi-platform. Like, I personally don't think they really did themselves any favors today with how they presented this stuff. It just creates endless speculation about the inevitability of their games continuing to migrate over. because there's this interesting thing in that Verge piece that you mentioned, Dustin, where they ask about the quote that we've bandied around before from the FTC Microsoft case, where he says that PlayStation uses 30% of the revenue of the games they put on their platform to undercut them, basically. And he asks, like, why would you cooperate with them if that's how you feel? And Phil said, quote, maybe this is why we're doing 4 with a laugh. And he laughs while he says it. I'm going to learn about our partnership with other platforms. I'm going to learn about what happens with our players. I think it will benefit the games that we're putting there, and that's a good thing for us. And if we can use other platforms that have gamers, and maybe some of those gamers don't want to play it on PC and don't want to play on Xbox, and that can help grow our business, I think that's great. If the net result is that other things are punitive to the Xbox platform and try to limit our growth, then we'll have to think more carefully about how we support those other platforms, end quote. So again, he's speaking as if this is the beginning. Like, I don't know how people can possibly read it any other way, but this is just the beginning. I'll be curious to see how the games do. I highly encourage people to play to buy them if you want to see more on PlayStation. I'm going to buy Hi-Fi and Pentiment for sure. I don't think I'll play either of them anytime soon, but when they come, I'll buy them for sure. Yeah. Chris, how do you feel about things as we close out? Do you feel like, well, what do you think? Where do you think we go from here? Are you of the similar mind that we can assume that more will come?
Yeah, I think so. I think the nature of what they were talking about was like games that have expounded, games that have reached their full potential on Xbox and PC, and that's I kind of look at it in a similar way of God of War coming to PC, where it's like, well, we got all we can out of God of War on PlayStation. Let's put it on PC, and eventually that's just going to happen with every game over time, right? You'd have to imagine that at some point you're going to be like, well, we've maxed out on this, so let's just bring it to PlayStation. And a key thing they said specifically, although it is open to interpretation and it's up to each individual to assume what this even means, was they says if it doesn't damage Xbox, that they said that specifically, if it doesn't damage Xbox, they'll bring it. And I do wonder like what that means, because I do think Halo Infinite going technically would damage Xbox, but I don't think Halo the Master Chief Collection would. So like I don't know exactly what. I don't know what that means, really. Like, I think Starfield probably would. I think Indiana Jones is kind of an open question because that's a Bethesda game, and like, what is, well, I mean, Starfield is too, but I feel like there's less weight necessarily on Indiana Jones as far as like an Xbox priority, at least in the zeitgeist. I'm feeling like Starfield really was that big, Xbox, and Indiana Jones just feels like, that's just another big game. So I don't know what they mean by that. I don't know what the internal metric they're using to quantify what is damaging or what isn't damaging. I do think on the subjective level, Sea of Thieves, Pentiment, Hi-Fi Rush, and Grounded are like it isn't damaging for those games to go over, but like, I don't know. It just feels like very interpretive. I do think ultimately this is the beginning of something. I do think it's the beginning of a lot of games coming over that we wouldn't necessarily expect. I would imagine a lot of legacy titles. I do think I would be fucking staggered if Master Chief Collection doesn't come to PlayStation at some point, because that to me is the that would be the first one I would choose, quite frankly. Like before Sea of Thieves, before Pentiment, before any of this, it's like, why would you not put these classic fucking historically important games that are objectively just very good on another platform if your main goal is indeed to or if one of the side goals that you've addressed here is to find value in showing other players on other platforms what Xbox has to offer. Like that would be an obvious one, more so than Sea of Thieves and Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush and Grounded. No offense to those games. Sea of Thieves is great. Pentiment is great too. Hi-Fi Rush is fucking great, but these are very, very different games, and I don't know. I do think he's onto something in the sense that I do think we are headed towards a future where this is going to be less important, and maybe he's saying that this is again goes into our conversation about Xbox and the previous thing that we had. It's like maybe they're saying this too early, because I do think it's true that a lot of games are going to end up everywhere at some point. But like, maybe this is another example of Microsoft being a little bit too ahead of things for their own good, or maybe being put in a position where they have to answer questions that they didn't necessarily intend on answering until they felt like it was a little bit more digestible. It's a strange time, but I do think these are not the last games. Like unquestionably, like there will be more. And I think Halo the Master Chief Collection will be one of those.
This is just something that we touched on earlier, but I wanted to ask what you thought, Colin, is Matt Booty saying Xbox Game Pass will remain only on Xbox, because that was something we had talked about quite a bit in the past, is particularly on the Duke episode when we were kind of speculating about all the different things that could happen. Is that it sounds like Game Pass, the idea of it eventually or trying to make some version of that on PlayStation is not it clearly. He made it clear as one of the core things that it's like Game Pass only on Xbox.
Well, I think I caught that, and I thought that was interesting specifically because that's new. Because otherwise you would have to assume that they were lying when they said that it's basically Sony that's stopping them from putting Game Pass on PlayStation, not them, which I think they say during depositions in the FTC, or maybe even during the trial itself, where they basically say that in so many words, that they would put Game Pass everywhere if they could. So that's new. And I think that that's new PR for them to kind of be like, that's not going to happen. Now, I think that's foolish. I personally think that would be complete capitulation. And if I were Sony, I would totally allow that to be. But they don't want that to be. Nintendo obviously doesn't want that to be. I do think you're right, though, Chris, too, in saying that they're too early. But it seems like wish casting to me. Like, in 5 to 10 years, exclusives, it's like first of all, what you're telling me is that you won't have exclusives in 5 to 10 years. So that you're letting that kind of out of the bag. But you really think Nintendo's going to let Mario go on PlayStation? Do they really think that that's going to be a thing that happens? Like, that's not going to happen. I mean, maybe in the mid to long term, you're talking about the 2040s or something, like as the things begin to unify, where you can imagine a situation like that. Like, Microsoft might be willing to let go of their exclusives, but I guarantee you Sony's not going to let go of their exclusives. And I really guarantee you that Nintendo's not letting go of their exclusives.
Yeah.
So I would bet it not only seems a little ahead of itself, it seems like it's wishful thinking.
I do. I don't know. I think it's wishful thinking, but it is also, I don't know. I wouldn't imagine this happening any sooner than 15 years. You know what I mean? It's so early for them to, I think, bow out in this unique way. I don't know. It's strange.
And if I come off as, because I know some people think like, oh, you're such an Xbox hater. People can think that. That's fine. I don't really care. But you have to understand that I'm not angry or angsty about the games or the hardware. I'm angsty about how bad their messaging and PR is consistently. Yeah. You can think whatever you want about the games and the hard, like whatever. I don't care. But these motherfuckers have no idea how to talk. And even this prepared thing is not what was needed. This is a classic, could have been an email situation. Like, if you're going to say so little, you've opened up all of these new cans of worms. I don't understand why they find it just, again, reiterates and reinforces the principles that Nintendo and Sony have been recently conducting themselves under, which is like, we just don't say anything. Like, why even bother? And I understand that Microsoft is the imperative is for them to say things because they're losing this in these various situations in quotes. But it just, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people feel different. I feel like their messaging is so haphazard and strange. Like, I would argue that Matt Booty and Phil Spencer contradict each other in that podcast. And I would also argue that this idea that they won't say anything will ever be exclusive as this notion of the inevitability of all games skips the fact that between now and then and now and then in the future is all this geography that they have to traverse. They're making the choice. And it seems like the PR internally is like, let's project it as everyone's problem. Like, this is going to happen to everybody. And it's like, yeah, it's going to happen to everyone. Like, everyone's going to have a fucking chip in their head in 50 years. But we're not there yet. There's all this geography in between now and then. And that's the thing that I think frustrates me about them. It's not the hardware. It's not, certainly portions of their hardcore fan base are the most obnoxious thing in the world. But so too are portions of many other fan bases, including PlayStation. So I don't really hold that against them. It's about nothing but their poor messaging.
Yeah.
And it's just consistent. They say so much and it never comes out to a fucking hill of beans, basically, at the end of the day. It's strange. They give contradictory interviews. They say one thing and then the other. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. Like I say, they want their cake and eat it too. They want to tell people not to worry about Xbox eroding as a platform, but we're going to bring games to other platforms. And then we're going to somehow find the calculus about how that all works. if people reading this and be like everything's great and there's going to be this is the end, I have a fucking bridge to sell you. Straight up. So it's just frustrating. I can understand Xbox fans. If I were an Xbox fan, I would be looking at this and I'd be even more concerned now than I was. Because in some way you have this confidence that they're going to continue with hardware and that the ecosystem's never going anywhere. But I never thought that would happen anyway. But you have this other side where they're playing around now with games. And I think the Halo thing seems so obvious, but I also feel like it is such a PR loss that they are probably wary of that about Halo
right,
being on PlayStation with PlayStation button prompts in screenshots and all the, I don't know, man. I think that means more than we might think to the optics. Right. And
yeah,
I'm of the mind that Sony should, we said it earlier in case people didn't listen or they're jumping around. Helldivers 2 proves that Sony should pursue a multi-platform strategy. Like I believe that, especially with their games as a service, specifically with PC. So if that's good for PlayStation, then that's definitely going to be good for Xbox because they have so many fewer captive subscribers. Users. I will say that they claim 34 million fully paid Game Pass subscribers, which seems soft to me. I don't know how you guys feel about that. That's only 9 million more in 2 years, but
yeah,
they're making it work, I guess. I don't know. If you look at the graphics that they released that leaked during the FTC trial, you'll see that they're way behind their internal metric, like their internal barometer. So I wonder how they feel about that. But I was surprised they set a number.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that they're fully paid, because I would have been speculating till the fucking cows came home. Phil. But am I being too hard on them, Dustin? I mean, am I too harsh on the executives there? They just. This is just so, I don't know. It's so interesting to me. It's fascinating. It's totally fascinating.
One of the things that I think would frustrate me if I was a Xbox only gamer is that they come out with this news that, you know, might be bad depending on your viewpoint, maybe not. But you know, you mentioned we're going to leave the real nitty-gritty of the new Xbox, but why is it they always have to come out and say, but just you wait. We have the largest technical leap you have ever seen between generations. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Why do you always do that? Just wait a little longer. And you wait. It's coming. It's like, just focus on the here and now. That's one of the strangest aspects of this whole thing to me is that they felt the need to tease next gen.
Console, yeah. It reminds me of when Todd Howard was like Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah. At the Starfield reveal,
yeah.
Don't
worry, please.
But I think that I'm guessing the strategy behind that is that I mentioned earlier that they're always like investment, the investment in your library. Saying you have a next gen console in development, okay. To promise and say it's the largest technical leap you have ever seen, it's like just
you're getting
hold
into
your horses.
Series
X was branded as the most powerful console.
I mean, I don't know. You know me. I'm a fucking total Luddite, but we're never going to see jumps like we used to see. I don't even understand like how you can possibly even say that. Like the jump from. And I'm not saying like on a technical level or like your different Moore's law fucking, you know, algorithms and formulas and all that kind of shit. I'm just saying like when we jumped from NES and SNES to N64 and PS1, that's never going to happen again. That was insane. Yeah. And I just can't imagine that you're going to blow the doors off PS5 and Xbox Series X to the degree where it's going to be the biggest jump ever. I highly fucking doubt that. Highly doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're never gonna, it doesn't matter about the power in the box. Like it's about the perception of the power in the box.
Exactly. Yeah. Like maybe on a pure numbers level, they might be completely right. But like it as far as like the average consumer is going to like how that person is going to perceive that change, it's like very, very minute. I still feel like, quite frankly, like the three, even like a really good looking PS3 and 360 games to now, it's like, yeah, the games look better now, but I don't know if they necessarily look any more. I don't know if they necessarily on a wider level look any more beautiful. And I know that's like a very subjective thing inherently, but I play some 360 games back compat on Xbox Series X or whatever, and I still think it's like this looks really good. Like I was playing Gears 3 like out of just sheer curiosity like recently, and I'm just like, this holds up fucking astonishingly well. And so yeah, I don't know, that leap is, the claim of that leap is a little bit strange, but I do think it was, I don't know, on some level I do think it's important for them to do something like that or say something like that with specifically just to convey the idea that we're not bowing out in this nuclear way that has been prophesized online. Like this isn't like we're going away. I do think it is the beginning of them. I don't know if divesting is necessarily the right word, but I do think it's the beginning of them kind of stepping. I don't know if there's going to be one after this. And you have to ask the question too. It's like, I don't think they did a good job of assuaging these fears. Okay, so you are making a next gen hardware, and you know you're dedicated to that, and you're dedicated to growing the Xbox ecosystem. That's cool. But with these 4 games coming to PlayStation, and obviously more to come, even if it's not that much more, even if it's like a handful, why would I choose that machine over the PlayStation if I'm going to get games that only come to PlayStation and these games at some point later on? They didn't. I don't know if they really did enough to address that, which I think was the core problem with a lot of these rumors, where it's like, what's the point of having an Xbox if these games are going to come to PC or PlayStation anyway? I don't know. They didn't answer that at all, really, in my opinion.
There's an interview, by the way. There's a few postscripts I want to put in here. Sorry to be looking at this, but this is very interesting. Video Games Chronicle reports from GameFile, which is Stephen Tottilo's newsletter, but it's paywalled. I'm not a subscriber, but they have an interesting thing here where they asked Stephen Totilo asked him about, what about the other way around? What about PlayStation and Nintendo bringing games to Xbox? I thought this was really interesting. He says, quote, "This is not for me like some kind of bartering system. We're doing it for the betterment of Xbox's business. I will say, when I look at a game like Helldivers 2, and it's a great game, kudos to the team shipping on PC and PlayStation, I'm not exactly sure who it helps in the industry by it not being on Xbox. If you try to twist yourself to say like somehow that benefited somebody somewhere, but I get it. There's a legacy in console gaming that we're going to benefit by shipping games and not putting them other places. We do the same thing." End quote. What do you think of that? That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, you know? I mean, I think you could make the same argument with Halo Infinite, though. You know, as far as like a live service game, it was like it is definitely not benefiting Xbox to have Halo Infinite limited in the capacity that it is.
You didn't you say earlier you thought Infinite should stay, but that Master Chief?
Well, I do think like they could. There's an argument to be made that could be damaging to the Xbox brand.
I see. Okay,
yeah, but like as far as like the game, as far as benefiting the game, you know what I mean? I do think that is. Yeah, I mean that is a valid argument. Helldivers 2 is not nearly as associated with PlayStation as an icon as Halo is, but you know these are live service games that live and die by their population count. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think this is disingenuousness to what he's saying, though. He's like, if you try to twist yourself to say like somehow this benefited somebody somewhere, it benefits the ecosystems that don't give you the games because they have people come to them instead, and then they spend their money otherwise. This is like this is as if a console existed to play one game and then you were done. Like it's just a weird mentality. Like it doesn't seem genuine. Like you're not, because he says we do the same thing. It's like so what are you even talking about? Then you understand. Well, it doesn't make any sense. Like I don't know why people let him just speak over and over and over again and never push back and ask like a probing. For God's sake, can someone ask this man a fucking probing question, please?
Yeah, even just like, well, you just said you do it yourself, so you do understand why this happens. You must understand, because if you didn't understand, you wouldn't do it. Or
yeah, he's like, there's a legacy in console gaming. It's like, yeah, dude,
right. And I think they are trying to shatter that legacy. I think it is in their, and to be fair, it is in their best interest, I think, to kind of carry on that messaging. I do think it is a form of like social conditioning in that way. But I don't know. We'll see how this shapes up.
So, a couple of interesting notes, I thought, postscripts, not even that, including that, because there's a few other things I wanted to ask you guys and say. Some high-end industry analysts are suggesting that 34 million Game Pass subscribers includes the old Xbox Gold people. I don't think that that's true, though. because they specifically say Diablo 4 will be available to everyone, which indicates that it's a Game Pass game. They don't really do the games with gold thing anymore. So I think that that's a but I'm just throwing it out there in case that ends up being true, because we kind of spoke about it as if that is true. But I think that is true, that it's 34 million Game Pass subscribers at the full level on PC and Xbox. The other thing I wanted to say about Game Pass subscribers is that I went and looked this up. The leaked slide that was showing their Xbox subscriber and to, like their pathway towards success with Game Pass shows them at least 10 to 15 million behind maybe where they need to be in terms of their own numbers on the graph. It's kind of hard to tell where they are on the graph because it's, it's not numbered completely in the inter-year periods, but so they seem to be a little soft there, which is why I'm surprised that they said their number, but that's good. It's good to get that monkey off your back and say it, because it's been over 2 years since they said Game Pass numbers. We still don't know console numbers, but again, based on Take-Two's numbers, which we're going to talk about in a little while in regards to Sony, we're looking at about 22.2 million Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S consoles sold through the end of last year. So a decent sized business. So I wanted to just kind of tack those things on as a postscript, just in case anyone's curious. And then finally, I wanted to ask you guys, as far as these 4 games are concerned. First of all, I want to do a PlayStation Plus where we kind of analyze, maybe even have the Dukes on, where we analyze like what games make sense to go to PlayStation. Where do we think this is going to go? Because it did destroy my theory of concentric circles, which I thought was a pretty good theory, but it didn't end up being right, which was the closer the studio is to Xbox Game Studios, the more unlikely it will be that the games come exclusive. But a game like Pentiment coming from Obsidian indicates that that's not the case. Because Obsidian's in Xbox Game Studios as opposed to ZeniMax or Activision. So that doesn't quite work. But I wanted to ask you guys, will you buy any of these 4 games for PlayStation? Because you're more multi-platform than me, so you already have access to them. But I'm just curious if you have any interest in playing them on PlayStation or just seeing what it's all about. Or maybe even just, and I don't mean to overstate this, but just the uniqueness of the situation. Like, this has never happened before. Like, it would in some way be even less unique if Sony released Helldivers over there, because you start up MLB The Show and you already get the PlayStation logo anyway. So I don't know. Maybe you can say that about Mojang and Minecraft and all that. And I don't know. Maybe I'm overstating it. But what do you think, Dustin? Are you going to buy any of these 4 games?
These 4, no. In particular, like something like Sea of Thieves is something I'd want to play on PC, just because that's where I play multiplayer games. I think in terms of the speculative about other games that could come, Master Chief Collection, I think just for the ease of, I'm usually, when I'm at my couch, I'm playing on either PlayStation or Switch. I have my Xbox hooked up there. I don't have Game Pass currently, but if they have Master Chief Collection and I have it installed on my hard drive, it's like, hey, you want to boot up for a couple rounds of Halo 2? That sounds awesome. So, and that's the type of game that, even though I like to play multiplayer on PC primarily, there's a legacy there for me playing those games on a couch with controller. So that's where I like to play it. So Master Chief Collection would be the game that I would buy currently. But even stuff like Starfield, it's like, nah, I'm good. But so yeah, these 4, they don't do much for me personally.
Yeah, Starfield for me too. Like I know that would be a big one for a lot of people, but I just have no interest in that game. I just can't bring myself to get immersed in that game. It just looks really boring, to be perfectly honest with you. But what I would want to do first is give Elder Scrolls 6 or 5 a go. And if I liked that, then maybe I would get into Starfield. But yeah, that might not ever even come over. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it did, in some sense. Okay, so we have that answer from you, Chris. Are you interested in trying any of these games out just out of curiosity's sake? Or again, you're very agnostic, so you already can just do whatever you want anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. If the collection were to come, I would definitely, because the allure of trying to platinum that, as daunting as that would be, would definitely be there, because that is something that I specifically dedicate to games that are, very, very important to me. And so to be able to do that for a collection like that would be really dope. But I don't know. I don't know if I already have all of these. I don't have Pentiment, to be fair. But that's not really a game I have interest in playing anyway. It's very, very specific, and it's for like a specific type of audience member that is just very, very, very much not me. But if the collection's over, yeah, absolutely. And you can tell, and I can tell you straight up, if a Gears collection came, oh,
That Gears collection doesn't even exist, though, right?
I know it's crazy to me that it doesn't, though. Like it is baffling. It is fucking befuddling that doesn't exist. I really can't. I can't fathom it.
Well, I agree. That would be fun. For me, I said it earlier, but just to reiterate, it's like I'm going to buy Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment, but I think they're just going to go on the backlog, and who knows from there what happens. Just because
I think you'd like Hi-Fi. I think Hi-Fi is great.
I think I would too. Some people think I would like Pentiment. I think it comes off. I've watched a lot of gameplay of it, and I like the setting. It's cool, but it's a little adventurous, where I'm like, I'm not really here to fucking use my noggin, if you understand.
Yeah.
So maybe I'd play it with a walkthrough or something, but just I'm being totally earnest when I say, like, I want to show them, like, when those games start to drop, I'm going to tell people on the show, you should go buy it. Like, if you're interested in this game, if you have a cursory interest in it, go buy it. Go buy it. Like, the better they do, the more likely it is that their catalog is going to come in greater number to the PlayStation community. And why wouldn't we want that? I mean, that sounds great to me. And if they want to go both ways and PlayStation wants to give them games back, it's fine with me too. I don't really give a shit, but I personally don't think it makes any sense. And this goes back into from a corporate standpoint. And this goes back into what Phil Spencer was saying, where he's like, well, you understand why they're not doing it, Phil. Come on. Otherwise, you guys would just be explicitly third party. So can someone hold these guys accountable, please? Like, I'm never going to have access to them to interview them. And I understand that people like me don't get to interview these guys anymore. And why would I interview Phil Spencer anyway? He's on Xbox. If we had that opportunity, I would ensure that the Dukes had access to him, not me. But can someone ask a probing follow-up question like a journalist might? Like, even just one probing follow-up question would be awesome. You can blow this whole thing open by asking those questions. These guys are media trained. That's why you have to hit them at different angles. It's almost like I read some of these interviews. I don't think it's the case with Steven Totilo, by the way, but I read some of these interviews and I'm like, that must have been the easiest fucking thing that ever could have happened to him. You would think you want to, like a fucking cowboy shooting at your feet or something. Like, you'd think you want to keep him on his toes and like throw him off and ask him some weird shit. And that's why Steven Totilo asking about the games going the other direction, I think that's a great question. Please, someone fucking be a journalist. Thank you for writing it. All right. Let's get into the news. This next news is so long, I color coded it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to read it all at once, but this is a way for us to go back and probe through it again because Sony's financials are out. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in here. I guess the long and the short of it is it's both good and it's bad. And indeed, I think Sony's Tokyo traded stock is down fairly substantially since this report came out. Number one. Actually, this will be number two, I guess, at this point. Sony Corporation, PlayStation's parent company, released its quarterly financial results. And as we do every few months, we'll go through them in detail now so that we can garner a better picture as to what's happening with the wider Sony family, as well as the PlayStation brand, its biggest money driver by far. For the unfamiliar, Sony splits its business into 6 core parts, with a 7th silo, a vacuum for anything that doesn't fit into the other categories. As such, PlayStation's silo is called Games and Network Services, and not surprisingly, it showed substantial year-on-year growth in revenue. But there are some important caveats to discuss. Indeed, Sony has readjusted its forecast moving forward, noting that as they are currently in their 4th fiscal quarter through the end of March, they will not hit 25 million PS5 sold for that year. And they're fairly explicit that they've almost certainly experienced PlayStation 5's high watermark, as well as as far as annual sales are concerned, though console sales should be brisk for years to come. Sony's 16% year-over-year growth in gaming revenue comes on the back of huge third-party sales, as well as big exclusives like Spider-Man 2, which has already surpassed 10 million units sold. But it's also, by the way, that's why exclusives exist, Phil. But it's also important to note that as a Japanese company that conducts business primarily in yen, they're also currently experiencing positive foreign exchange rates that buttress their money made. And though PS5 will fail to meet its sales goals for the fiscal year, it's still murdering on the market, having sold 54.8 million units through the holiday season, meaning it's likely a couple of million units behind right now. That also has it outselling its primary competition in Xbox Series X and S significantly. Just last week, major publisher Take-Two, the creators of Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead, NBA 2K, and more, noted in its own financial report for the quarter that current-gen consoles sit at 77 million units combined through the end of 2023. If PS5 accounts for 54.8 million of them, that leaves the Xbox Series consoles in a distant second at around 22.2 million units sold. Sony sold 8.2 million consoles during the holiday quarter. Software is also vastly improving, with the holiday quarter the strongest quarter of cumulative game sales on PlayStation 5 since launch. 89.7 million games were sold on PS5 and PS4 for the quarter, higher than last quarter's 86.5 million sold, though first-party game sales were softer this year than last, with 16.2 million PlayStation published games selling compared to 20.8 million in 2022. The digital sales ratio continues to sit at 2 and 3, meaning 1 in 3 games sold on PlayStation hardware is physical. A big number worth noting is PlayStation Network's monthly active user account. As PS5 continues to permeate the community, that number has spiked to 123 million monthly active users, average throughout the last quarter's 3 months. This is 11 million higher than last year at the same time, and the highest volume PSN has ever experienced. PS Plus numbers are no longer shared, but are acknowledged to have decreased. An important data point to note is that though Sony's wider revenue has gone up, operating income, a fancy way of saying profit, has diminished. Company-wide revenue is up 20%, but operating income is down 15%, though very much in the black. The same is true for the PlayStation brand, with the business showing to-date fiscal profit of $1.2 billion, down 12% year over year, as its revenue has spiked 23% to $21.2 billion. In other words, Sony needs to extract much more profit, and it confirmed as much in its financial call accompanying this fiscal report as relayed by website Seeking Alpha. Quick note, Seeking Alpha is a really great website. If you guys want to get into financial notes, like you can read the transcripts of foreign calls that are translated, which really, you have to kind of spoof, you have to have a subscription if you use it too much, so you kind of just spoof around, if you don't want to pay for it. While noting that it's shifting around numbers on the balance sheet to wash out the failure to reach 25 million PS5 sold, Sony's finance GM, Sadahiko Hayakawa, said the following, quote, regarding PS5 hardware, which will enter its 5th year since launch, and partially due to its entering the latter half of the console cycle, we aim to optimize sales with a greater emphasis on balance with profits. So we anticipate a gradual decline in unit sales from next fiscal year onward. We expect third-party software sales to continue to expand gradually due to the expansion of the PS5 install base and the high level of user engagement, end quote. After noting that they expect PS Plus users to remain relatively flat, as the recent price increase of the service may account for some loss of subs, he delivers some bad news, at least depending on how you interpret it. Quote, regarding first-party software, we aim to continue to focus on producing high-quality works and developing live service games. But while major projects are currently under development, we do not plan to release any new major existing franchise titles next fiscal year, like God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2, end quote. Some have taken this to mean that they'll release no new AAA games at all or no new published games, but that's clearly not what he said. What was said is that there will be nothing released built upon existing franchises and nothing that can anticipate selling to the degree games like that do. Later in the Q&A segment, Sony executives conduct with media and high-level stockholders. Sony COO and CFO, and soon to be the acting CEO of the PlayStation brand, Hiroki Totogi, Literature Club, had some further interesting things to say, including that Sony is having a hard time further reducing the cost to manufacture PlayStation 5, and that they don't want to rely on just cutting the price to engage players at the sake of profit, and emphasizes engagement as their driving metric, stating that the PlayStation Portal was one such quote-unquote experiment to achieve higher engagement. So we were right about that the Portal was an experiment. Also interesting to note that, and this is very technical, but he's basically saying when he's talking about the PS5 becoming cheaper, that they're having a harder and harder time decreasing the nanometer, I guess, of thickness of the chips or whatever. Like there's nowhere to go basically from this point onward. Yeah. So like they were able to kind of predictably reduce costs as technology became greater, but now they've kind of reached a plateau where that's not possible for their console anymore. When later asked what he's been seeing within the company lately, particularly at PlayStation, Totoki says the following, confirming that he's been talking to everyone, visiting studios and seeing what's happening on the ground. Now, for me, this is the most interesting part. Quote, everyone is really working hard to fulfill their responsibilities, to try to optimize the business. And I understand that. But overall growth and sustainable profitability are increasing our margin. How will that translate to our goals? I don't think people understand that deeply. I think this is a problem of the organization. So as far as I'm concerned, I try to understand what is happening at the company, in the industry, and also with the perspective of analysts, and try to explain in a transparent manner so that people can recognize and notice these issues, so that we can have a harmonized approach going forward. Ellipsis. There are concrete points that I will not go into today. Now, about visiting the studios about Bungie. I've had meetings with the leaders there, the studios. People who work in the studios have very high motivation. They're very highly motivated. They're very good people, and they're very creative people. They have great creative minds, and they also have knowledge about live service. However, having said that, when it comes to the business itself, I think there is room for improvement. And that's got to do with how to use the money, or about the schedule of development, or how to fulfill one's accountability towards development, etc. Those are my frank impressions, end quote. To this point, while Hayakawa earlier states that, quote, acquisition-related costs will ease next fiscal year, end quote, Totoki later notes that they're still eyes wide open about future investments outside of their walls. One thing that seems certain is that in order to spread the field, Sony will be looking to release more of its games on PC, and more quickly, perhaps coinciding with day-and-date launches, not unlike what we've witnessed to great effect with Helldivers 2. Totoki explained in part, quote, another potential driver of revenue is first-party title generation, because in the past, as you all well know, we wanted to popularize our console. And the purpose of first-party titles was to make the console and the hardware popular, right? But there is synergy to it. So if we have strong first-party content, not only with our console, but with other platforms like computers, our first party can grow with multiple platforms and can help operating profit to improve. I personally think there are opportunities out there for improvement of our margins, end quote. The only remaining piece of information people might find interesting is this, that Sony fully admits that COVID interrupted its business so severely that it doesn't believe it can learn anything concretely about how its consoles will ebb and flow. In other words, COVID destroyed the reliability of the data at the end of the PS4 era and completely corrupted it for the first couple of years of PS5. A fascinating admittance. They basically say at one point, like, we don't really know. Like, the data is so fucked that we don't really know how to read it about trajectories of console gaming, which is a fascinating thing. You guys can go read about this. So that's a lot. I know. Here's my takeaway. I'll start pitching you guys some things, and Dustin, we can go to you first, is Hiroki Totoki is not fucking around whatsoever. It's important to note that their margin is pretty low. They only made, again, $21.2 billion in revenue year to date in the fiscal year, $1.2 billion in profit. This is exactly what I've been talking about, right? Like, they are running major revenue, but they are making less and less profit. And it's becoming urgent. And you can see that with the way he's talking. He talks shit about the PlayStation studios here. He made sure to say, like, they're very highly motivated. They're very smart, but they don't know fucking shit about money, about how to manage their time. And he even calls them out and says they're not accountable. Pretty interesting shit. I'm surprised it wasn't being circulated more. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, we've talked about how AAA game development overall is just expanding and becoming more and more expensive. Games are taking longer and longer to develop. And so it's interesting to hear that, in that we are coming off of the Jim Ryan era. And we always talked about him being the bean counter, the money guy, the $10 upgrade guy, the bean counter, right?
Yeah.
But hearing now, it sounds like Jim Ryan was kind of tame on some of this stuff. So the biggest question that I have is when he talks about some of these things about room for improvement and accountability, how does that affect us and the games that we're getting? Does this mean that they're going to try to crack down on developers for taking too long, spending too much money? Is there going to be certainly a shift that, they mentioned Bungie as well, as far as like, okay, well, how are we going to handle these live service games and the money coming in for those? Are we going to see more nickel and diming from Sony? That's my biggest thing. It's like, okay, well, a lot of these issues he's pointing out, but what is the process look like in order to raise that revenue? And the main thing that you point out here is this idea of utilizing other platforms, specifically being PC. And right now we're coming off of Helldivers 2, of course, as mentioned in your write-up, being the biggest concurrent launch in PlayStation's history with over 100K. And I'm sure they're paying attention to that.
Well, it's more than 200K now, and more than 100K over their previous record.
Oh, okay. So quite a bit, even more than I had last read. So I think about that, and I'm sure that part of their question is like, okay, if we release day and date games on PC, does that hurt us and our console? Which he's kind of alluding to saying like that was initially the drive, but at this point, you have to imagine the Xbox being this far behind is also part of the conversation. It's like, look, maybe we don't need to do that because of how far ahead we are now. And so I wonder if and another element too that they're probably considering is they're looking at the games they have released on PC and thinking, well, by the time we release these, they're kind of out of the conversation. And I've heard that argument before that it's like, well, they do well, but what would it look like if they were released at the same time? And that's the biggest question, is that in order to do that, you have to be willing to cannibalize some of your console sales, because there are some people on both that bought a PlayStation because they don't want to wait for those games to come to PC. And so if you now remove that option, you remove those sliver of people that may say, well, I really don't need a PlayStation now because I don't even have to wait.
Right.
The question is, how big is that sliver? And is it worth considering? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just to that point before you go on with it is it's about also convincing. There's this mathematical equation in the war game where people have both. And if you drive them to PC, not only do you have them less captive, but you make less money on that specific purchase. Right. So like it's very deep, the amount of wargaming. They clearly didn't want to cannibalize PlayStation sales, and they realize now, as I said earlier, I think that it's kind of played out. Like there are PC gamers. They're just going to play on PC, and you have more to gain than to lose by catering to them. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that I got that in there before.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I wonder what the data on that is specifically. The last thing I'll say about PC stuff is just going back to what I had mentioned on Defining Duke about this idea of a Valve console in the future. And I know there are a lot of problems with the idea of a Valve console, and that it being so open could be a turnoff to a lot of players that just want to buy a game, it runs. There's no considering how well the Proton translation works and stuff like that. But there's something really compelling, even more, and I believe we mentioned this also on that Defining Duke episode, about what does the landscape look like for a Valve-based console when you have day-and-date games from both of the major parties and more. Very interesting, and I wonder if that's part of their consideration as well. I assume it is.
Yeah. Yes, it is interesting. By the way, I looked this up for you. Helldivers 2 on PC on steamdb.info. Overall, all-time peak, 203,644. Wow. Current player base, 193,223 right now on Steam. Sony must be like, holy shit. Chris, let's go over to you. I mean, what strikes you in this? Anything you want to say? And then we'll go into some of these probing questions from the audience if we'd like.
Yeah, it strikes me specifically. The thing that struck me the most was when he was candidly talking about accountability and the creativity, like at some of these studios, but like maybe like the lack of business know-how. I have to imagine that some of this, although he didn't say it, absolutely has to do with Last of Us factions. I have to imagine that was probably a big like, yo, what the fuck? How did this happen?
Right.
How did this get this far along? I don't know, man. There's a lot to pull from here that it's kind of. I do think it's strange though. Like I will say before we head into some of these like more specific labeled conversations where like he's talking about at some point that at the end where he's talking about how COVID disrupted their ability to read data or their ability to properly read data as far as like trajectories go. And like, I get that, but at the same time, I feel like that's a little bit, that feels like a little bit of like a, hey, we couldn't have known. But I feel like there's so many reasons why that it was obvious that console gaming wasn't going to grow at the degree, you know, that people were projecting. So part of that feels like a little bit of like, well, how could have known? It's like, a lot of people. Well, many people knew, but okay. I think there's a level of no accountability there as well. Although he's not necessarily to blame, but I don't know. There's a lot of threads.
Did you see him? By the way, he's an intimidating looking guy. Like in terms of he looks mad.
Oh, really?
I don't know if he is or not, but he just looks very stern and kind of like while he was giving this, giving his talk or whatever. Because I was watching.
Oh, it's a video.
Yeah, the earnings call is is in video form. Yeah,
He looks kind of nice in some of these. He looks well. Okay, no, there's another one where the lighting is really particularly.
Let me see. I'm looking at him
If you-
now.
if-
Oh yeah,
if you
no, yeah, this is
Google-
not. Yeah, he does look nice in these. Some of them he looked more. Yeah, he does. He looks nice in all these pictures. He looked more serious and stern, which maybe says a little something about it. Like we have a. You said it, Dustin. We have a money guy at the top of the company now. You know, at the top of the brand. And
Right, in contrast to Jim Ryan, who we thought was a money guy.
yeah, and he really is a marketer. You know, so it's a different finance, let's say, as we were saying earlier. All right, let's get into some of these inquiries and we can expand on our thoughts here. Dylan Wedniski wrote in and said, hey, our sacred fellows, with the recent report of Gamatsu of Sony not having plans to release any new major existing franchise titles next fiscal year, are you guys experiencing any disappointment from this news? I thought the way everyone else covered the story seemed rather sensationalized. Personally, it seemed like a bummer that there won't be any Sony sequel games coming out anytime soon. Personally, thinking of the next Ghost of game or Uncharted or The Last of Us 3, but I never really thought the next God of War or Spider-Man was coming out anytime soon. Interested in hearing your guys' thoughts. Yeah, this became like serious fanboy fodder, as I noticed, which was disappointing because he's pretty explicit in what he's saying and also what he's trying to say. I mean, it's obvious. He's saying on the back of talking about Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok, you have to put it into context. He's saying like, we're not going to have any games like that this year. And I kind of felt like maybe we already knew that. I would have liked the Uncharted game to be in that, maybe in that fiscal year. They're not saying they're not going to have new games or big games. They're saying they're not going to have any games that sell 15 million copies. And that just seems to be an honest accounting of what's going on. Is it a bummer? I guess so, but I don't want sequels anymore, like with rare exception. And so I don't know. I'm not that bummed about it. Dustin, what did you think of that whole line of thinking that he was basically saying like there are no big games coming? I'm like, that's not what he said. And I think Jeff Grubb, the journalist, said something about an Astrobot game maybe coming later in the year, but I obviously can't verify that.
Right. Well, and we can see the strategy right now is that not only is it we may have other game or a new IP or something from first party, that's certainly possible, but I think one of the key things to take away as PlayStation players is that they're still providing for you in really great ways that are very exciting. Games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, games like Stellar Blade, games like Rise of the Ronin. These are all huge and exciting games that, they're not coming from first party, and sure, they won't make as much from them from a financial perspective, but no major existing franchises titled in the next year. It's like, okay, I'm cool with that because of the layout of what's coming. You're right in that it does push out the game that I thought of specifically was the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima, and that I kind of thought it would be sooner, but I wonder if we can read this that as we start to get into the second half of the PS5's life, we're going to get a lot of these big games, and we're kind of just getting into this middle lull. So.
Yeah, well said. Chris, do you have anything you want to say about this lack of game? I think Dustin speaks to it pretty well, that we have to look at investment more in a more multipolar way, not unlike maybe the end of the PS3 and the beginning of the PS4 era, when there was like the PlayStation loves indies kind of stuff, where they wanted to get games from outside of the ecosystem. It's the most cost effective way of doing things in some way. You don't reap as many benefits, of course, the risk is lower, but do you think there's anything to be lost here about not having any major franchise games? It does. Some people have consternation about the PS5 generally right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe it's because we've been used to getting these kind of at least one kind of tentpole game. But like, I think, I don't know. I think what we're getting is pretty solid. Maybe there is something to be said about the fact that maybe because this is happening, or we're getting a year like this where like, we're getting Stellar Blade, which looks cool, and some of these other games. They're not these big kind of franchises, or they're not these like giant games. And maybe there's something to be said about us being in this environment as a PlayStation ecosystem while it kind of feels like maybe over on the Xbox side that's starting to pick up with Indiana Jones and like Avowed, and it could maybe be like, oh well, they're getting these big games by these big developers, and we're getting like Stellar Blade, which looks cool, but it's it's very new, it's kind of unproven, it's still it remains to be seen whether or not it's solid. Obviously that's true of both of those games as well, but there's at least some kind of history on console where people might be a little bit more educated or more familiar. Maybe that's part of it. People might look at the Xbox ecosystem and might feel like, or competing ecosystems even, and be like, oh, it's a little bit more exciting over there, and there's something happening over there that's not necessarily happening here. But ultimately, as we've seen by PlayStation's continued dominance, it doesn't seem to matter. And also, I just think, I don't know, man, there's a lot of great games yet to be understood to be great. I mean, Helldivers 2 is kind of one of those things where, like, before, I mean, you can go back and listen to some of our conversations about Helldivers 2 on this show, and we were excited about it, but I wouldn't say we were necessarily expecting the success that has followed it.
No way.
As it's launched. And so, like, who's to say there aren't some surprises with some of the games that we know about coming that maybe seem a little bit smarter? Who's to say that Rise of the Ronin isn't fucking amazing? It remains to be seen. And so I think there's a lot of aspects to this, but I think ultimately, like, we just might be a little bit too used to, we're coming off of Spider-Man, and, we're used to these big games. And as the nature of the business kind of continues, and as these games get more expensive and take longer, and eventually we are going to get a year that, yeah, there's not one of those available, and that's fine. Like, I personally was very, very not surprised by this news at all. Like, when they said, oh, there's no big game like this for in this style for 2024, I'm like, yeah. And that's very expected.
And again, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were done. I think that people just need to read into what it is. First of all, I had no idea that Helldivers 2 was going to be this good or this popular. Yeah. I don't think Sony realized. It's clear that Sony didn't understand it. They didn't do anything to promote it.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's all about, but there's a story there for sure. And I'll be interested to know more about that. It's almost like this is such a fucking crazy conspiracy theory, and I'm sure it's not true, but it's like, you can almost imagine, like, if we undercut Helldivers 2 at launch, we can buy Arrowhead for cheaper and then support the game over time and grow it or whatever. And whatever, who the fuck knows? Yeah. I'm sure that's not true, but that's where my mind goes, because it doesn't make any sense, because the game is really good. So someone missed, something got disconnected there somewhere, unless it just went gold really late and they just weren't confident in how people were going to feel about it and their own skills as a games as a service provider. But well, let me get this inquiry in here from James Walker, and I'll talk a little bit more about my thoughts. He says, greetings, heads of the itty bitty slitty committee. We haven't had that in a while. I wanted to ask for your thoughts on Sony. By the way, he's getting Slitterhead in there, kind of.
Look, that's okay.
Yeah,
it's been a while. Also, what the fuck is going on with Slitterhead?
Yeah, I
feel like it's been like 6 years since we've heard about it. A little weird, but
if Grand Blue Fantasy can take 8 years, that can take 6. That's fine.
I guess so.
He says, I wanted to ask for your thoughts on Sony's recent comments about the PS5 underperforming and being in the sunset years of its life cycle. It's not what they said. Nope. Maybe this is just the spin the media is pushing. I fully admit I just saw the headline, but if this is even close to true, it makes me hesitant to buy a PS5. I know Mr. Literature Club himself said he wanted to support it with more first-party titles, but there was also a recent report that there are no major first-party games until sometime in 2025. It's so funny how that's taken over the Hiroki Totoki Literature Club.
I really like the idea of calling him Mr. Literature.
Mr. Literature. I'm beyond excited for Death Stranding 2, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Stellar Blade, but beyond that, PS5 seems to be losing its luster for those of us who are feeling sequelitis overtake the system. I know games are expensive to make, so safety is the name of the game. It just makes me sad to see an ecosystem I love allowed to make it special what made it special go extinct. Am I off base in my assessment? How do these comments make you feel about the future of PlayStation? As always, thank you for the endless hours of entertainment you all provide during my work week. This goes right back into my oft misrepresented why does it matter if games are sequels, or why it matters if games are exclusive thing. PlayStation 5, this is just my perspective, is so robust with experiences between PS4 and PS5, and I know you have to delve into PS4 in your back catalog. It's like kind of what I always wanted, and it would be disingenuous for me to say that it's not my favorite console ever, because it kind of consumed what might be my favorite console at least in the modernity with which is the PS4. I think the NES is always going to be my kind of heart favorite, but so I don't want to be too disingenuous, but I'm really content with the PS5. There are so many games. I say it all the time when I go through the chronological order of games published. And I'm like, dude, where did these come from? Like, what is this? Right now, I'm trying to balance Helldivers 2, Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, that game Lords of Exile, which looks fucking amazing, came out last night, and I want to pick that up, which is like the Castlevania clone. We're a week or so, or 2 weeks away from a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Right after that is Rise of the Ronin. Right after that is Stellar Blade. It's like, dude, I don't know. And I know you say this, that we're kind of, and you talk about some games that are even further out that you're excited about, but if you're willing to look and find games and also understand that most of us have massive back catalogs and no time to play everything, it's like, the consternation seems to be so consumerist and not kind of seeing the forest for the trees. It's like, oh, there's no big 10 million seller on PS5 this fall, so everything sucks. It's like, who gives a shit? Look around. It doesn't read to me at all. And I do want to say, James, because you said you just read the headline, like, he didn't say that and this was such a misrepresentation from it about what he was saying. The console is materially entering the last half of its life. It is. It's 2024. There's going to be a new console in 2027 or 2028. Here we are. And we can of course get to the end of the life cycle and think how we want about the PS5, and maybe we're really going to be down on it by the time we get there. But what he said isn't only materially untrue or materially true about the life cycle of the PS5, but where we would expect to be. So I didn't even understand I think people are in a time warp from COVID still and don't understand how much time has passed. You know?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of this is the media's fault for how they presented this. Let me look at this IGN tweet from yesterday that says, after sales of the PlayStation 5 failed to meet expectations, Sony has said the console is entering, quote, the latter stages of its life. First of all, they didn't say latter stages. They said latter half, which I think I understand that maybe that is semantics, but to me, there's a big difference between latter stage and latter half, because when I think latter stage, I'm like, okay, that means 80% plus. This is the final stage.
Right, yeah.
And they also framed it in a way that, oh, the sales of the PS5 aren't meeting expectations. Therefore, it's entering the latter stage of its life cycle. It's like, that's not what happened. So pretty bad move. Pretty big miss from IGN, I think, on this one, tweeting that out like that. And that's why a lot of people think this. And I made a tweet because I saw that Twitter user Genki posted like saying, hey, this is what they actually said. You can click and look at this document to see the exact quote. So I put out a tweet that was like, this is important and makes a big distinction. And people were responding like, oh, that's not what I thought at all based on reading other headlines.
Yeah, Latter stage implies like a year and a half or 2 years later, there'll be a new, like, we'll hear about a new console. It's just that we're not even fucking close.
Yeah. Huge miss for IGN, I think.
Yeah, I think there is something to just the clickbait style. It's not even clickbait because that is a misnomer, but just the kind of flippant journalism. This is why it's the same thing with the Xbox stuff we just reported on. I didn't read anyone's coverage of it. I just went right to the video and watched it and listened and read the transcript myself. So whatever anyone else is saying about it, I have no idea. It's like, this is what it said though. And it's the same thing with that. I just went to like I said, I went to Seeking Alpha and just read the transcript of the earnings call. And lo and behold, didn't we have something like this like a few weeks ago? I can't remember what it was, where I was like, dude, everyone's circulating this thing in which it is not said anywhere.
The Ubisoft guy.
Right.
Digital games.
That's what it was. Right. Where people had this headline.
Not owning your games.
Right. Yeah. Like where it's like, you'll have to be comfortable not owning your games. It's like, dude, he didn't say that. That's not the context. You are such a fucking liar. And people are going to go around forever thinking that. And it's like, that's not what he said. Like, you have to look at it in a context. Like, you're just taking the quote. Yeah. But not even looking at what he was asked, which was a hypothetical. Oh!
Well, and the thing that's so fucked up about this situation in particular is that video game news organizations, it should be their job to go and read an earnings call relay this information.
That's what we used to do. We used to listen to them.
Right. You know? And I'm not saying they didn't do that, but it's your job to present what they said in an accurate manner.
Yeah.
And that simply didn't happen here.
Yeah, words are so important, and people really get flippant with them. And I understand if you're in a conversational capacity, or even if we're in a live capacity where we're just kind of talking off the cuff and we're digesting information as it goes, or as we're intaking it. Like there's a different level of preparedness when you're writing an article and writing a headline, and you're willingly like blasting news out. You know what I mean? Like you can't. I understand that it might sound semantic to it's like, oh, stages versus half. Like I get that, but at the same time, like if you are writing and there's no, this is a headline, there's no vocal intonation, there's no inflection, there's no extra context that you can glean from it outside of how somebody's going to read it. You need to be very, very intentional with the words that you use. Very, very intentional.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like a lot of people, not even just in news media, but just people in general, just don't know how to write and don't know how to read anymore.
Oh, totally.
It is fucking like the level of reading comprehension that I have seen vanish generally is so concerning. It really depresses me.
Dude, Chris, I shit you not. When I see, and I'm not even being facetious with this number, when I see 80%, let's say 4 out of 5 things that people are mad about things we said or something said or whatever, it didn't even happen on the show.
Yeah.
Like it literally wasn't even said. Wasn't said, wasn't what was meant, wasn't what was perceived by most of the audience. Like I am so used to that I know that there's got to be a societal breakdown in just fucking comprehension, generally speaking.
It's very, like I saw a comment on like one of the recent episodes, and it's like, whoa, Chris liked Suicide Squad. I don't know how you could have possibly listened to anything that I said about it and come to that conclusion. It's
you have to just get like it's a very unique thing in the creator space and for any entertainment, probably for fucking time immemorial. But you kind of have to just get used to the fact that like there's just so many misinterpretations out there.
Oh yeah,
you can't possibly even control it, and it's so fucked. It's not something a normal person will ever really deal with.
Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't bother me really anymore. But it just like I don't take it personally anymore. It's like, okay, you know, but like. At the same time, I read it and I feel sad for the world, if that makes sense. Like it's less about being personally bothered and more about just being like, oh no, like how reflective of the overall populace is this degree of engagement with what's being said, and that's what really fucking spoils my day.
Dude,
but
that was a major growing pain for me when I started on this show, was reading the comments and seeing how people interpreted what I said. And there's still some of this. I think it's good to reflect on how you present things, and I'm much more conscious of that now. But I used to beat myself up because I'm like, man, I presented this in a way that I didn't convey my point properly, and people took something totally different that I didn't mean. And sometimes that is true. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But other times I'm like, dude, I can't, like you said, Chris, you can't, it will never not bother you, but you got to not take it personally, because
you
just, there's nothing you can do about it, really.
No, you can't. Like you fight, the more you fight against it, the worse it gets. And I've said it before. I've said it so many times, like it was encapsulated to me when I read a story on NeoGAF about me playing a game at E3 and how bad I was at it. And I'm like, that never happened. And I knew it never happened because of what hardware it was on and what game it was.
Yeah.
And I was like, that just simply would have never even been anywhere near where I was at E3. And that was 10 plus years ago when I realized that, I was like, holy shit, people will just straight up make things up. Like they will just make the fucking shit up and then write a whole screed about it. And it's disturbing. But I see that even in just the way people correspond. It's unthinkable to me that we can have these computers in front of us, these phones in our faces, all this technology, all this information at our fingertips, and people are fucking illiterate. Like that to me doesn't even make sense. Like it's not the 1800s where you're staring at a fucking wall, you know, when you get home from the field or whatever. How can you be illiterate? How?
You have to, you must. To engage with anything.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. And yet you see like entire schools in like underserved inner city school districts where like no one can read.
Dude, I'm convinced
It's like,
that people
what
can't,
the fuck, dude?
I'm convinced that people can't read. I remember tweeting like this. I think I said something about like season 1 of the Halo show might be the worst season of television I've ever seen, and people were like, "It's not the worst. It's not the worst season of television," and it's like, that I've seen, yes, it is. That I wrote it specifically like this to convey that I've never sat through a worse season of television, because if something is as bad, I don't care enough about it to finish it. I wrote this out for you. Engage with the words.
This is like this is the whole thing with like, do you know, I'm confident that you guys have inner monologues, right?
Yes.
To some degree.
Yeah. Do you know that like there's like a ton of people that claim that they have no inner monologue?
Oh yeah, I have seen that. I don't know what to make of that though.
Like,
it's
to me, I'm like, that's wow. Like, holy shit.
I've seen it in some way. Like I've seen that conversation happen about like when you think of an apple, like, do you visualize it or whatever?
Right.
You know, like what stage of visualization is it? Like, is it just like a trace of an apple, or is it like a 3D render that you can like spin around in your head?
It's probably people not able to I refuse to believe that that's true, because that to me means that you literally just interpret the world at a base level, like you just interact with whatever is there, but with no inner monologue about any of it. I refuse to believe that. I feel like people don't know how to describe it, or don't even know what it is, and don't. So when they're asked that, they're like, "Oh yeah, I don't have that voice in my head." It's like, no, that's not where we're at. That's not what it means. You know, like,
yeah,
you know, yeah. The only people we can confirm would have an inner monologue probably are people that have intrusive thoughts, which I also have. So,
yeah. I would very much like to, I mean, I would prefer much not to have an inner monologue personally.
Oh, really? But I feel like that would be.
I'm so stressed out all the time about it.
It's very animalistic in some sense, you know?
Yeah, I guess. I just look at people who are like very blissful and like ignorant, and I kind of, there's an envy there, despite understanding that that's, I don't know.
Maybe just not an inner monologue that hates you.
Yeah, that's, is that possible?
I understand that. Yeah.
Is there such a thing as a supportive inner monologue?
Well, to that point, I think that's where the whole good devil, bad devil comes from. Like the whole like devil on your shoulder, angel on your shoulder. Devil. I think that's all like we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I get sad though when I think it's like, dude, you're 16. You go to some horrible school in Baltimore through no fault of your own.
Yeah.
Your parents are probably working poor or deadbeat, one of those two things. And you have no chance. And making matters worse is you read at a second grade level or something like that. It's like, whoa. To me, I'm so surprised by that, just because it's like, how do you play a video game? How do you go on your phone? How do you use your phone at all?
Yeah.
That to me doesn't even make any sense. I guess maybe that speaks to the popularity of TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that, because it's kind of doesn't really require reading, but it's just so surprising to me. You would think you would tell all of the great ancient fucking philosophers, like, dude, we have this future where like every piece of information is accessible. Like anything you ever wanted to know, you can teach yourself anything. You can learn, you can watch seminars. Dude, I could audit fucking Harvard classes right now by just watching YouTube seminars. You know, I mean, it's not an official audit, but it is. I mean, you're taking a Harvard class if you sit there and do it, and they'd be like, wow, everyone must be so smart and so literate. It's like, no, everyone's probably dumber than they've ever been, to be honest with you. That's the craziest thing. Yeah.
It kind of goes into that conversation we were having a long time ago, a couple episodes ago. I don't even know if it was on Constellation or Sacred, but about like how like maybe because there's so much information available, it's as if there's none. You know, like the idea, it's like there's so much out there. It's like, where do you even begin? It's like, I'm not even going to try because it's so fucking daunting.
It does. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, as opposed to like a book. You said have a book sitting in front of you. It's like, oh, well, I can see the finite nature of this. I don't know.
I think having answers tempers your curiosity, like knowing you can. There is a relationship between knowing that someone knows the answer or that the answer is known, and then you having to go look for it. It's
right.
I lived late in the era of the Dewey Decimal System and like taking, you know, like going and using that shit and like figuring all that stuff out. And there was like a level of adventure to it where the end result was like, oh, I got to pick this book apart or whatever. I got to like look at this thing. And now it's like, oh, all I got to do is write word wiki into Google, and then it'll give me an encyclopedia of whatever I want.
I know for a fact that I don't commit things to memory if I understand that I can just Google them and find them. Like, I know that. I'm aware up to a certain degree. There's some things that stick around for like whatever reason, like not even necessarily trying. But like, I notice that when I'm writing scripts sometimes, like there are words that I've been misspelling for years that I rely on that. Receipt is one of those. I don't know what it is about receipt. I just hate the way that it's receipt. It bothers the fuck out of me. I know that. I've always written it wrong.
Before E, except after C.
I know, but like, it's intrinsic to me for every other word with that rule, but for whatever reason, receipt just doesn't fit into it. I don't know why. It just bothers me that it's there.
I misspell occasion. I've said this before. Occasion. Always misspell it.
Oh yeah, with the two C's or whatever.
Yeah, like I'm always wrong. You know.
Right.
I'm like,
exactly.
It's, like I'm always, like 90% of the time I go to write it, it's wrong. You know?
But you could just sit and commit that to memory, but you don't.
No,
because you just know that like whatever, it'll pick it up.
I think what speaks to this is, and I know I'm not a driver obviously, but I just know this from people in my life over time, is like GPSs apparently have made it so that like no one knows where they're going anymore.
Oh yeah.
Like like you put it on to go anywhere. And it was just a few years ago, like you never did that. Like you literally never did that. If you had to go like on a road trip across, I drove with my friends from Boston to Tennessee to see a 311 show, and we did it with MapQuest directions, which were wrong.
Right.
Like we had to just kind of feel it out, you know, like follow signs to Memphis, kind of.
Yeah,
know?
Dude, I remember that too. Like my parents would drive to even just something like my cousin's house, and we would drive up from Yonkers up to Carmel, New York, and they would just know. But now I'm sure they probably would know still, maybe, but they always have the GPS on when they're going there, even though they've been there a million times, just in case.
It's crazy.
But like, I don't know. It's interesting.
It's so interesting. I remember watching the first or second season of Curb. So it's old. It's 2000 or 2001. And he has like one of the first generation Priuses, and he has like a GPS system built into the dashboard. And I was like, that is so insane. Because at the most you would have like some very expensive dashboard one at that point, but not even that. And then those all took off, and now everyone just uses them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Enrico Andrew Chetty wrote in and said, "Hey, you sacred voices in my head. Oh, in a recent investor Q&A, Hiroki Totoki Literature Club expressed his want to be, quote, aggressive in improving margins by growing first party with multi-platform, end quote, bringing, quote, strong first party content not only on our console, but also on other platforms like computers, end quote. You've all been very vocal about how unnecessary it is for PlayStation to bring its games on, for example, Xbox, but do you think this aggressiveness that Totoki seems to be wanting could open up the possibility that nonetheless, maybe pulling some audience from Xbox in a similar fashion to what you were suggesting in the Sassy Didu crossover episode? I know it sounds like Lale Lulelo. It does. I like it though. Sassy Didu is good. Sassy Didu is fucking awesome, actually. Secondarily, should we expect shorter time spans for PC ports of first-party games, or do you think this is actually working more towards same-day releases on PC and PS and PC? How much do you think this additional step could influence development times for Sony's first-party games? That's what I wanted to focus on, was that last part, because we already spoke to the PC games.
Mm-hmm.
If you love PlayStation games, I want to underline this for kind of console fanboys, and I get it, dude. I love consoles. I'm always going to play on console as long as I'm able to. I get it. I totally get it. But if you love PlayStation games and the PlayStation ecosystem, and this is kind of what Xbox was saying in their thing too about their players, then you kind of have to embrace spreading the field a little bit. And not only could the money made on PC ports day and date help them make more money and increase revenue and increase profit, but I think it can actually it can have a positive determination on development time by just being able to dump more resources into it. In other words, you're looking at it as two concurrent ports, but really you can look at it as just more manpower.
Right.
To get what are arbitrarily split apart ports anyway. I mean, a PS5 is essentially a PC. So I just want to underline, there's not much more to say about this, Enrico, but I just want to underline, like, this is good for Sony and PlayStation. And if you care about that, then I would really encourage an open mind to day and date PC releases. And I think we're going to get there soon. Remember, it was 2016, and I went and looked this up earlier before when I was preparing, because I remembered this. It was like, do you remember when Quantum Break came to PC? And it was like a really big deal, and people were fucking melting down. And Phil Spencer at the time said like, oh, this is just a one-off kind of thing. It's like, no, it wasn't. I mean, now everything you release is on PC. And I think we're going to get a similar sort of thing here. This is just kind of the embryo of that. Helldivers 2, they would be stupid as fuck if they looked at Helldivers 2 and didn't glean anything but, at the very least, our multiplayer games need to be on both. And we already know Concord's going to be on both. So this isn't, the other important thing to note here is, Enrico and to others, is we already know this is the strategy. We just haven't, I think some people just haven't accepted it yet. And I think the only question now is the delineation between single player and games as a service. Like, MLB The Show on PC would be pretty interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly Fair Games. Factions was probably going to go to PC. I think the bigger thing is like, will Ghost of Tsushima 2 be on PC? Or Ben's game, London's game. They might be multiplayer and therefore automatically there. Just wrap your minds around it. It's happening. It's happening.
It would be interesting if, I mean, because Ghost of Tsushima is one of those kind of rare examples of like a first party single player game with this weird kind of extra multiplayer component as far as like recent games go. Like, it would be interesting to see a future where like Ghost of Tsushima 2 launches in some capacity day and date on PC, but like maybe the single player is only on PlayStation. Like, I wonder what that would be, or if there would be like an impetus to make those like separate SKUs, because that's becoming kind of popular too now. It's like, I noticed that initially when Halo Infinite came, because it was like campaign and multiplayer, and there were two separate boxes, and I'd never seen that before. I was like, oh, that's weird. It's very different than what we're used to. So, like, I mean, it's possible. If there's a multiplayer component, I think it's fair to say that it'll be on PC. Which is why I don't think the show necessarily fits for that reason. But I don't really see why it would. I don't really see why it would be a problem, especially because it's on. If it's already on Xbox, you might as well put it on PC at that point. But yeah,
it's almost like in some sort of like countermeasure, you would almost think that a PC port of it would have been urgent to kind of undercut Xbox. You know? In some way, to be like, well, maybe we can play in that more PC. Like, I would think Xbox is closer in proximity to PC gaming generally. So you're going to have more splash damage from there. And you thought that might have been an interesting countermeasure. The only reason I say that is because I have been looking at the Steam DB charts more readily just to see what people are playing. And though it's a very PC centric game, games like Football Manager are fucking huge. Like, I just wonder if you put real sports games on PC, how would they do? And I think the major thing that would probably stop it from coming over would be just the rampant fucking shit you can do to the game. I mean, not only would you be able to mod it with anything you wanted, but it would be kind of cool. I mean, you could break the game wide open and make it so that it's like the 1980 schedule with 1980 players and like do cool shit like that. But I don't know if they want people the MLB sounds like something, actually, the more I say that, the MLB would be like, oh, there's no way we're gonna let you do that.
What about Gran Turismo? I feel like that's an obvious choice that your conversation with Z28, how they're kind of starting to get their lunch eaten a little bit by iRacing.
Mm-hmm.
I think
iRacing is the big one over there. Yeah. And Forza is already over there. So, and others. Yeah, that's a great point. Gran Turismo seems like, I just couldn't imagine ever being mad about any of this. Like, PlayStation games are wonderful. Like, it would be great for, and again, people be like, all right, well, why not release it on Xbox and Switch? I'm like, I, again, have no problem with that idea. I just don't think that makes business sense for Sony. But it certainly makes business sense for Sony to do this. And open your minds, because it's going to happen. The final inquiry, I think, is a good one. It's from Timothy Snyder. He says, hello, you fine sacred specimens. This past week, Hiroki Totoki Literature Club. I love how everyone is just saying this. By the way, I'm pretty sure Hiroki Totoki Literature Club, the episode that I named it that, I think is like one of the poorest performing episodes we've ever done. So, yeah. What did you say, Dustin? Yeah,
well, that came from a listener, I believe.
It did. Yeah,
I didn't make it up. Whoever he is, shout out. And dude, it sucks that episode. That episode, that thumbnail.
The thumbnail is a classic. This thumbnail is going to be a classic too, because I'm sorry for Helldiving. But we'll get to that later. I hope you're ready for it, Dustin.
I need assets.
Well, you have the picture of me in the pool from a few years ago, right? Like at my uncle's pool, you know?
Well, I have a picture of us in your pool.
Right. So
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's
use whatever's out there. It's fun. Timothy, back to you. Timothy Snyder writes in and says, hello, you fine sacred specimen. This past week, Hiroki Totoki Literature Club offered some frank concerns about profits, accountability, layoffs, budgets, etc. And I can't help but share his sentiment. How are modern games so much more expensive to make than they were in the PS3 era? The budget of Uncharted 2 was $20 million. The budget of The Last of Us 2 was $220 million. Yes, The Last of Us 2 is a better looking game, but is the scope $200 million bigger? How is the budget of Spider-Man 2 so much higher than Spider-Man 1 when they already have the city, the general combat, animations, and more ready to go? There are more tools, programs, support, etc. for games than ever, which I would think would help streamline game development, not make it harder. Systems are also built with developers in mind, which for whatever reason was not always the case. I just can't wrap my head around this. For comparison, I've worked in web and app development for about 13 years. Building a website is much faster and easier than it was 13 years ago. It takes less time, takes fewer people. Same goes for apps. I've definitely seen my fair share of bloat, waste, and redundancy. Admin and manager positions are usually the worst offenders of this, though there are definitely devs and creatives that spin their gears while accomplishing little. Is it just that much worse in game development? I would love to see a future Sacred Plus episode featuring a game dev or two who is willing to talk about the spiraling budgets and timeframes of video game development. Until then, I'll be counting the days until I am rebirthed into the world of Final Fantasy VII. Thanks for your time and content. Stay golden, brony boys. Easy does it, Timothy. This is a great point. I think we've reached the tension point.
Yeah.
I think that this is basically over. Like there are going to always be mega expensive games. The Last of Us Part 3, you can imagine, would maybe even be like a $400 million game. And that might be a smart bet. And that might be a somewhat safe bet. But this idea of bloat, you see it just from talking to people that have been at GDC, or I'm sorry, DICE, and other things. Like publishing deals are at a low. Investment is low. Studios cropping up are only coming from really reliable, well VC'd entities, like the guys that used to be like the Hauser brothers, right? With whatever Absurd Ventures or whatever the fuck their company's called. That kind of stuff is going to become more and more seldom as things get under control. And you see games, I've brought this up before. Dead Island 2 is an interesting example, but I think the more interesting example of a game that was made affordably that's pretty good is RoboCop. And they can rely on the license, but they also have to pay out for the license. So you have to kind of include that in the money's made as you need to make more money to break even in that situation, not less. So you kind of trade that off for the access to the IP. But games that are made for 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars, I think are going to be the future. And I do wonder where the bloat comes from, except for the fact that I think companies like Sony in some way are focused on not the wrong thing, but the expensive thing, which is aesthetic. And it's our own friend of the show, Michael Mumbauer, who says this because he was head of visual arts, which worked on a lot of the visuals for a lot of these seminal PS4 and PS5 games. Is that shit is just so fucking expensive compared to everything else that it can't be understated what it is to rig up someone and animate well and get them in their own studio and capture them and do not only performance capture, but motion capture and all of the rest, and then integrate that into the game. And I think what we have to wonder is that really necessary? You know, that old shit that goes around that kind of make fun of old Disney movies where they would reuse animations and they would show an animation from like Snow White and then it would be reused in Peter Pan or some shit like that. It's like, why don't we do that? No one fucking knew that. No one knew that. Right? Like even the biggest Disney fans told the internet, no one noticed that. And yet we have players who are like, the puddles are fucking degraded, or that animation is the same as the last game, and that's the shit they're competing with. You know, the boat, right? The boat in God of War, the jumping off the cliff animation in Horizon. It's like people are more fixated on that shit, and I think Sony's kind of dealing with that. Like you're saying like what separates the Uncharted 2 and The Last of Us 2, and it's the aesthetic. And it is much more expensive, but it doesn't have to be this much more expensive. No, like I believe this is kind of reductive because it's kind of anti-art in some way, but like you can imagine more mid-level games having, and this already exists in some sense, but like extensive libraries of motion capture, extensive libraries of performance capture in some way that would allow these things to be reused and almost removing some of that expensive component, allowing people to build games. But I think the bigger thing, and I'm going to have Jonathan Blow on the show hopefully soon, he had to reschedule, is I think the salvation might be for games to hit. So like The Witness is a good example of this, or Braid, his 2 games, or something like Yacht Club with Shovel Knight. And instead of spreading the field and then building something bigger, you just make a game for a really long time at a smaller level, such that like by the time the Witness, the next game from Jonathan Blow comes out, it will have been more than a decade since the Witness came out. But they're fine because they sold a lot of copies and then they kind of just managed a small team of people making a game slowly. And so I think that like long-term sustainability is what's the goal, but publicly traded companies don't give a shit about that. And that's where the tension comes from. Like they're not going to be told to be patient for bets to pay off. Movie studios already do this, and that's already a tension there as well. That's why you have such fucking reductive bullshit. I was watching Red Letter Media and they were talking about an Exorcist movie and the conversations they can imagine about how they arrived at this Exorcist movie they were making, about like behind the scenes, about all this different bullshit. And it is interesting to think about that. Like we shouldn't just tolerate that the difficulty, the cost overruns and all of the rest just because they're video games. Like something is out of control, maybe even specifically at Sony. And I think that's what Hiroki Totoki Literature Club was saying in his thing was like, I went around, because he said it, I went around, I talked to everyone, we went to Bungie, everyone's very nice, they're very talented, but these motherfuckers don't get anything about money or accountability. They're not accountable to anything, and they have major cost overruns. We know Spider-Man 2 went over cost. I think something to the tune of like $50 million or something.
Yeah.
And that's a lack of accountability. Because I think the when you see things like that, it's always like, oh, it's necessary. We need that. We need that extra time. We need that extra money. It's like, not necessarily. How did you find yourself in this situation?
Spider-Man 2 is the one that comes to mind, really, when I think about this stuff, because I look at both of those games, Spider-Man PS4 and then Spider-Man 2, and I don't really... The amount of money that it costs to make both of those games, like I don't see the quality jump in the differential between those budgets. You know what I mean? Like Spider-Man 2 doesn't feel like a game that is as expensive as it was to make.
I agree.
At all.
I agree. I think there's something subtle about it though that needs to be stated, which is they could argue, it's like, so everyone in Insomniac, I remember when I was making fun of that thing that someone was sending around, it's like the average salary in the games industry, let's say the average salary is like $50,000. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? You know, like people in Insomniac, like many people in Insomniac are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Like there's no one working in Insomniac for $70,000 a year unless they're like the secretary or something like that. And that's where the cost comes from. But the subtle argument I want to make is people would argue, it's like, okay, so you get a game like Spider-Man 2, you almost take it for granted, right? If you remove all of these people and they just kind of descend to the wind, you never get a game like this ever again from us, because you're kind of paying for the institutional knowledge of guaranteed success. And that just comes at a cost. Like that's why Sony, few publishers could do what they did with Spider-Man 2 and afford to do it. And it also goes back again to what I was saying earlier about Sony has very little cash on hand comparable to their competitors in Microsoft and Nintendo. Their margins are lower. The rubber's going to hit the road on this soon. You know, they're not that far away from not being profitable. I mean, I don't want to undercut them and saying like 7 or 8% is nothing, but it's not, that's marginal, dude. You know, think about the erosion of money's value over the last 10 years. It's greater than 8%. So it's all fucked. I'm very excited to see how they move forward. He takes the reins beginning fully at PlayStation beginning April 1st. And it's apparently an interim position. I've said before that I think it's a demotion for him to go from CFO of Sony to CEO of PlayStation, but maybe that becomes a permanent thing. But at the very least, they're going to shake the tree and get someone in there that acts differently. And maybe we'll have a different sort of look at Jim Ryan's tenure at that time too, because a lot of this happened under him. All right. Just the other thing I wanted to get to, number 3. It's time, as it always seems to be, to go over this month's new additions to the PlayStation Plus game catalog, the library of titles you gain access to at the PS Plus Extra and Premium tiers. On PlayStation 5 only, the biggest addition of the library is no doubt The Outer Worlds, Spacer's Choice Edition, the 2023 current-gen release of the 2019 PS4 Western RPG from developer Obsidian and Take-Two-owned publishing outfit, Private Division. Also only for PS5 is 2022's Need for Speed Unbound, the most recent game in the franchise, the only current-gen only one, and developed by EA-owned dev Criterion. Meanwhile, only on PlayStation 4, you'll gain access to 2017's Traveler Tales Lego game Lego Worlds, their 2019 port of the 2015 PC and phone game Lego Jurassic World, the 2022 roguelike Rogue Lords. You got to do something with these names, man. Rogue Lords, and the 2015 Bandai Namco JRPG Tales of Systeria. 3 games will also be made available on both PS4 and PS5. Bandai Namco's 2021 JRPG Tales of Arise, highly recommended. Ubisoft's 2020 action RPG Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and the 2022 port of the 2021 Nacon published card game Rogue Book. Again, the name. These games will all be made available to PS Plus Extra and Premium users beginning February 20th, which is the same date a series of games will be removed from the service, including Tacoma, Resident Evil 7, Ononaki, Lost Sphere, I Am Setsuna, so all the Tokyo RPG games, Thomas Was Alone, Tekken 7, and Ace Combat 7. If you have PlayStation Plus Premium, specifically the highest PS Plus tier, you'll also gain access to 4 new classic games, Paramount amongst them, the Ben Studio developed PSP Resistance spin-off, Resistance Retribution, first published in 2009. This will mean that both Killzone's and Resistance's PSP spin-offs will be playable on PS4 and PS5 natively before either game's core catalog of PS3 titles. Other additions include Singletrack's 1997 released PS1 racing sequel Jet Moto 2, Bandai Namco's 2023 PS4 port of the 2014 PS3 port of the classic 2004 GameCube JRPG Tales of Symphonia, as well as their 2019 port of the 2008 one-time Xbox 3 exclusive Tales game Tales of Vesperia, which never saw a PlayStation release outside of Japan until just a few years ago. Vesperia and Symphonia are already available to purchase a la carte. Jet Moto 2 and Resistance Retribution are likely to join the a la carte menu alongside the classics catalog beginning February 20th. Cody Jones wrote in and said, Resistance Retribution is coming to PS Premium. The Blue Balls continues. Chris.
Whatever, man. Whatever, man. At this point, like, what is... It is funny. Look, they got a sense of humor over there. You know, I'll say that.
The PSP porting's a lot easier. You know,
I get it, but maybe get the people to do it.
Yeah.
Like I don't. This can't. How many years has it been? Jesus Christ! There must be a solution. There's no way this is like finding the fucking Ark of the Covenant or something, where like it's just like this. I'm sorry. I'm really annoyed when I see this shit, because I just want those games to be playable. I don't understand why they aren't. I understand like they weren't high sellers or whatever, but it just brings a robustness to your back catalog that I think is necessary, especially if you're trying to get people involved in this PS Plus angle where like people are playing for the premium and you want them to stay there ideally, and you want to give them reasons to stay there. And I think this will be a good thing to do, is to get all these games that are trapped on this hardware that you've abandoned to bring that forward and establish the fact that you've got this great catalog of games that is just unplayable. Like it's confusing where the priorities are, and I whatever. Fucking it's frustrating.
It is annoying. Retribution is good, and I want to say it takes place between 1 and 2. I don't really remember. It takes place in Europe, which is cool, just like the first one. There's like Fall of Man.
Is it's a first person? I never actually
no,
played
it's
this
third
one.
person.
No. All right.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Grayson, I think is the character's name. I don't know. It would be cool to have Resistance back. I believe we will get the trilogy ported at some point. Maybe like why not? I mean, you're smiling, I know, but
no, I'm smiling because I just imagined you like with gray hair saying the exact same thing. It's like, I'm sure any day now, Resistance will come back.
They just got to get rid of the click to aim in Resistance 1 because I fucking hate that shit. Oh, I hate it so much. Kaz and Risk wrote in and said, hey, CDC, this one is for Colin. Tales of Arise is free on PS Plus Extra for the month of February, and I've been in a JRPG mood after finishing Final Fantasy VII. The PlayStation blog describes this as a, quote, new entry in the long-running Tales series, end quote. So I'm curious if I could jump in here as someone new to the franchise. Cheers and keep pounding that chocobo. I still say it like I do in my head. This is what we're talking about, inner monologue. Yeah, you can jump in safe and sound. The Tales games are disconnected, except for similar to Dragon Quest games, you'll find familiar items, enemies, and some references. I don't think this is a spoiler. There's optional dungeons in Tales of Arise that introduce characters from different games and stuff like that, but it's just like a meta sort of thing for fans. The only Tales games that are interconnected are Tales games that are literally interconnected, that are sequels. So like Tales of Destiny 2, Tales of Exilia 2, and so on, Symphonia 2, and so on and so forth. So yeah, you're free and clear to go into Tales of Arise. It hangs around. It's a little long in the tooth by the time you're done with it, I think, but it's good. Really good. You gonna check out any of these games, Dustin? You old son of a bitch.
No.
Why was I so upset about that?
Oh. I would say Jet Moto 2 because I only played the first one growing up, but I haven't played Jet Moto 1 on Classics catalog, so that's probably not going to happen. The thing I remember about this Resistance game is that you have to use the little PSP nub, and because it's a third-person shooter, I remember playing it for a little bit and then thinking, I don't know about this. I don't know.
Because weren't those games like you had to like aim with the face buttons? If I remember correctly, was that how it worked?
I can't remember.
I feel like I remember playing a game where it was like the camera was basically control because it was on the PSP. You had the analog stick to move around, and then you used the X, square, triangle, circle as like a D-pad for the camera, basically. I feel like I remember that being how, and I remember being like,
That was one of many solutions back in the day before the analog sticks.
Yeah,
it reminds me of the C buttons on the N64 controller or GameCube C stick.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to the listener inquiries to end the show. 2 quick notes though about Xbox stuff we were talking about because I've just seen some updates to a couple things here. The big update is I was saying just before 34 million Xbox Game Pass subscribers that my feeling was, even though people were disputing it, that this was 34 million fully paid subscribers. This is apparently not true. According to Tom Warren, he says this number incorporates Xbox Game Pass Core, according to Microsoft, as they've confirmed to him, which conceivably means that they have fewer Game Pass subscribers now than they did 2 years ago, if my math is correct, or around there, which is horrible. So maybe I was wrong. I was wrong on that. I'd like to really know more about that because I don't know why they would say that number if that's true, because that just looks so bad. If you're incorporating all of the old Xbox Live Gold people and still only have that number to show, which is 9 million in 2 years, it's not good. So I wanted to correct that because I was a little more bullish on that. I guess I had assumed that they were going to say that number with their chest, as it were. So maybe I was wrong there. And I think I had one other thing. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say, this has nothing to do with Xbox. I saw this, and this is for you, Dustin, although it doesn't really matter, I guess, is that Sony owns 15% of From Software, right?
Mm-hmm.
Using money, apparently, according to a report from Sony and Tencent, unfortunately, which owns another component of Kadokawa, which owns From Software. Kadokawa Games and FromSoft now own Elden Ring.
Oh.
Like,
that's really interesting.
They extracted it from Bandai Namco, apparently.
Huh.
Well, what was it earlier? They were talking about Bandai Namco, or was this a different report I was reading that they're not doing so hot either? Maybe they need.
No, they're not. We said it earlier. They're. I think they're still profitable, but their profit has completely collapsed. I wanted to say something like 93% collapse in profit, and they canceled 5 games. They said during their.
Oh man,
that's such a tough thing because I'm sure they got a decent money for Elden Ring, but it's also one of the most valuable new things you have. So
it's the most valuable new thing they have, I think. Right? What's more valuable than Elden Ring that they have right now, or that extracts as much money as Elden Ring does?
Bandai Namco.
Yeah, like specifically, because I remember that was
nothing,
like a breakout.
They have a lot of legacy stuff, but nothing that big. No.
Yeah, like I'm sure they have like stuff that's like of cultural importance and that is a decent seller, but like holy fuck.
Yeah, maybe like some anime shit. You know,
like what the hell did? Yeah, I guess. But
no.
Wait, it's not even. Yeah, Elden Ring is. I wonder what they parted. Right. I wonder what they parted with. What price tag would they have parted Elden Ring for?
I don't know what it could. I don't see it disclosed. I'll look into it and maybe we can get back to it next week. I'll certainly have more information next week. My assumption is that maybe what they did was they hold like a minority share in it, or just they might get a flat rip. I mean, think about it.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
If this is this is probably a perspective worth noting, although I would think it would be a safe bet, is it's not like Elden Ring 2 is going to come out of nowhere. Someone has to pay for it. If Bandai Namco is canceling games internally, you would have to assume that they're strapped. And so this might just be a necessity to get another game out. And they might just say like, we own a piece of it, or we get $2 per unit sold, or whatever the fuck it is, in addition to, a flat fee.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I mean, that's complete conjecture. I have no idea.
Yeah,
we'll get into it next week if I can find more information. All right. 6 inquiries to end the show as we always do from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. I put up a post in the newsfeed each week to solicit inquiries for our show. You've heard a bunch of them already, but I take 6 more and put them at the end here. Thank you for your support over there. Couldn't do it without you. Ethan Barcelos wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, can we stop pretending that the yellow paint phenomenon is a big deal?" So he's talking about the yellow, like outlining where you should go, where you should climb, doors to open, whatever in games. Yes, there are certainly better ways to implement it than painting rocks yellow like in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but do we seriously want hyper-realistic environments with no markings at all to indicate what we can and can't climb? People need to remember that these are video games that are not real, and nobody wants to spend several minutes interacting with every cliffside trying to find a way to go. And not wanting that does not make me and people who playtest these games stupid. Do you boys agree, or am I a GameSpot journalist level IQ gamer? Thank you for all that you do and have a good one. So what always comes to mind for me is the Uncharted games, which I always felt like did a really nice job of this. They would kind of let you fumble around for a while, and you could shut this off, by the way, so it would never happen. But at the default setting, you would fumble around with a puzzle for like 5 minutes or in a room, and then it would make that famous Uncharted knocking, like that noise. I can't even say, I can't do it in my I can't make it at all. And it would say like, it would give a little hint, or it would turn the camera to like point at something, or put a little triangle over something so you know where to go next. Subtle. And I'm not contentious over this yellow paint situation. We were making fun of it in Resident Evil 4, I remember, remake.
Yeah.
But there's the other side to this, which is you want your game to be playable. And I don't know if you guys saw this circulating, but it was people that worked on Dead Space actually were saying, because no one knew to shoot the limbs. So in playtesting for Dead Space, for people that don't know, Dead Space, the enemies are, you shoot their arms and their legs and their limbs to like fuck them up. Shooting them in the head or the chest it works, but it's not as effective. And they were saying that there were vocal cues from your companions over your radio in playtesting, like shoot you got to shoot the limbs, all this kind of stuff, and no one listened to it. No one gave a fuck. And the playtesters were just playing through, fighting the necromorphs like they were soldiers in Call of Duty. And that's literally why it says cut off their limbs in paint all over the walls everywhere you go in the beginning of the game, because like no one was listening. And you have to ask yourself, that to me is a little on the nose, but is environmental. And all you needed to do is have it painted like once in blood, and you're like, oh, okay. And it both adds to the ambience of the game and solves the problem. And see, to me, that's what I would want to focus in on, is like, how can we do this as unintrusively as possible? Because the yellow paint thing in Final Fantasy VII is a little weird. The yellow barrels and I make fun of The Last of Us all the time. In the beginning of The Last of Us, when you're running through the village with Sarah holding her or whatever, you're supposed to run into the like the field next to the building, and it's busted open barrier, and then there's like a only light that works in the area is like on it, and then there's like yellow fluttering tape. And it's like, and I remember saying at the time, like, this must have been missed is so much in playtesting that they had to make it so obvious. So is there a way to kind of do the both way thing that Uncharted does? And I think that there is. So I think it's just about being clever and not too overt. I don't mind helping people. It's just, why would there be yellow paint painted all over this shit? It's kind of weird, It is.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at it as kind of just a charming conceit of like what video games are in some way. It's kind of like how like, oh, you walk into a room in The Last of Us and it's like, oh, look at this room with all these chest high walls. I wonder what's going to happen in here. But it's fine because it's just like, it's a video game, whatever. I do understand like some of it is a little egregious. It just doesn't bother me though, because like you said, I do think we as enthusiasts, and especially so as, not only people who play a lot, but who cover and know games a little bit more than I would say the average person does by orders of magnitude. We are in a position where we are operating. I don't want to say this as if we're like elite or anything, but we're operating on a higher level of game intelligence than I think the majority of people who do play games are in that way. Where it's like, yeah, we look at it as like really obvious, but like obviously, like you said, during those playtests, people were just not doing the obvious thing. They were missing the obvious box that was obviously breakable. And yeah, the way they get around solving that with paint everywhere is kind of dumb, but I don't know. I think a healthy middle ground would be cool if there was a way to toggle that stuff.
Right. Exactly. Just like in Uncharted.
Yeah, if there was a way to like go into the settings and be like and have like maybe like an immersive mode or maybe like I don't know what you would even call it, but like for the absence of a better name, but lack a less handholdy version of the game where like if something has yellow paint over it, it just doesn't, and it's just as simple as like a setting in a menu. I think that would be like a good middle ground. But I also think a lot of this is kind of like I do think a lot of this is a consequence of games getting significantly better looking over time to the point where everything looks high in detail and everything looks interactable, even if it's not necessarily. And a good way to think about this is if you watch old cartoons or like watch old animated movies, you can kind of tell when something is drawn on a cell versus when something is painted in a background because it's just a completely different level of detail versus everything around it. And as you're watching cartoons, you kind of become acclimated to noticing that, where it's like, oh, that door is gonna explode because it's the only thing that isn't like painted in a static way. And I think it's kind of similar with old games where it used to be very obvious when something was interactable because it would be lit differently. It would have like some level of detail that was like a little bit different from the surround. I noticed this playing Resident Evil 4 on original hardware, where it's just like the barrels that you have to hit are really, really obvious in comparison to the environment in a way that they aren't necessarily in the modern version where everything looks hyper realistic and hyper detailed. So I do think there is an aspect of that where players are just going to get inherently more immersed in the world that looks real, and by nature of that are going to notice things that are intended to be interactable a lot less than they used to. So I think that the best middle ground for this would be just a toggle. A toggle would be cool.
Dustin, you have anything you want to add?
I will say that the visual ones don't really bother me. I think there are more egregious examples, like you mentioned Resident Evil, but ultimately I don't really even think about it when I'm playing it. I haven't seen this yellow rock from Rebirth that I think is what sparked some of this conversation, but I will take a visual cue over an audio cue. And this is something we talked about extensively with Horizon. Constantly someone chiming in and saying, oh, you need to go over here. You need to do that. And sometimes that is helpful, but it can be overdone. And I understand, too, in the case of Horizon, where it's much more open. So maybe it does need to be said. But I would, like I said, I would way rather have visual. I think the reason why we see this so egregiously is that I think in terms of when you're playing a game, one of the biggest enemies of your enjoyment of it is frustration with the game on a system language type level. Because I don't want to say that frustrating games aren't fun. If they weren't, then Elden Ring and From Software games wouldn't be so successful. But if you're struggling to figure out where you can climb up and then eventually you do, you feel dumb and you feel frustrated at the game and it makes you want to play it less. So if the trade-off is to have a bright yellow painted ladder or something like that, then I think that that's a reasonable trade-offs that developers consider in trying to not frustrate their players with stupid shit. So there are more clever ways to do it. I think Uncharted, you mentioned, is a great example of that, but
yeah,
they do not want to risk you being annoyed at the game.
As long as it's in universe and like in the world and not like some weird UI element, like a big fucking icon, you know, like climb here. I don't know, like some circle over something that you can interact with from far away. It's like I much prefer just something that looks like, at the very least, even if it looks kind of out of place, at the very least it's like in the world. You know, it's way better to me.
Yeah, I
definitely better than audio cues too.
I just think toggling this stuff on and off makes sense, and I think what you're saying, Dustin, makes perfect sense too. And it's important to note. It's like, if you're Sony and you're selling 20 million copies of a game, you better believe that 20 million people don't know how to play it. Like you want to definitely account for them. That's why I was so surprised by Elden Ring. I was truly blown away by how many copies Elden Ring sold. I was like, I don't even think that there's this many people that know how to play games like this. Like I didn't even know. Like seriously, like I didn't even know that there were 20 million people or whatever that would ever want to play games like this. So The people out there surprise me every so often, but I think on the other end, when you hear stories like the Dead Space, situation at Visceral, it's like, yeah, it's the reason. And it's these things are. Someone was asking earlier, why are games so expensive? It's like, well, they're fucking focus tested into Oblivion too, and then they go back and they revise and revise and revise and revise and revise, and maybe that's smart, maybe that's not. I don't know. Sam Brown wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, with all the JRPGs coming out this spring, I'm wondering what your favorite battle system is in the genre. Do you prefer 3D brawlers like Yakuza, strategic turn-based battles like Persona, or a mix of the two, like seen in Final Fantasy VII Remake? My personal favorite is the infamous drawing system from Final Fantasy VIII. Ugh, God, I hated the fucking draw system. It's the worst. For people that don't know, is some people really do love it. I think Dagan's a fan of it. Is Final Fantasy VIII, you would steal your attacks from your enemies and then use them, like store them and use them. It was called the draw system. Or was it junction? That was maybe the word. I don't remember. That might have been something else. So I personally love menu-based, turn-based games. I really do. From the most simple to the most complex. Like, I think that some of them get more complex than others, but I do like just turn-based, text-based, choice-based sort of select from your menu, select what attack you want to do. You go, they go, you go, they go. Find that very enjoyable. Let's call it the Dragon Quest style. Now, there's a whole gamut of things that I like beyond that, but that is a very comfortable system for me and one that I really like. And I'm bummed that more people don't like it because it is very old, but it's so classic and so comfortable. Dustin, as a weeb, prominent weeb, where are you on this, on the role-playing game systems with JRPGs?
Yeah, this is tough because normally I think I would say I'm more on the action side of things now. But as I'm playing Persona 3 Reload, I'm having such a good time with the turn-based combat, mainly because the way they're able to really make the game flow. So in Persona, each of your characters have their different elemental-based spells. If you hit an enemy and hit their weakness, you get to go again, and you can either use that character or you can do a handoff to another character. So you start to get these stacks where you're like, okay, can I first hit this guy, then hand it off to this character and hit these guys? And then if you are able to down all of the enemies after hitting them with a weakness, then you can do an all-out attack, which does usually a ton of damage. So it's like this little puzzle of figuring out how you can stack up all these attacks. And it's really, really satisfying. So that's my preferred, the synergistic combat when it comes to turn-based. I really like. But in terms of action, I was thinking about this when replaying Final Fantasy VII Remake, that I like the hybrid style, but I prefer the way Kingdom Hearts does it over Final Fantasy VII Remake, in that I was getting annoyed when I was playing it that I felt like I was pausing so often to put out new spells. And yeah, you can map them to the different buttons if you press L1 and then you press one of the face buttons or whatever. But I was kind of getting annoyed with how much I was it felt like it was breaking up the flow. But I still like it a lot. It's a minor complaint, but that's what's so fun about JRPGs, is that sure, you can have a preferred favorite, but a lot of times, even though you are playing, let's say, a turn-based game, there are so many nuances usually in these different games that makes it feel totally different with how they handle things, whether it's a more active-based combat. And I don't mean action-based. I mean, like Final Fantasy VII, there's a timer going and stuff like that. Or something where you're handing off, using your different characters in synergy together. A lot of variety, surprisingly, for something that I think people view as a very set genre in terms of turn-based.
Peter Epperson wrote in. So hello, Sacred Crew. This one is for Colin. Lately, I've been trying to find games to play on the Steam Deck. I ended up picking up a couple of Castlevania collections. I've tried looking online where to start and how to proceed with no real consistent answers. My question for you, Colin, what path would you recommend? Additionally to Chris and Dustin, do you have any Steam Deck favorites? Cheers, boys. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in New York City. You guys can get to that in a moment, but Peter, play the games in the order that they were generally released. I think will do you well. Castlevania 1 and 3 are kind of related to each other. Castlevania 2 is related to the story of Castlevania 1, but is more of a predecessor to Symphony of the Night. the collections really just kind of present them in order. I'd play Castlevania 1, 2, and 3 to get the NES experience. Maybe you want to play Rondo and Super Castlevania, which is Castlevania 4, and Bloodlines or something to get the kind of 16-bit era. And then by that point, you're really moving into Symphony of the Night and then the GBA and DS Metroidvania games. So they're kind of, there's a timeline that runs from, I think, 900 to 2050 or something in Castlevania. So you could play them in that order too, but I wouldn't do that if I were you. Play them in the order that they were proscribed. The original Castlevania is only 6 stages. It's very hard if you don't know how to play it, but it's very short. You can beat it in 20 minutes if you know what you're doing. As far as Steam Deck favorites, what do you guys have been playing? Any recommendations for young Peter here?
Yeah,
Chris.
I don't know. I think it's tricky. It depends on what it is you're trying to get into. Like Steam Deck favorites, that's kind of like a big question because I've been streaming a lot from my PlayStation and my PC. So like I remember I played Baldur's Gate a little bit on Steam Deck, and I kind of liked it on the Steam Deck. I've been playing Skyrim through PlayStation streaming on the Steam Deck, and that's been really fun. But as far as like something that you would want to download and install, something that's maybe a little bit light, I don't know. I think definitely. Oh, Hotline Miami is really good on it. I like Hotline Miami quite a bit.
Great game.
Elden Ring ran surprisingly well on it too, from my experience.
Hotline Miami shines most on Vita, and that's just straight up the truth.
But yeah, I don't know. I need more. I feel like I need more information. There's a lot of games that run, like pretty much anything that runs well on. I will say the one that surprised me the most, that I really got into the most, despite not expecting to, on Steam Deck, was Metal Gear Solid 5. That was a game that I really sunk a lot more time. I think I sunk more time into it on the Steam Deck than I did on console at all, basically. Like, and it really worked well for the type of game that it was, the type of mission based open world kind of get in, get out, exfiltrate type gameplay mechanics, along with the metagame of managing your army. Something about that worked really, really well with the handheld. And to be fair, that I do believe that is what Peace Walker was as well, to a lot more of a limited extent, which was also a handheld Metal Gear game. But I don't know. There's probably a ton that I'm missing, but depends on what you want to play on it, man. RPGs are really good on them, I think.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the interesting thing about Steam Deck, is that traditionally we think of handhelds as, well, I want a game that I can play for a little bit and then put down because you're on the go or something like that. Where Steam Deck, and to Switch to some extent too, is that it can kind of do all of the above. And Chris, you mentioned the PS5 streaming or the PC streaming. That's been really fun. I was playing Power World, streaming it from my PC, so I got a really good frame rate. I'll stream Persona 3 to my Steam Deck so I can play when Holly's using the TV or something like that. But as far as some specific games, one that I want to shout out, of course, Pizza Tower, which you can't play anywhere but on PC or Steam Deck. So highly recommend
it's
that.
It's so weird that game's that big. Like, why aren't they releasing those games on console? You know, I'm always flabbergasted by that. It's the same thing with Vampire Survivors. Like, clearly Xbox paid for that, like that level of exclusivity, like that it's not on PlayStation. They can't even acknowledge it. You know?
Yeah. Well, that was the other game I was going to mention too, is Vampire Survivors. Also really, really fun time waster type dopamine hit game that I really like. One last one is that Halo Master Chief Collection. If you enjoy the novelty of playing a game you had as a kid in a handheld, which is when you think about it, it's like, I could play this game on my giant TV. Why do I find it satisfying to play on a handheld? I can't tell you exactly why, but even something like BioShock, I booted up and played probably 20, 30 minutes of BioShock a few weeks ago on Steam Deck, just because it felt really cool and fun to play it on a handheld. I've thought, damn, I remember playing Game Boy and I would have never imagined something like this. So if that's something you're into too, something you already have in your Steam library is always fun to go back to. Especially, dude, BioShock, I think it runs, you can get a 90, if you have the Steam Deck OLED, it runs at 90 hertz on your Steam Deck on an OLED screen. It's awesome. So
yeah, it's Master Chief Collection is a really good one too, because there's Steam Workshop, and for all this stuff, there's like mod support basically. So
Mhm.
like you can engage with like previously locked on PC like mods and play them on a handheld, and it's kind of nuts. Like I was playing this like modded firefight thing in the collection, and I was just like, it's crazy to me that I'm playing a modded version of this game that I grew up with on such a strong handheld. Like I remember just booting up the collection in the first place on handheld and feeling like, whoa, this is such a wild. This is what I've wanted for so long, and it's just unceremoniously just sort of like, oh yeah, here you go. Like it's not even a big deal that it's here. It's kind of cool, but yeah.
Dominic Leone wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, we hear about terrible movies that are so bad it's good, an example being The Room. I think that can apply to gaming as well. My choice would be Minority Report, Everybody Runs. The ragdoll physics are hilarious and you can kill people, which contradicts the entire plot. What's yours?" I thought about this for a while and I came up with a good answer, which is the Rebellion developed 2009 first-person shooter from Bethesda that was published by Bethesda, Rogue Warrior.
My God, yeah.
That was starring Mickey Rourke as a Navy SEAL character, and the ending of the game is like this insane song. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like it absolutely...
I never saw the ending. I just remember that game because these content creators that I liked at the time, long time ago, were playing it, and it was one of the funniest. Because Mickey Rourke just curses the entire time. Like he's saying like fucking cocksucking piece of shit. Like he's saying he sounds so angry throughout the entirety of that game. It's almost like they just put a mic on Mickey Rourke and followed him throughout his day and just frustrated him. And just to get those audio cues, because it's nuts. But I've not seen the ending of that game.
Yeah, I put it here in the chat. I mean, you guys don't have to watch it now, but it's basically a song, and it's basically him saying all of the curses, like, but put into the music, like dubbed into the music. It's so stupid. So yeah, I had to give a shout out to Rogue Warrior, because that's definitely, most games that are so bad are just so bad. The common answer that people would give to this is something like Deadly Premonition, but there's something more to Deadly Premonition that makes it not bad. Like this is an authentically bad game. What I remember very distinctly about this game, I played it when I lived in San Francisco in an in-law apartment, and I remember playing it, and the first stage, you're breaching some sort of compound or whatever, and every enemy has his back towards you when you get to them, like every single one. So you could just go through, just stab all of them as you run on through. It's fucking hysterical. I'll never forget that. So shout out. That was when Bethesda was really publishing some fucking trash back in the day. No doubt about it. Any answers for you guys?
I don't know. I feel like I remember I had a 50 Cent game, but I don't remember if it was. I don't remember
Blood
if
in
it
the Sand?
Maybe. I don't know if it was so bad it's good. It's hard for me to conceptualize so bad it's good for video games, because to me, if something's just bad to play, it's just not. Like maybe it's fun to watch. Like there are a lot of bad games that I think are really fun to watch. Like there's an Uncharted ripoff on Steam called like Unearthed, the trial of Ibn Battuta or something, and it's a really fun game to watch people play. But like I can't imagine that I would have fun actually. Or there's probably like some like independent horror games like that that are just kind of like, I don't know, maybe they're just intentionally bad. It's kind of hard to find a game that is authentically so bad that it's good. Because in the same way that I feel like it's hard to find movies that are that way. The Room is like a pretty famous example, but even Tommy Wiseau tried to make more movies with like the self-awareness, and it just wasn't there. Like it just like, because the whole point of it being so bad it's good is that you were trying to make something good and then it sucks. Like that's what makes it so bad it's good. You can't just go in like, I suck, isn't that funny? Because it just ruins. Then you're just making crap. But I think of like, what is it? What was that famously bad? The motorcycle one.
Ride to Hell.
Ride to Hell Retribution was one where like I remember playing it for like 20 minutes and being like, and getting a good laugh out of it. But
I don't think I even knew that was supposed to be bad. I don't know anything about it.
Oh man, yeah. That was like the Gollum of its day. From my memory, if my memory serves me right.
All right. These next two, do you have something to say, Dustin?
I always think back to PS1 games that I liked as a kid and going back to them and seeing how bad they are. I mentioned a few weeks ago the Phantom Menace game that lets you kill every Gungan in their city if you want, which is awesome. But I also enjoy the games that are notoriously bad. It's fun to check them out now. For example, when I was at Pittsburgh Retro Gaming Expo, I played Hotel Mario on the Philips CDI. And yeah, it's real bad, but it was really fun to check it out and play it. And of course, there's also the horrible Zelda CDI games that are fun to check out because of how bad they are now. And we can look at it at a different light now because of the context. Dude, that rare game, dude. Real rare, actually.
All right. I have two more and I can answer them both quickly and we can get the hell out of here. B-Cops wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Buds. Hope you're all doing well. Finally got around to subbing to the Patreon, and for the breadth of content, I'm more than happy to support. Thanks for all that you do to help me get through the workday. Thank you. I had a question regarding trophy collecting. I've noticed a friend of mine exploiting his platinum list by playing through newer releases, completing the PS4 version, then immediately auto-popping the PS5 trophies after. Should I advise him not to do himself a disservice by playing the inferior version of the game just to get an extra platinum to inflate his number? What are your thoughts on the auto-popping feature in general? Ultimately, it doesn't matter, but just something I found silly. Thanks again. So it is true that usually auto-popping, which is not endemic to this generation, but has been popularized in this generation, goes in one direction. So you have to beat it on PS4 and then bring it to PS5. It's hard, if not impossible in most games, to bring it from PS5 and go to PS4 in a cloud save and get the trophies automatically. The first game that auto-pop trophies, as we've gone into in the past, is Sound Shapes, which you could send your saves between PS3, PS4, and Vita and just pop 3 platinum trophies. And everyone did that because it was novel. But now that it's not really novel anymore, it doesn't really serve much of a purpose. And I also don't understand why I understand going back. Like, I went back to play Miles Morales on PS4 to get the trophies. But the cool thing about having two sets of games and coming in twos is like being able to get the trophies again. See, that's what I don't understand about auto popping the trophies. Is like, why wouldn't you want to just do it again if you enjoy it? That was what was so cool about not playing Spider-Man when it came to PS5, or not playing Spider-Man Miles Morales on PS4 after being done with it on PS5. So I'm not crazy about it, but it's a thing people let you do, and different publishers and developers let you do, including Sony. So can't begrudge you that. And finally, Coleman Branham wrote in and said, hey guys, I have an inconsequential opinion on a metric that Colin has referred to various times in the past. That metric is the completion percentage of early story trophies to gauge how the general audience is sticking with a new game. Two examples that come to mind for me are Prince of Persia: Lost Crown and Starfield. Both games where Colin mentioned early game trophies and achievements as an anecdotal metric, and both cases where I was one of the folks who didn't have said trophies mere weeks from release. I bought both at launch to show support, didn't get them for a couple of weeks because that's the way life goes, but didn't get to them for a couple of weeks because that's how life goes, but ended up loving and completing them both. Is my behavior uncommon compared to that of the general audience? What do you think of reserving that metric to be a 6 or month so out thing instead of a couple of weeks out thing? Love the show. Thank you guys for the fantastic conversation. Thank you, Coleman, for writing in. The major thing you're missing here and why it's a useful stat is because you didn't start the game, so you wouldn't have counted.
Yeah.
Just because you bought something doesn't mean you count towards the trophies. You don't. Only people that get trophies or achievements and then sync them are counted. So the answer is that it's a useful metric almost immediately because it shows how sticky the game is once you've begun. Now, if you told me that you began the game, started for 5 minutes, and then didn't get to it for 2 or 3 weeks, I'd be like, yeah, there's something to that. But these numbers aren't exactly adjusting. Like, I was surprised. I think Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown's first, only 2/3 of players get to the first boss. So those are useful things. And hey, when Starfield comes to PlayStation 5, we'll be able to compare and contrast the trophies and achievements for a game in which you buy from a game in which you rent. And I think you'll see exactly what I'm talking about when the time comes. In fact, we're going to have those with Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, Grounded, and Sea of Thieves soon enough. And I guarantee you the completion numbers are going to be much higher on PlayStation. But we'll get to that when the time comes. All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to go. It was a good episode. Chris, goodbye to you, my friend. Have a good rest of your day.
I shall. I'm going to go. I want pizza today, I think. I haven't had pizza in a while.
Nice. Enjoy.
I will.
Dustin, goodbye to you, my friend. Have a good rest of your day.
Goodbye. I have to pee again already. We peed at the break. Is this something about being 30 plus? The other day,
I'm always peeing.
I peed before bed, laid down. I was laying there for 10 minutes. I have to pee again. I went up practically a full load.
Oof.
What's going on?
Don't say that.
Don't say load. Jesus Christ.
Like, did you really need
What?
Did you really need to say that?
Load of
Look,
piss.
You're fixating on the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Think about the pee. What's going on? Why did I have to pee again so quickly? I'm trying to drink water because it's good for you. Helps you, if you're trying to lose weight for your metabolism. But I can't stand peeing all the time. Enough. That's all I have to say.
I
Thank
pee.
you.
I mean, I'm always peeing. So, I pee like 2 times a night at least. That's always been the
Catheter,
case.
maybe.
Always been the case. My whole life. Yep.
Damn.
Well,
You would think it was
Dang.
something like there could be something wrong with me, but it's not urgent because I've always like whenever I bring it up to my doctors, I'm like, I kind of feel like I have to pee a lot. They're like, have you always felt that way? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, there's nothing to worry about then. I'm like, okay. So
that's so weird.
because otherwise it
All
could
right.
indicate something. But it's like when I used to drink beer, I still like beer, but when I used to go to the bar and drink beer, I'd break the seal and I'd have to pee so many times. It was a joke amongst my friends. Like I would have to go to the bathroom every 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It's crazy. I don't know what that's all about.
Mm.
So it's only going to get worse.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the rest of my decaying life.
We'll have to get you some adult diapers, some diapies.
Oh,
Ew. Some pull-ups.
Pull-ups, yeah.
cool.
Like the new publisher, Focus Home and Entertainment. Pull-ups. All right. Let's get the hell out of here. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your kindness, your love, your generosity, all those things on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access. Laststandmedia.store for merch. Until next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.